comments. Tabling of documents, the Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'ai l'honneur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor to submit a message signed by His Excellency, the Administrator of the Government.
Okay. His Excellency, the Administrator of the Government of Canada, transmits to the House of Commons the supplementary estimates C of sums required to defray expenses of the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2021, in accordance with Section 54 of the Constitution Act 1867, recommends those estimates of the House of Commons. His Excellency, the Right Honourable Richard Wagner, Administrator of the Government of Canada. Son Excellence l'Administrateur du...
His Excellency, the Administrator of the Government of Canada, submits to the House of Commons the Supplementary Estimate C 2020-2021 with the sums necessary to fund the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending on the 31st of March 2021, pursuant to Section 54 of the Constitution Act 1867, recommends this budget to the House of Commons. Signed by His Excellency, the Right Honourable Richard Wagner, Administrator of the Government of Canada.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement. Okay, un moment s'il vous plaît. Mr. Blair, seconded by Mr. Lametti, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Certain Acts and to Make Certain Consequential Amendments. Firearms. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Blair, seconded by Mr. Lametti, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Okay. One moment.
He asked for Mr. Blair. No, we're just going to go to statements.
Yeah. Okay. Statements by ministers, reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages a report of the Canada-Europe Parliamentary Association respecting its participation at the first part of the 2021 Ordinary Session of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, PACE, by video conference from January 25th to 28th, 2021. Thank you.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages two reports of the Canada-US Interparliamentary Group. The first relates to the National Conference of State Legislatures annual meeting held in Nashville, Tennessee, U.S. from August 5th to August 8th, 2019. And the second concerns the annual National Conference of the Council of State Governments held in St. Juan, Puerto Rico, USA from December 4th to the 7th, 2019. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Oui, rappel au règlement, l'honorable président.
Point of order, the Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Mr. Speaker, just to be sure that things were done appropriately, I'd like to ensure that you also heard that I have the honour to table in both official languages The supplementary estimates C 2020-2021. Yes, everything's in order. Thank you very much.
Présentation de rapport de comité. The honourable member for Malpeque. I believe you're in mute.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, are you talking about committees or interparliamentary groups? I didn't catch.
I'm sorry, that's interparliamentary delegation reports. I thought you had covered it, but please go ahead.
I did, yes, thank you.
Oh, you covered both.
I covered both.
That's what I thought. No, I'm moving on to exactly. So we were online. It's presenting reports from committees. It's the Finance Committee. You have a report to present?
To do on reports from committees. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present in both official languages the first report of the Standing Committee on Finance entitled Canadian Priorities for Economic Growth and Recovery, the pre-budget consultation report prior to the 2021 budget as ordered by the House. This was somewhat of a difficult trail, Mr. Speaker, getting to the conclusion of this report. COVID happened and scheduling changed, and Zoom capacity in Parliament made it very difficult to find enough time. I want to thank the many organizations and individuals who submitted briefs, some 793, in fact, Mr. Speaker, prior to mid-August, and also thank those who appeared over the summer on COVID-19 and the witnesses who were able to appear in the fall. A special thank you, Mr. Speaker, to members of all parties who put a lot of hard work and a lot of endurance into getting this task completed. And certainly a very special thanks, Mr. Speaker, to the analysts with the Library of Parliament and the clerks who helped to finish this process. So I table. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees, the honourable member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 104 and 114, I have the honor to present in both official languages the 11th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs regarding the membership of committees of the House. If the House gives its consent, I intend to move concurrence in the 11th report later this day.
Very good. Very good. Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de projet de loi d'intérêt public émanant du Sénat. Motions. The honourable member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the House gives its consent, I move that the 11th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs presented to the House earlier this day be concurred in.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed? The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Motions. The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you seek it, I'm sure you'll find support that the membership of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs be amended as follows. Mr. Nader, Perth Wellington for Mr. Doherty, Caribou Prince George, and Mr. Kent Thornhill for Mr. Tucker, Saskatoon University. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed? The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. The motions, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and I think if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, the time provided for government orders shall end no later than 5:30 p.m. today.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed? The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. The Ms. Sahota, Calgary Skyview, seconded by Mr. Vierson, moves that the second report of the Standing Committee on Status of Women presented on Thursday, February 4th, 2021, be concurred in. Debate. The honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'll be splitting my time with the member for Peace River Westlock. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to voice my support for declaring February 22nd as National Human Trafficking Awareness Day. Human trafficking is the recruitment, transportation, harboring, and/or exercising control, discretion, or influence over the movement of a person in order to exploit that person, typically through sexual exploitation or forced labor. It is often described as a modern form of slavery. Mr. Speaker, human trafficking is not something Canadians think of often, if at all. When we do, we often think that this horrendous and dehumanizing crime is being committed elsewhere in the world, somewhere less fortunate and lacks an effective law enforcement. However, as the Conservative Shadow Minister for Women and Gender Equality, I have learned from several of my colleagues, including the member for Peace River Westlock, and from stakeholders and organizations across this country, just how vast the human trafficking network is in Canada. Statistics Canada's report of 2018 on human trafficking indicated that 90% of human trafficking in Canada was reported in the census metropolitan area. 97% of them are women and girls, with 74% of them being under the age of 25. Of those 74%, 28% of them were under the age of 18. Mr. Speaker, these numbers are absolutely horrifying and breaks my heart. These are not just some numbers. These numbers represent somebody's daughter, son, grandson, granddaughter, niece, or nephew. No one, particularly those underage who are trafficked, have the ability to consent to sexual acts or exploitation. Mr. Speaker, when I look at my party's record on this issue, I'm grateful that we have taken this issue seriously and made significant overhauls to our criminal code to address this very serious crime. The member for Haldimand Norfolk, during her tenure as the Minister for Citizenship and Immigration and as Minister for Human Resources and Skills Development Canada, introduced several changes to the Temporary Foreign Workers Program and the Immigration Act to prevent situations where temporary workers in Canada, including strippers, may be abused, exploited, or possibly become victims of human trafficking. In 2010 and 2012, former Member of Parliament Joy Smith introduced and passed two private members' bills, Bill C-268, minimum sentence for offences involving trafficking of persons under the age of 18 years, and Bill C-310, trafficking in persons. Bill C-268 amended the criminal code that set mandatory minimums on those who are convicted of trafficking anyone under the age of 18. While Bill C-310 addressed a major loophole in our criminal code and made sure that Canadians or permanent residents who go abroad to other countries with the purpose of exploiting or trafficking foreign individuals would be brought back to Canada for prosecution. In 2012, our Conservative government launched a 4-year national action plan to combat human trafficking, which included Canada's first integrated law enforcement team dedicated to combating human trafficking, increased frontline training to identify and to respond to human trafficking, and enhance prevention in vulnerable communities, provide more support for victims of this crime, both those who were Canadians and foreigners, and strengthen our coordination with domestic and international partners in combating human trafficking. Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government also recognized that the majority of people who are trafficked for the purpose of sexual exploitation. Which is why, when our Conservative government had to revisit Canada's law regarding prostitution and passed Bill C-36, Protections of Communities and Exploited Persons Act, we put a heavy focus on protecting these victims. Up until this law was passed, those who were forced into the sex trade were often treated as criminals by the law, instead of being treated as the victims. This law was a made-in-Canada approach that recognized that those whose sexual services were sold are often victims of human trafficking and often underaged. We recognized that people as victims of a more heinous crime, and instead of victimizing the victim any further, our Conservative government instead focused on those who would pimp out and the Johns. This included those convicted of procuring, recruiting, or harboring another person for the purpose of prostitution with the maximum penalty of 14 years in prison, and if the victim was a child, the penalty carried a mandatory minimum of 5 years. Mr. Speaker, we have done a lot to address human trafficking in Canada and to stand up for the vulnerable in our society. However, there's still much more work that needs to be done. Despite all of our hard work as parliamentarians, human trafficking is still a growing crime in Canada and remains very much below the public radar. Mr. Speaker, at the Standing Committee on the Status of Women, one of the facts that we have constantly heard from witnesses is the importance of raising awareness to help combat the prevalence of human trafficking. This is why I strongly support declaring a National Awareness Day. This will give us an opportunity to create an awareness campaign to educate Canadians that this crime happens. It happens locally. And these are the signs of someone who is or is about to be trafficked, and how to report that to the authorities. The time is now to act on this very important issue. It has been over 16 years since Canada added human trafficking offences to the criminal code, and 14 years since this House unanimously adopted a motion to condemn all forms of human trafficking and slavery. Mr. Speaker, the motion also calls for making February 22nd the day to be declared National Human Trafficking Awareness Day. I believe that this is the best and most practical day to use. The provinces of Ontario and Alberta already use February 22nd as the day to bring awareness provincially. The government's own special advisor on combating human trafficking has also said that they would like to see this day being declared as the National Human Trafficking Awareness Day. And there are several motions from all parties on the order paper. M45 from the Conservative member for Peace River, Westlock, seconded by the Bloc member for Shefford. M59 from the NDP member for Edmonton Strathcona, and seconded by the Green member for Nanaimo Ladysmith. And M57 from the Liberal member from Scarborough Gilwood, seconded by Green member for Nanaimo Ladysmith. Mr. Speaker, all of their motions call for this House to condemn all forms of human trafficking and slavery, promote awareness, take steps towards combating human trafficking, and to declare February 22nd as National Human Trafficking Awareness Day. Mr. Speaker, human trafficking is one of the most lucrative and quickly growing crime in Canada. I hope all members of this House will agree with me and join me in declaring February 22nd as the National Human Trafficking Awareness Day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire, the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from across the aisle for bringing this concurrence motion on such an incredibly important topic. You know, she highlighted the fact that I think that when we talk about human trafficking, a lot of people assume that it's not something that can happen right here in our own communities. But the reality of this situation is that the data shows that it can happen in my community, in her community, in communities right across Canada, and that it is actually happening. And so my question to her would be, you know, if she had one message for families and for people that are responsible for children, in order to become aware of this, to recognize the fact that this is a reality, what would that message to them be?
Honourable Member for Calgary Skyview.
It would be thank you for that question. I would say the message is it's Canadian children and children from anywhere in the world who are being trafficked. So it's not a message limited to just Canadians. It's a message limited to the world that we're protecting our children. Awareness would be the first step towards that, making sure that we have a campaign that sets this day as the day where we talk about becoming aware of the situations, how to identify that, where trafficking is about to happen, and how to take steps to notify the authorities so that it doesn't happen.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for her excellent speech. I guess my question, quite bluntly, is government loves symbols, Parliament loves symbols, so we have a National Day of Human Trafficking. We're all going to feel better. What I've found is that we have laws on the books and nobody follows those laws. So the idea that we're talking about having a national day, that we're all going to talk about this, when we're dealing with a company like Pornhub, MindGeek in Montreal, and I look at the criminal code and we have all the laws and they've just never, ever been applied. So wouldn't it be better that we actually spend our time in Parliament pushing to make sure that if we have laws, that they're actually followed through, so that people who are victims of trafficking, people who are victims of sexual crimes, are actually knowing that Parliament is going to be there for them with the laws that we have on the books that are actually being used to protect victims.
Honourable Member for Calgary Skyview.
I would like to thank the Honourable Member for his question, and that is exactly what the purpose is of this day, February 22nd, being set as the National Awareness Day, where we talk about these things. That is exactly the purpose. But we have pushed for this motion to be passed last year, and it didn't happen. We're already a year late. So let's get on with it and pass the motion to declare February 22nd as the National Human Trafficking Day.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In fact, it is 2021. There have already been in the last Parliament's motions, and I'm thinking of the 41st Parliament, in fact, where there was a bill that did not get royal assent. Obviously, a day is a day where we are to reflect. But what does my colleague think about the urgency of applying legislation and also updating those laws so that this stops? The Honourable Member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for the question. The urgency is what has brought this bill in front of the House. The fact that, like I said, we are about a year late already in talking or setting this as the day to talk about human trafficking and bringing a campaign to deal with it. So the urgency was probably a year before today, and to wait any longer makes this urgency even, I guess, more urgent. So thank you for that.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak to this important concurrence motion moved by member and colleague from Calgary Skyview. I want to thank her for her work and for the work of the Status of Women Committee on this important issue. And today we're discussing the recognition of February 22nd as Canada's National Human Trafficking Awareness Day. Human trafficking is a form of modern-day slavery that turns people into objects to be used and exploited. It's vicious, profitable, and growing, and it's happening right here in our country, across the globe. It takes on many forms, such as sex trafficking, forced labor, forced marriages, organ trafficking, and cyber sex trafficking. While exploitation and slavery has existed for all of humanity, so does the responsibility to abolish it. In the 8th century BC, the prophet Isaiah conveyed God's words to the people of his time, saying, "Learn to do right, seek justice, defend the oppressed, take up the cause of the fatherless, and plead the case of the widow." That responsibility to stand for justice and to end exploitation is a responsibility for all of us. Here in Canada, human trafficking remains far too common within our ridings and across the nation. Each day, more and more people fall victim to traffickers in Canada. I often say human trafficking is happening within 10 miles of where you live. Even in my large, rural northern Alberta riding, human trafficking is taking place. Last year, the RCMP charged a 30-year-old man from Lacrete, Alberta, with trafficking of a minor. In Canada, 93% of Canada's human trafficking victims come from within Canada, and the predominant form of human trafficking in Canada is sex trafficking. We know that in Canada, 97% of sex trafficking victims are women and girls. 3/4 of these victims are under the age of 25. 50% of these victims are Indigenous, and 75% of those in prostitution were forced there as children. Many examples of forced labor also exist in Canada. Victims of human trafficking can be found in restaurants, in the agriculture industry, in the mining sector, and live-in caregivers or in the manufacturing industry. Just 2 years ago here in Ontario, over 20 men from Mexico were rescued from forced labor within the hospitality industry, enslaved in plain sight within hotels. Globally, more than 40 million people are in some form of slavery today. That's more than the population of our country and more than ever in human history. Worldwide, slavery is a multi-billion-dollar industry, generating more than $150 billion annually. These global and national numbers are truly terrifying, and it is incumbent upon each of us to help end it. That's why the designation of February 22nd as Canada's National Human Trafficking Awareness Day by this House matters. This is important because ending human trafficking cannot be done merely by governments alone. It requires the participation of all of us. By adopting this motion, this House is not only recognizing February 22nd, but also is encouraging Canadians to hear from victims and survivors of human trafficking, and encouraging Canadians to raise awareness at the magnitude of modern-day slavery here in Canada and around the world, and encouraging Canadians to take steps to be able to identify and combat human trafficking. As a National Day of Human Trafficking invokes in all of us the responsibility to learn, to educate, and to act. The words of this motion point to this individual and collective responsibility as a nation. That is why the all-party group to end modern-day slavery and human trafficking, the APPG, has been hard at work to get February 22nd designated as the National Day of Awareness Day. This date recognizes the unanimous adoption by this House of former MP Joyce Smith's motion M153 back in 2007. That motion condemned the trafficking of women and girls and called for Canada to combat the trafficking of persons worldwide. Joyce Smith was a trailblazer in the fight to end human trafficking and is an inspiration to many of us today. The APPG also consulted organizations and survivors from across Canada, and the selection of February 22nd was near unanimous. The APPG co-chairs have introduced motions since 2018 to designate February 22nd as the National Day of Human Trafficking Awareness Day, and the members will notice that currently there are 3 motions on the order paper tabled by Conservatives, Liberals, NDP, Bloc, and Green MPs, all 5 parties. And I want to thank my current co-chairs for their relentless work, the member from Scarborough-Gilwood, the member from Sheffield, and the Independent Senator Mill Deschênes. Each has worked hard to advance the recognition of February 22nd as a National Human Trafficking Awareness Day. And I was delighted to see the Status of Women Committee take our wording and improve on it by adding the necessity to listen to victims and survivors. Their voices are critical. I want to share with this House and all Canadians the words of Tamea Nagy, a tenacious Canadian survivor and a hero. And she says, having a National Human Trafficking Awareness Day would mean that we are no longer invisible to society and to the Canadian people. It would mean that more people would finally learn about this terrible crime and how to protect their children. It would mean that we are taking serious action to eradicate this in our lifetime. Mr. Speaker, Human Trafficking Awareness Day brings us together as a nation to end modern-day slavery. It's a fight that unites across political lines, religious beliefs, and geographical divides. Working together on this actually works, and we've seen it right here in this Parliament with Bill S-216, the Modern Slavery Act. This bill is a result of the work of my colleague from Scarborough-Guildwood and was introduced in the Senate by our Senate co-chair and supported by all our APP chairs. If we, Conservatives, a Liberal, a Bloc Québécois, and an independent senator can come together, I have great confidence in our country to unite to abolish human trafficking. Mr. Speaker, I want to challenge Canadians with 4 things that they can do on Canada's National Human Trafficking Awareness Day. Learn, share, act, and support. Number 1, learn more about it. What does it look like in your community or your province? Would you be able to identify a victim of human trafficking? Do you know the National Human Trafficking Tip Line? Visit the Canadian Centre to End Human Trafficking to learn more about awareness that can lead to action. Number 2, share. Tell other people about it. Joy Smith always says when it comes to human trafficking, education is our greatest weapon. Organize a webinar for your church, community, or workplace. I'd be happy to speak at that webinar, and I'm sure any of the APPG co-chairs would as well. Number 3, act. Take steps to eliminate your role in the fuel for the demand of slavery. Do you know who harvested your coffee? How about the clothes that you buy? Do you know that looking at pornography likely includes the victims of sex trafficking? Make sure the choices in your life reduce the demand for human trafficking. Number 4, support. There are incredible organizations from across this country that are fueled by passionate individuals who are hard at work to end human trafficking and support survivors. They would benefit from your time and support. Mr. Speaker, Human Trafficking Awareness Day, as February 22nd, will give voice to survivors, increase awareness, unite Canadians in their effort to abolish human trafficking and modern-day slavery in our time. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all of the individuals who have worked tirelessly with me over the last number of years to bring forward Awareness Day for human trafficking in this country, and for all those organizations that work hard in their communities to end modern-day slavery. One of the organizations that I'd like to highlight is the Not in My City campaign, headquartered in Calgary, Alberta. The ambassador for that program is a country music singer you might have heard of. His name is Paul Brandt, and he's done amazing work in bringing together all sectors of the Canadian society in Calgary to end human trafficking in Calgary. One of their really cool partners that they have there is the Calgary International Airport. They also have one of the universities are on board, helps them out. It's been an amazing project, and I want to congratulate them on that. The other organization that I'd like to recognize as well is the organization, it's called CEASE. It's located in Edmonton, Alberta, and they also do an amazing work helping the trafficked victims get back to a normal life and to reintegrate into Canadian society. Finally, I want to thank the member from Calgary Skyview for her advocacy on this and her work at the committee to bring this forward. It is when we all work together, we can accomplish great things, and I want to thank this place for its and the work that I've done with colleagues from across the party lines to bring this forward. With that, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and for this opportunity. I want to congratulate my colleague for his tireless efforts and ask him to reflect on one of the previous questions, which was to the effect that this is simply a day where we raise awareness and ask him whether this is an effort that is not as vigorous as possibly it should be in the context of possibly Black History Month. Black History Month 10 years ago, 15 years ago, was simply not recognized. And now it has had a significant impact on raising Canadians' awareness about the contribution of Black people to our country. So I'd be interested in his thoughts with respect to how this initiative of recognizing February 22nd he expects to roll out over the course of the next number of months, years, and possibly decades.
Honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his question. I do know the question that he's referring to, and I think that the member that made the comment from James Bay was entirely correct, is that we have very good laws in this country that are there to capture and there to and build the society that we want. But in many cases, they're not being enforced, or the police forces just purely don't have the bandwidth to enforce them. And so therefore, an awareness day allows each and every Canadian to do their part. If human trafficking is not happening in Canada, we don't need really good laws to combat it. If it's just not happening, it's just not happening. And that's where an awareness day really brings. One, it says this is the law, and two, it says this is happening right here. Two of those things, both of those things are not necessarily widely known by Canadians. An awareness day would bring just that awareness to it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Drummond.
Merci. Thanks to my colleague. I'd like to congratulate him on his speech. It's a delicate topic. In 2002, the House recognized the new UN Convention on Trafficking on July 30th every year. It's the International Day to combat human trafficking, and now we're proposing an awareness day. I think it's excellent. In 2008, Joyce Smith tabled a motion along these lines, and then a bloc member tabled a bill that went all the way up to royal assent but didn't get that final assent. The Harper government didn't complete the process. The Liberals promised to take up from where they left off in 2015, but they didn't keep their word. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask whether my colleague is of the view that a bill that's ready to go, that could be referred to committee immediately and could meet a number of our concerns about human trafficking, would that be well received by himself and his party? The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Bill that he speaks of was one of the things that I've advocated for immensely. One of the what the Liberals did with it is they took the concurrent or the consecutive sentencing out of it and made it concurrent sentencing, and they waited for 3.5 years to bring that in. The concern that my colleague raises is a valid one. That bill should have been brought into force as soon as possible. The bill was passed through this place in 2014. It was not declared into. It was supposed to be declared into force in the early 2015, but that never happened until Bill C-75, which was at the end of the last Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Time just for a short question. We'll take one from the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and to my honourable colleague for Peace River Westlock, with whom I've had the honour to work on the Committee on Human Trafficking. I'm very much in favour of the motion today, and I appreciate so much the honourable member for Peace River Westlock mentioning things that individual Canadians can do. And I wonder, in the brief time remaining, if he can underscore what people can do as individuals to end human trafficking.
Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the honourable colleague for the question. One of the things that is just keep your eyes open for it. If something's putting your spidey senses off, be aware of it. Get to know that there is a human trafficking hotline. In the modern day of Google, you don't have to memorize that number. You just have to Google it, but you got to know that it's there. So know that there's a Canadian hotline to call if you think or suspect human trafficking of being an issue. Call the hotline. If you see something, say something. That's the biggest thing. The other thing is the stranger danger is not the case. Most human trafficking cases, you are being the victims of the human trafficking are being trafficked by somebody that they know. So be aware of that. Thanks.
Resuming debate, and we'll go to the honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to the opportunity to speak to colleagues in this chamber today. I'm here before you in two capacities. One is the Member of Parliament for Scarborough-Guildwood, but also the other capacity is as co-chair of the all-party parliamentary group, the APPG, to end human trafficking and modern slavery. As you can see, the APPG has two tasks. One, supply chain slavery, and the second is human trafficking. Today, we are speaking about the second task, but I also want to take this opportunity to speak about the first a little later on. Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether you or colleagues know the name William Wilberforce and whether that in fact means anything to you, but to me, he's one of the finest examples of what a determined non-cabinet member MP can do when legislative odds are stacked against him or her. He was the member for Yorkshire from 1780 until 1825, some 45 years. He was asked several times to become a minister in several different governments, but declined each time because God had set before him two great tasks, one of which was the abolition of slavery in the British Empire. At the time, the British Empire reigned supreme throughout the world. Its economic foundation was the slave trade. Slaves went from Africa to the Americas, and then slave products came from the Americas to Britain, and then the slaves returned back to Africa to pick up more slaves. The monies generated from those slave products constituted 80% of Great Britain's foreign income. Wilberforce set out to turn the economic underpinnings of the British Empire on its head, a formidable task from a relatively weak position. However, with persistence, luck, procedural smarts, and hard work, he was witness to the passage of the Slavery Abolition Act in 1833. He died three days later. Mr. Speaker, I tell you that story to say two things. One, slavery is still not being abolished in Canada. And two, persistence, hard work, and some luck can yield results. Humans are still being trafficked in 2021. I know it's shocking, Mr. Speaker, and I don't know how a country like Canada that calls itself civilized can allow this to continue. You will hear statistics repeated over the course of this debate, and I realize that statistics don't necessarily tell the entire story, but 45% of the victims that are reported to police between the ages of 18 and 24. And even more shocking, Mr. Speaker, 28% are under 18. 97% are girls and women. According to a 2014 report by the Canadian Women's Foundation, 50% of trafficked girls and 51% of trafficked women are Indigenous. Mr. Speaker, these are statistics, and they frankly don't speak to the human suffering that is behind them. Stalin once said, "A single death is a tragedy, but 1 million deaths are a statistic." Let's not forget that behind every statistic is a human tragedy. Speaker, this day is long overdue. initiated by Joy Smith, former member from Kilgolden, St. Paul, February 22nd, has been proclaimed by Ontario, Alberta, multiple Canadian cities, and indeed in the United States. Thanks to the persistence of my colleague, the member from Peace River Westlock, and the able assistance of the member from Shefford, and Senator Julie Milvain Duchesne, and the welcome support from the member of Edmonton Strathcona and the member from Saanich Gulf Islands, February 22nd is about to be designated as Human Trafficking Awareness Day. I also want to take recognition of those who work with us on these initiatives. And in my office, it's Sean Boyle and Janessa Loss and Inessa DeAngelis, and then the member from Peace River Westlock, it's Joel Oosterman. These are the kinds of initiatives that are really full-on efforts by entire offices, and I want to recognize each and every one of them for their considerable effort to make sure that we are talking about this today. This was originally conceived as a unanimous consent motion, and I want to particularly thank the leadership of the government for cooperating in that anticipated motion. The fact that the unanimous consent motion has been overtaken by this concurrence motion is irrelevant to the greater scheme of things, and the member for Peace River Westlock can take some satisfaction in a job well done. Shortly, you will hear about all of the government's efforts to rid our nation of this scourge. Some will criticize it as too little too late, but just before members get too enthusiastic about criticizing the government, I would encourage them to look in the mirror. Governments, after all, are elected and reflect our priorities. Has human trafficking received enough attention? Of course not, Mr. Speaker. Should it receive more attention? Of course it should, Mr. Speaker. Will it receive more attention? Well, I'd like to think that our efforts today will help, and hopefully this motion will shine a light on this national scourge. That is, after all, the point of this motion. I want to, at this point, turn to the other initiative of APPG, the effort to expose the supply chain slavery in Canadian products. World Vision estimates that Canadians consume about $34 billion in goods annually that contain some elements of slavery in the supply chain. World Vision further estimates that 1,200 Canadian companies are importing slave-made products, while Walk Free Foundation conservatively estimates that some 40 million people are enslaved globally. Bill S-216, sponsored by Senator Julie Milvain Duchesne, and its predecessor, C-423, which was sponsored by me, required that companies of significant size be required to report annually to the Minister of Public Safety that the company has examined its supply chain and is satisfied that no slavery exists in it. The bill has been enthusiastically embraced by many NGOs and corporations, all of whom understand the moral hazard argument and the human rights arguments against slavery, but also find themselves in an economically disadvantaged position when competing with slave labor. Multiple examples have been highlighted recently in the Globe and Mail, the Toronto Star, and the CBC. We are urging the government to take over this bill, not only for its obvious human rights and moral arguments, but also because it creates a competitive disadvantage that Canadian companies find themselves in when competing with slave labor. In addition, it should be noted that the Canadian government will be negotiating a free trade agreement with Great Britain in the next number of months. Great Britain has been a legislative leader in this field and has been a model piece of legislation, not only for S-216, but also for a number of other pieces of legislation around the world. Great Britain will be hosting the G7, And while no one publicly knows the agenda, Canada would be in a much better position if we had robust supply chain legislation rather than what currently exists. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I'd urge colleagues to support this motion. I encourage the good work of the APPG, but in the words of William Wilberforce, you can choose to look the other way, but you can never say that you did not know. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your time and attention.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. You know, it's great to hear. You know, we have a topic today where people from all parties are all on the same page on this topic. So I would just want to ask him, you know, tangibly speaking, what are the next steps that we need to take here in Parliament? You know, he alluded to it a little bit in his speech, but if he wants to elaborate on that further as to what the next steps need to be and what we should be focusing on here.
For Scarborough-Guildwood.
I would be very encouraged if, in fact, the enforcement mechanisms were stepped up. It's not as if this is an unknown problem. This is a known problem. And it would be encouraging if, as a result of awareness, the Canadian public said to those enforcement agencies, whether it's the RCMP or others, we want you to act on this on these matters. And I think that would be a welcome outcome of this day where we recognize human trafficking. The second outcome is, as I alluded to, with respect to supply chain slavery, because not only is trafficking of human beings inextricably linked to supply chain slavery, but so also is supply chain slavery inextricably linked to human trafficking. And were the government to see fit, I think it would be a happy outcome if, in fact, S216 or some version thereof be adopted sooner rather than later.
Questions
Thank the honourable member for his question. While not directly on point, I think he does make a valid point. Certainly the social economic conditions of any society writ large do yield to people being involved in things like supply chain slavery or human trafficking, because the people that are the victims of this clearly in many instances have little or no choice. The concept of consent is a bit dubious. It may be clear in lawyers' minds, but nowhere else. Clearly, many of the people behind the statistics cited by me and other colleagues clearly indicate that conditions of poverty yield these kinds of outcomes. And so it behooves us all to, in my judgment, get behind a number of the initiatives that have been put forward with respect to poverty alleviation by this government and previous ones.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable colleague for his speech today. One of the things that concerns me in my riding in London, Ontario, human trafficking is a growing issue of concern for sure. And we actually experienced one of the major providers of programs and supports for victims of trafficking. They had their funding cut and stopped. And this was a result of a previous government giving funding under a project-based funding model and the current government also doing the same thing. But right in the middle of the pandemic, Mr. Speaker, that funding was cut and they were scrambling to try and find alternate resources. And ultimately that impacts those victims of human trafficking. So maybe he could talk about the impacts of governments not providing core long-term operational-based funding and what his government's going to do to resolve that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
I thank the honourable member for her question, and have been made aware of this issue by my Liberal colleagues in the London area, and it certainly does seem to be a regrettable situation. I can't speak specifically to the issue that is raised by the honourable member, but funding is certainly one element of making sure that the consequences of human trafficking are mitigated and alleviated. I am concerned that we sometimes have these programs after the horse is out of the barn, that it would be much better if, in fact, people didn't find themselves in situations where they're effectively without their consent, forced into situations which in 2021, every one of us would find appalling.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his excellent speech. I found it particularly interesting, his discussion of the economic impact on the British Empire of the abolition of slavery, or the potential impact. I know a little bit about the story of Wilberforce, but this was a detail I wasn't aware of, and it really underlines how doing the right thing can often involve economic sacrifice, and we shouldn't pretend otherwise when we're fighting for fundamental justice. I wonder if the member can, further to the issue of supply chains, share his perspective on the government announcement with respect to supply chains and East Turkestan. This was presented as a measure to address the trafficking of Uyghurs and slave labor involving Uyghurs in the People's Republic of China. Some have considered this measure inadequate. What's his response to it, and maybe comparisons between those measures and what is called for by Bill S-216?
Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
I thank the honourable member for his work, for his question, and recognize that he has done a great deal of work with respect to Uyghurs and other human rights issues. Let me first of all speak about the economic consequences of Wilberforce's initiatives, and I don't think it can be understated. This was a member for 45 years in the House of Commons in Great Britain, who, from a position of weakness, literally upended the entire economic underpinnings of the British Empire with the abolition of the slave trade. And it had huge consequences, even had huge consequences here, because when we were a colony of Great Britain, and when the British Empire abolished slave trade, we necessarily followed suit. So you're right to point out that this will have economic consequences. This will potentially have economic consequences, particularly in the supply chain. And let me just go to a little incident. I have a good friend who represents a very large fish and seafood products company based in the East Coast, and they are highly supportive of S-216 because they find themselves competing with shrimp boats that have slaves on them from the South China Sea. And because those slave boats, for want of a better term, can produce fish products and seafood products at an extraordinarily low level, and they get imported into Canada. The consequence of that is that my friend's company ends up in an economically competitive disadvantage. I can also say that about a number of other.
We're going to try and just get one more question in. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Shefford.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague who I've worked with at the multi-party group against modern slavery. Now, we've talked about poverty and the consequences of modern-day slavery, but I'd like to hear more about his ideas to support the victims and survivors of this tragic phenomenon.
Data Scarborough Guildwood.
Thank the honourable member for her contribution. It's a very welcome contribution to the APPG group, and indeed there are quite a number of tasks to be done. I particularly want to take recognition that the government initiated the Canada Child Benefit. In my writing, this means a huge thing. This is huge for us. So I think, for my writing, it means about $100 million a year coming into to impoverished families. That has led to the greatest reduction in child poverty in all of Canada. And so that was, as I say, that's a very welcome initiative. I don't know how that plays through to reduction in human trafficking, but I have to think that initiatives like the Canada Child Benefit, like CERB, are welcome additions to people who are most marginalized. And if you're marginalized, you're more likely to get yourself involved in the human trafficking and other such events. So I think that those two initiatives have been, as I say, welcome initiatives to the reduction in human trafficking. You can't draw a straight line between A and Z. But improvement in the socioeconomic conditions of the most marginalized is, in my judgment, welcome initiatives and feeds directly into the reduction in human trafficking. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Shefford.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, as Vice Chair of the Standing Committee on the Status of Women, I will be speaking today in debate on the following motion. The Standing Committee studied the phenomenon of human trafficking and recommends recognizing the 22nd of February as National Day for Raising Awareness of Human Trafficking. And the committee recommends, given this House's unanimous statement on February 22nd, 2007, recommends condemning all forms of human trafficking, which is defined as modern slavery, generally for sexual purposes or forced labor, and to encourage Canadians to listen to the stories of victims and survivors of human trafficking, to raise awareness throughout Canada of the breadth of this phenomenon in Canada and abroad, and take measures to fight human trafficking. And finally, to recognize February 22nd as a National Day for Raising Awareness to Human Trafficking. As critic on the status of women, this is something I hear about regularly, and even more so as Vice Chair of the All-Party Association Against Modern Slavery and Human Trafficking, and I'd like to thank my colleagues with whom I sit on that group. And when I was approached to be part of that All-Party Association, I was initially very surprised. I even wondered if this was still a topical issue and whether this was still relevant. But then I learned that, unfortunately, yes, it is still relevant, and that this issue needs to be further understood. I will be discussing this critical issue. I'll be raising 3 points in particular. First of all, I will discuss the Bloc Québécois position with some ideas for solutions. Then I will discuss the importance of working with survivors, especially Indigenous women and girls. And then I will discuss some myths and legends about human trafficking or modern-day slavery. Given that this motion is being tabled when we are still in the middle of a pandemic, and that it has been shown that this crisis has exacerbated problems related to human trafficking and modern-day slavery. Now, it's important to agree on the terms that I will be discussing in this speech. First of all, human trafficking, according to the RCMP, is defined as recruiting, moving, or lodging people or controlling their movements in order to exploit them. Now, like I said earlier, these criminals, and we are talking about crimes here, heinous crimes, generally exploit their unfortunate victims for sexual purposes or forced labor. So, human trafficking can be used for sexual exploitation, forced labor, or the traffic in organs, although this last aspect is less common in Canada. Now, human trafficking means exploiting human beings to generate profits, and generally these victims are subject to force, coercion, trickery, or abuse of confidence, and it leads to all sorts of trauma, physical, emotional, and psychological. It is a fundamental violation of human rights, and it is a criminal offense. In fact, when it comes to human trafficking, there are 6 different offenses in the criminal code that have to do with that. There is also Section 118 of the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act. In this section, the organization of the arrival in Canada of people through kidnapping, fraud, trickery, or threats is banned. Sexual exploitation designed to recruit, transport, and transfer within or outside the country by legal or illegal means, as well as housing people, especially women and children, in the goal of exploiting them sexually. And there are all sorts of means used against victims. The use of force, kidnapping, fraud, trickery, abuse of authority, offer of payment and compensation. And without leaving out the goal, which is to exploit women and children in order to enable clients to continue to have access to paid sex and to guarantee traffickers significant profits. However, we need to be able to distinguish modern-day slavery from human trafficking. These terms are not synonyms, they are complementary. Trafficking is more of a first step involving transportation, housing, recruitment, and all of this can lead to exploitation, or alternatively, this can be called modern-day slavery. Now, in Canada, there is a hotline against human trafficking, which is available 24/7. It's completely confidential. 1-833-900-1010 is the number. Now, this hotline can help victims and helps put them into contact with services and law enforcement agencies. The hotline accepts also information submitted by the public, so we must remain vigilant. And I will read an extract of information from the National Strategy to Fight Human Trafficking 2019-2024 from Public Safety Canada. And it shows that things aren't that simple, and that sometimes a call is not enough to make things clear. The strategy states that human trafficking is a complex crime. There are many factors: the vulnerability of specific populations to exploitation, and the demand for low-priced goods and services. Anyone can be a victim of human trafficking. However, vulnerable populations, like Indigenous women and girls, are more at risk. This is a very gendered crime, which originates in a lack of education, social supports, and job opportunities, which is all aggravated by poverty, sexism, racism, and a gender inequity, or rather salary inequity. According to the authors of this report, this crime is ultimately seen by traffickers as a high-profit, low-risk enterprise. And this is a high-growth sector, according to the UN Office for Drugs and Crime. Traffickers use many different methods to attract victims. bullying, seeming job offers, or techniques where the trafficker pretends to have a romantic interest in the victim. I'm sorry to mention something like that so close to Valentine's Day, but sometimes things in real life aren't all that great. Traffickers dominate their victims by force, sexual or physical abuse, threats, blackmail, isolation, abuse of power, and other attacks. Victims often suffer physical, sexual, financial, emotional, psychological abuse, and they must often live and work in terrible conditions. Human trafficking, due to the damage and violence inflicted on victims, is linked to serious trauma and can lead to repercussions for an entire lifetime. Here are some interesting statistics. According to StatsCan, in a report from 2018, since 2009, police services have declared that there have been 1,700 cases of human trafficking in Canada. In this number, 32% are cross-border cases, with 90% being declared by police in large cities. But the scope of human trafficking in Canada is often underestimated. Very often, victims or witnesses are in vulnerable situations, are afraid, or don't know how to access assistance. They may be threatened by traffickers. Most victims are young women. 97% of human trafficking cases submitted by the police were women and girls, with 3/4 being under 25 years of age. 92% of these victims were acquainted with the alleged offender. Very often, the offender was a friend, an acquaintance, or a spouse, or another intimate partner. That was in 29% of cases. 81% of the alleged offenders are men. Now, 44% of human trafficking cases had to do with other offenses as well. 63 had to do with sex trade offenses, 39% assault, 21% sexual assault or other types of sexual offenses. And human trafficking cases brought before the courts are not always treated as such. Human trafficking cases brought before the criminal courts often involved other offenses which took longer to settle and ultimately were less likely to lead to a guilty verdict compared to other types of violent offenses. Between 2008 and 2018, that was the case for 45% of human trafficking offenses declared by the police. Frequently, these cases are treated by the courts as cases having to do with other federal legislation, for example, on drugs or weapons. With these statistics, we have two questions. Why are human trafficking cases not generally treated by the courts as what they are, which is to say criminal cases having to do with violence? And what are the obstacles to having these cases ultimately leading to guilty verdicts for human trafficking? I don't have the answers today, Mr. Speaker, but with a National Awareness Day, we can at least reflect further on the subject. In order to better illustrate my arguments, I will now describe a few of the victims and give a few examples of situations or cases of human trafficking provided by Public Safety Canada. For example, let us take the case of a 22-year-old woman who started an intimate relationship with someone who was giving her drugs for her and her friends. She was brought into an apartment by her supposed boyfriend. She was shut into the bedroom and forced with threats to provide sexual services to other men. Then she became pregnant and was forced to continue working, and she received drugs and alcohol from her boyfriend. And another case, actually three others. A young woman in her 20s and a woman of 15 became friends with someone who promised substantial wages and to be housed in luxury condos in exchange for sexual services. This individual started controlling the victims' telephones, taking most of their wages and becoming more and more violent and abusive. He brought the victims to various Canadian cities and even held one of them at gunpoint to threaten her. Another example, a young woman, 18 years old, who had a relationship for 5 years with someone who abused her frequently and controlled her telephone. She was forced to provide sexual services to clients in hotels under the control of her supposed boyfriend, who would take all of her money, and he would threaten her and would abuse her in order to control her. As we've seen, this can also affect minors. For example, a young girl who left a single-parent family and ultimately became friends with a young couple and lived with them, she would get drugs and alcohol from them and was brought to various different cities to provide sexual services. And she was forced to do this by physical abuse and threats. We've also heard about a case of a foreign national, 35 years old, who received a position when she arrived in Canada, but it turned out that she was ultimately forced to work for long hours for very low wages, and the trafficker threatened hurting her family in her country of origin if she raised the issue with the authorities. Another example, a woman was forced to leave southern Ontario and was forced to move to Winnipeg to work in the sex trade. She was held in a house for 4 months and abused on multiple occasions, including with the electric shocks, and she was also forced to be shut in a freezer when her kidnapper was out of the house. She was not allowed to leave the house. Now, if we compare Canada with the rest of the world, well, the United Nations has a day to fight against human trafficking on July 30th, but the problem is that at that time, we're not in the House of Commons. Now, on February 22nd, 2007, when the House of Commons unanimously condemned human trafficking, that's nearly 14 years ago. Well, that's February. We're present in February, and as I just said, despite what happened in 2007 in the House, there's still far too much human trafficking today. We also know that in 2002, Canada ratified the United Nations Protocol to prevent and punish human trafficking, particularly trafficking of women and girls. There are 4 pillars: preventing human trafficking, protecting victims, and punishing offenders, as well as working in partnership with international partners. According to the UN, millions of people who are affected by COVID-19 are even more vulnerable to human trafficking because traffickers target vulnerable people like migrants and people who are unemployed. And so due to the COVID-19 recession, things could get worse, according to a report presented on Tuesday by the United Nations. Out of 10 victims in 2018, 5 were adult women and 2 more were young girls. 20% were adult men and 15% were boys. 50% were trafficked for sexual exploitation, 38% for forced labor, 6% were forced to participate in criminal activity, and 1% were forced to beg. In 2018, most women and girls were being trafficked for sexual exploitation, while men and boys were generally trafficked for forced labor purposes. Now, in Quebec, I will discuss what is done to support victims. This is crucial. And compensating victims is something that is under provincial jurisdiction, Quebec jurisdiction, and the services provided to victims vary according to different provinces. Now, although this is not specifically about human trafficking, recently the National Assembly of Quebec has shown the way to improve support for victims of sexual assault. The All-Party Committee on Supporting Victims of Sexual Assault and Domestic Violence received a report and the recommendations of an expert committee. And the report presented the following recommendations: to offer continuous support to victims whether or not they decide to pursue the matter before the courts, including a meeting before having to go to the police, offering integrated support to victims, as well as psychosocial support with indigenous cultural values, and enable victims to have free legal advice as soon as they submit a complaint, to ensure that victims are supported at every step, support them during sentencing, take preventive action, and develop quality service offerings for the perpetrators as well, ensure that the various parts of the legal system are coordinated and create a new legal coordinator position, create a specialized tribunal for sexual assault and domestic violence, and develop specialized training for medical and legal stakeholders, police, lawyers, and others, and take integrated action in order to consider the entire matter and enable victims to be more trusting in the system.
De belles recommandations ici pour s'assurer d'un accompagnement adéquat des victimes de violences, incluant celles qui ont subi l'esclavage moderne et la traite des personnes. En conclusion,
these are all good recommendations to help these victims, including those who have undergone modern-day slavery and human trafficking. So we would be wrong to think that these issues only affect people coming from abroad and that this is a marginal phenomenon. In fact, it is much broader than we think. We recently, in our all-party group, spoke with a women's group, which reminds us that this could be our daughters as well, and that is why it is past time that we take action on the disproportionate effects of COVID-19 on women, and to ask the Government of Canada to take further efforts in order to create a national action plan and respond to the questions mentioned in the document, which was tabled as the final report of a national inquiry on missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls as soon as possible. And as we are moving towards International Women's Day, I would remind us that the theme for this year is Listen to Women. As we can read on the website, the COVID-19 pandemic has had a negative impact on women and has exacerbated structural and systemic inequalities caused by patriarchy, classism, racism, and colonialism. In other words, the feminist struggle is not over yet, and we need to talk about it. And that's why I think having a day of awareness could serve the cause and would create a space for dialogue and would put forward an issue that is still not very well known in Canada, which affects many women and girls. Today, we can start an essential step in the fight against modern-day slavery and human trafficking. This National Day would enable us to have better means to identify this heinous crime and fight it more effectively. We must take action. This is crucial.
Agissons. Merci beaucoup, monsieur.
Time to take action. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to thank the honourable colleague for her speech. I know that it's been a pleasure to work with her on the all-party group. I'm just wondering if she's aware of any initiatives in her constituency around combating human trafficking, and if she could highlight that for us. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Peace River West Block. And this summer, there was a center in my riding to help victims of sexual assault and provided support for people during the pandemic. Unfortunately, because the federal government did not provide long-term funding, it's by project rather, and it's the case of the Women's Center in Upper Richelieu. These means that these centers have a good plan, they have good initiatives, but they don't have stable funding to see the projects and the initiatives through. They're trying to extend the care that they provide to the victims.
Honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member. She and I sit on Status of Women Committee together, and I feel like we're doing some really good work there. I would love to sort of build off of a question that another colleague of hers had in terms of when we talk about choices for women. When they truly have choices, that means that they're brought out of poverty, that they have that affordable housing, that they have those social programs and structures around them. So potentially, could she elaborate on that and talk about what that would mean to a lot of women who are caught in the exploitation that they find themselves?
The honourable member for Shefford. I thank my colleague with whom I work with great pleasure on the Standing Committee on the Status of Women. Getting victims out of poverty and getting them out of this circle of violence is essential. It's crucial. This summer, we had witnesses who appeared to talk about the impacts of the pandemic on women, which demonstrated that during the pandemic, women have found themselves without employment. Some have thought about or had to change careers. Many have winded up in a circle of poverty. And when it's a circle of poverty, it's also sometimes a circle of violence. And we talked with survivors. It was difficult for them to get out of sexual exploitation. They did not see the alternatives to get out of it. They're without money, some of them on the street. It's very difficult then to get out of the circle. I think it's important in the programs and projects that support victims to really think about good supports, to show them that there is something else. They can do something else to provide them assistance in finding employment that will allow them to have the financial means to develop independence and to get out of this circle of poverty and of violence. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I would like to salute the very specific message given by my colleague. I would say that in recent weeks, the committee, the Standing Committee on Ethics, has also noted a lot of issues that occur with Pornhub and anything to do with slavery and mistreatment, particularly when it comes to women and minors. I would like to ask my colleague the following question. She gave a great deal of information, and I hope that those victims watching and listening will not only have taken note of the recommendations, but also the fact that there is a dedicated day to recognize and to move forward with initiatives to issue infractions, but also I would like to hear my colleague on supports for victims. Often as legislators, we have to ensure that laws are followed, but what about the victims? Their lives have been mortgaged until the end of their lives. I'd like to hear about the supports. What message are we sending to those victims watching us about the next steps? And these next steps are, of course, urgent. Just before I invite the honourable member to respond, I would ask if she could move her microphone just a little bit further from her face, from her mouth, move it down a little bit in order to avoid any of the interference with the sound that is occurring. Please try that. The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I do play a lot with my microphone, and I'm sorry for the interference. I apologize to the interpreters. We are thinking of them, and we will think of some solutions. So my colleague, yes, of course, there was a great deal of content in that question. I salute her work on the Standing Committee on Ethics. And we know that this is a very complex issue with Pornhub. I hope that she will be able to make this a much more human and feminine issue, because there is pornography, online pornography, child pornography that involves minors, and we are thinking of them. And we will take the torch when it is our turn. My message now to victims. It's important, and we saw this, is that there is still too much prejudice with regard to the long-term impacts of sexual violence on women, on their memories. So we often talk about post-traumatic stress. So the message we have to send is that we need supports that take this into consideration, that we set aside the prejudices about victims, and we really have to send this message to them. They must trust the system, that people are there. There are people who are prepared to help them, who understand the reality and understand what they have experienced, the trauma that this has cost them. We have to put the victims in the center so that they can refine their confidence again.
Comments? Questions
and comments.
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for a great speech on this. Human trafficking is something that I always say is happening within 10 miles of where you're living. This is something that I've been constantly raising awareness about for the last 5 years, and I just like to thank you for the opportunity to bring this forward today in this House. I'm just wondering if my honourable colleague could just talk about the efforts of the all-party group to bring this motion to this place today. Thank you.
The honourable member for Shefford. It's a constant effort by my multi-party committee. My colleague, Mr. McKay, also talked about S216, which concerns supply chains. So there are different issues that we are dealing with. We heard from a group of women recently, and we talked about human trafficking, which is modern slavery, and I talked about it in my speech. We are listening. So this multi-party committee is listening to the different groups that are coming to talk about their realities. And I would salute all of the work that my colleague from Peace River Westlock has done with regard to this issue. For several months and weeks, we've had meetings and talks about these realities. We also talked about the issues with lawyers. How can we better accompany the victims? So the work being done is exceptional. It's a real pleasure for me to be on this committee. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate my colleague for her speech, an inspired speech, and I am pleased to see that colleagues from other parties have saluted the work that she does, and I know that she is a very committed member of Parliament, a very sincere and hardworking member, particularly for women and for the vulnerable. I would like to come back a little bit to the subject that I talked about earlier with regard to the steps made by other members of Parliament in previous parliaments, and I would take this opportunity also to say that on this day, with what we've heard in the news recently about human trafficking with a young African woman who arrived here, and she was became a slave for an older man. And I sense there is urgency, then more so than just having a day of awareness. There was a bill that was passed, but it didn't get royal assent. So I would like to ask a question to my colleague with regard to this. I would like to know if she would agree that we should bring this bill back on the table and study it. And what does she think about one of the proposals that was to reverse the burden of proof from when it comes to these horrible crimes involving human trafficking or sexual assault? The Honourable Member for Shefford. I want to thank my colleague from Drummond for the question and his hard work as well as his awareness of women's and issues of violence affecting women and girls. So today is a step. On Awareness Day is one thing. Now we have to legislate to provide a better framework. So yes, that will be a step that will absolutely have to be undertaken. We'll have to provide a better framework for modern slavery and human trafficking. I think this is essential. However, I think that we have to work in the area of rehabilitation as well. With regard to the reversal of the burden of proof, we mustn't fall into the error of reversing this, which is a very important principle for our society, which is that you're innocent until proven guilty. I think we have to look at how we can provide better supports, and perhaps we'll have to look at this issue of the reversal of the burden of proof. But there'll have to be legislation once we've had this Awareness Day in order to go further with this issue. There are many issues. We also need mechanisms to protect the victims. We have to ensure that we have better measures in the provinces and the territories, provide better enforcement powers for the police, strengthen community groups, and also generally define the provisions related to sexual exploitation and violence. All this could be in the bill that could help fight these terrible crimes, these heinous crimes.
Please the débat. The Honourable Member for London, Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I get started today, I'd like to inform you that I'm sharing my time with my honourable colleague, the member for Winnipeg Centre. Before the COVID-19 pandemic arrived in Canada, things were already bleak for women fleeing violence and falling victim to human trafficking. Many have tagged women enduring violence as a shadow pandemic or a pandemic within the pandemic. But no matter what name we give it, the fact is, when a woman encounters violence in Canada, when she is not seen as a person to be respected and treated equally, but only as a commodity, which is every day, we are failing her. I'm pleased to speak about this issue today, but like violence against women, like pay equity, like so many issues that involve the equality of and dignity for women, we know the solutions required, but we're not making the political choices to do what's necessary. I support this motion. I was happy to support it in the Status of Women Committee, and I'm grateful that our committee has spent the last few months studying the impacts of COVID on women, and I'd like to share what I heard in committee and from my community about human trafficking. According to the Canadian Centre to End Human Trafficking impacts women of all different ages, racial backgrounds, or cultural groups. Everyone is at risk. The risks can be exacerbated by things like social isolation and emotional vulnerability. These factors, of course, have been aggravated by the pandemic. Those at higher risk, something we've heard repeatedly during this pandemic, is that people who are already vulnerable, such as women living in poverty, women living with disabilities, immigrant women, Indigenous women, and children, are disproportionately affected by this form of abuse and violence. The statistics for human trafficking are alarming. The latest Statistics Canada report states that 1 person out of every 100,000 is the victim of human trafficking, but it also stated that that true rate is likely far higher given the level of victim vulnerability and the fact such crimes often go unreported. The report suggests the majority of human trafficking victims in Canada are women and girls younger than 25 years old. I am so sad to say that these crimes in Canada are increasing, and we are seeing a noted increase in my riding as well. In London, Ontario, the London Abused Women's Centre saw a 37% increase in calls to their organization for support and services related to human trafficking during the pandemic, and speculated that the pandemic may aggravate risks of online exploitation. And if you think about this, women, mainly children, are online constantly now. Whether they're at school, learning and researching and working online, socializing with their friends online, or spending their free time through gaming or entertainment, it's online and it's constant. It is children who are treated as the greatest commodity of human trafficking. Years ago, before I was elected, I was approached by a mom, and this woman was desperate to help her daughter. The daughter had significant mental health issues, and when she was 15 years old, she went online, met a man who promised her love, attention, and a good time. He bought her clothes and drugs. She moved in with him. She became an addict, and she was told that she then had to start to earn those drugs and clothes. She disappeared. Her family couldn't find her for years. Eventually, she found the strength to escape, and she came back home. She was almost 18 at that time. She was admitted to the hospital to deal with her addiction and her mental health problems. She went home, but shortly thereafter, she returned to the man and to the drugs, and he sold her again. She turned 18, and her mother couldn't do anything about her leaving. She was an adult. No one could help. There are incredible groups in my community that see this story every day, and so many other heart-wrenching stories. But they provide the supports and help like that mom needed so desperately. Services such as support groups, emergency and long-term shelters, and affordable housing, counseling, and education about human trafficking are integral to survivors' recovery. But our committee heard that of those organizations providing services and accepting referrals, a majority had implemented reduced service hours and changes to service provisions due to funding cuts and the pandemic. In 2007, the same committee, Status of Women, studied and put forward a report called Turning Outrage into Action to Address Trafficking for the Purpose of Sexual Exploitation in Canada. This report outlined necessary actions that governments could take to address human trafficking. And certainly within government organizations and legal institutions, people are more aware, educated, and active on the fight against human trafficking. However, almost 14 years later, the Status of Women Committee heard from witnesses telling us these problems still exist, that we are not effectively addressing the issue. And I believe that we are not providing adequate and reliable funding, which is causing this continuance. During the pandemic, numerous women's organizations spoke of the need for core funding. Operational-based funding is necessary for any organization to be able to shift within an emergency. During the Harper government, a great deal of funding to women's organizations was cut, and any funding provided was made available only under specific project-based funding. Under subsequent Liberal government, some funding has returned, but not to the levels required, and only through that same project-based funding model. This has left organizations scrambling, unable to move money where they need it in a crisis. They can't plan what they know their community needs. They must adhere to what projects have been put forward by governments. In addition, because they don't have the adequate funds, they must rely upon constant private fundraising, which of course, as we know, is down because of the pandemic. In London, we saw this exact example when organizations that lost government funding to fight human trafficking in the middle of a pandemic, when victims and survivors of trafficking and gender-based violence were at heightened vulnerability. The London Women's Abuse Centre also had to deal with closing down their programming or trying to find funds from the community to survive. Services for women in situations of human trafficking need greater stability and security. It is key for different levels of government to work collaboratively to implement long-term and sustainable solutions to address human trafficking in Canada. And it's still the case that some provinces did not deem women's shelters as essential services during the pandemic, so they had to close their doors. We are months overdue on an action plan to respond to the calls for justice from the National Inquiry into murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls. The federal government is failing to deliver on its promise to Indigenous people and a key commitment of culturally appropriate and geographically accessible services. An organization in London like ATLOS has created the Survivors Circle, which brings together those who have lived experience in human trafficking to provide support, access to traditional knowledge and teachings in a safe space. We need to increase services related to homelessness, sexual health, mental health, and addiction, as well as violence and trafficking for all. Youth Opportunities Unlimited in London provides basic needs and housing access to physical, mental, or dental health care, or education and employment services specifically designated to help youth lead positive lives. We know when survivors of human trafficking report their experiences to authorities, they can be re-traumatized or intimidated by the process, so many of them don't report them. Canada's legal system is heavily reliant on victim testimony, but is not designated to support victims and survivors of sexual-based violence, including trafficking. We must provide training and education for those in the legal system. Across southwestern Ontario, Courage for Freedom is raising awareness and teaching, training, and certifying frontline staff and community service providers with proven strategies and prevention tactics to serve vulnerable victims of human trafficking and sexual exploitation. Through actions like Project Maple Leaf, they bring awareness to community agencies and personnel, government agencies, workers, and families who serve in positions that may be witnessing human trafficking, and they don't even know it. And one of the greatest unequalizers of all, of course, is poverty. We continually fail to eradicate poverty in Canada. Where can we start? A guaranteed livable basic income would be a great start. When women have power and independence, they have true choice. Only then can we begin to deal with the violence they face. There's a great deal more that I can't cover today in my speech. But to conclude, we must recommit to ensure that we will no longer put women at the back of the line. No longer will we say they can wait for these programs and services, or that we should study it again. Because as it was stated in 2007, when a woman or girl is reduced to a commodity to be bought and sold, raped, beaten, and psychologically devastated, when her fundamental rights and dignity are repeatedly violated, we have failed, and we must act. I hope this motion, the declaration of the 22nd of February, leads to the actions and political courage necessary to put an end to human trafficking. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And, on the issue of human trafficking, I genuinely do believe that we need to put more emphasis on education. And that's one of the reasons why I recognize the value of getting that day designation from an educational perspective. And we all have a role to play, whether you're a parliamentarian, whether you're a teacher in a classroom, or you're in the work environment in the private sector, nonprofit sector. My question to the member is that we do recognize the importance of human trafficking in other ways. Through United Nations, I think it's July the 30th or 31st. There's other opportunities for us to raise the profile of the issue. And I'm wondering if she could provide her thoughts in regards to just how important it is, because we can provide, like we've provided historic amounts of money towards homelessness and shelters, and there's still more that we can do as a government. But can she provide her thoughts in terms of just how important it is that we all try to lift the sense of public awareness? For a lot of people, they don't recognize that it's there today, yet it is in Winnipeg North and communities throughout our country.
Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his questions. Just because you say that you provide huge amounts of money. That can often be confused with announcements and re-announcements, talks of task forces and more studies upon studies, and that is spending a lot of money, but it's certainly not going to the organizations, the long-term funding that those organizations need that provide that on-the-ground service, which is why I specifically tried to address the idea of core funding, of operational-based funding, which is what I hear from women's organizations, from all kinds of organizations, actually, not just women's organizations, but certainly. And I think that there needs to be a recommitment by this federal government when you specifically talk about something like affordable housing. It used to be that the federal government built that on their own. They didn't rely upon municipalities and organizations and communities and the provinces to step up, that they actually did this on their own, that it was fulsome, that there was a commitment to it. And I haven't seen that in my time here. Certainly, again, when you say that you want to commit to that funding, you need to actually provide it and not just constantly announce something that eventually will come.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Madam or Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her excellent speech. And it's amazing to listen to the comments today in the House, the nonpartisan nature of this entire debate. And I want to thank all colleagues for their comments to help end human trafficking. My question to the member is, last Parliament I had a private member's bill that was basically designed to implement the Palermo Protocol for definition of human trafficking. I'm working with a colleague in the Senate now, and hopefully we can get it tabled here in the House as well. But I was wondering if this is something that she thinks is a good next step, and would she be supportive, and would her party be supportive of that type of bill?
Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the honourable colleague. I am not as familiar with his bill or what he's suggesting bringing forward, but of course, I'm certainly happy to study it, to take a look at it, to read far more about it, to see how it can actually advocate for victims of human trafficking. I think what's key here, of course, is the money that goes with it. It's the commitment by governments to eliminate, like I was talking about, that project-based short-term funding, that we need to really commit to longer-term operational-based funding that provides the organizations with the supports that they need to move forward. So if that bill certainly provides a lot of what I was talking about in my speech before, then I would be happy to take a look at it and move forward.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm so honored to be here today to speak about this very important matter. On Sunday, I was honored to join my community, fellow Manitobans, for the annual Manitoba Women's Memorial March, something that began in Winnipeg, in Vancouver 30 years ago. Marching against violence, bringing awareness about the crisis of murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls and Two-Spirit across the country. A march founded by the Sisters in Spirit, something that is now happening from coast to coast. And although I welcome the motion today, I want to be clear, we need more than awareness. We have over 4,000 women, Indigenous women and girls, who have gone missing and murdered, with little or no action, noted as a crisis in 2013 by former UN Special Rapporteur for Indigenous Rights, James Anaya. We have had a national inquiry into murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls that was completed with 231 calls to justice. Where is the action? We consistently have seen government after government turn a blind eye while more and more women and girls and Two-Spirit in this country go missing and murdered with little or no action, even from the current government. And we know the root of this violence. The very root of this violence is poverty. And we know that poverty makes women vulnerable, a failure to provide women with accessible, affordable social housing, taking away options to live safely, taking away choice. And we've known this for a long time. In fact, in 1970, Canada's Royal Commission on the Status of Women recommended a guaranteed income for single mothers. Where is this income? It is time that we lift up our current income guarantees in this country and expand them out. And we know there's a direct correlation between rates of poverty and economic insecurity and violence. If we want to protect all individuals from exploitation, we need to ensure they have what they need to make choices. And that includes ensuring that all people are afforded with basic human rights, which include things like a guaranteed livable basic income and are afforded the right to housing. Former Commissioner Robinson for the National Inquiry into Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women and Girls, in fact, stated that it is pretty much everywhere in the country that we heard about how poverty and economic insecurity played a role in violence. So although, again, I certainly welcome this motion today, we know this has been going on. We have known this for a very long time, but have chosen not to act. Consecutive Liberal and Conservative governments, even with the release of the National Inquiry into Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women and Girls, even with that, still no action. And it was also noted by the commissioner that there is a recognition that the creation of poverty is a part of state violence. Commissioner Robinson concluded by saying it is not accidental. It is time that we address this. Poverty is violence. If we are truly going to address violence against women, girls, and Two-Spirit and ensure that people are not placed in situations where they're sexually exploited, then we need to ensure that they have what they need. And we need to heed Call to Justice 4.5 of the National Inquiry into Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women and Girls, which states, we call on all governments to establish a guaranteed annual livable income for all Canadians, including Indigenous peoples, to meet their social and economic needs. This income must take into account diverse needs, realities, and geographic locations. And what's even more shocking is we know that since the start of the pandemic, these current rates of violence are rapidly increasing and have impacted elements of everybody's lives, but specifically and more brutally, we know has impacted the lives of some more than others. Historically marginalized individuals who were already left outside or falling through the cracks of our current social safety net, including women, seniors, disabled persons, Indigenous peoples, BIPOC, students, LGBTQIA peoples, refugees, and temporary workers. And we have heard stories of companies during the pandemic exploiting workers, not providing them with appropriate living quarters and forcing them to eat food rations. This is happening in Canada. We need more than awareness. We need action now. And we know that income inequality, in fact, is deeply racialized. And this demonstrates a gap between substantive and procedural law, such as codified law states that all citizens are equal and have equal rights. However, in practice, it is much more difficult to find secure employment as a member of a BIPOC group. Poverty is racialized in this country, and it's legislated, as we see with the Indian Act, which has set up levels of poverty in First Nations communities, Indigenous communities throughout the country, where we sometimes witness 95% unemployment. We need to tackle the roots of violence. We need to tackle the roots of human trafficking, sexual exploitation, and slavery in this country by ensuring that everybody has what they need to live in dignity. And that includes providing people who are falling through the cracks, suffering from addictions, with safe places to find help and support and protection and dignity, so that they can truly have what they need to perhaps live with safety and security and dignity. So I would like to thank my honorable colleague for putting this motion forward. I certainly support it in principle, but I say very clearly, we must stop talking. Now is the time for action.
Questions or comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member, la députée de Longueuil.
The honourable member for Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her fascinating speech. The relationship between gender-based violence and poverty is clear. Now, symbolism is very important. Having a day of awareness is important, but what we really need is massive and predictable investment. That's what we're hearing from housing and assistance organizations. What we really need is predictable funding. Money was spent during the pandemic. But ultimately, we can see that after the pandemic, things are going to be very difficult for groups assisting the most vulnerable in Canada. I agree with what my colleague said, but I have a question on a different topic. Human trafficking is an international problem. Earlier, we were told that the UN's Day of Awareness is the 30th of July. We're talking about February 22nd. Wouldn't it be better, wouldn't it be more effective if we harmonized our day with the International Day, so that there's truly a global day of raising awareness on this crucial issue?
Member, la députée de Winnipeg Centre.
Absolutely. I think that is certainly a very good recommendation from my colleague. And I think it's also important to recognize that, you know, women and girls and to us from Canada are trafficked throughout the world. And absolutely, I do heed his call. I think it's a fine suggestion.
And comments, the honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her excellent presentation. And of course, we support a national day recognizing the horrors of human trafficking. But I find one of the things that I've learned over the years in Parliament is Parliament loves symbols and then doesn't squat when it actually comes to helping women who are victims. The fact that we've gone year in, year out without proper funding to the sexual assault centers, who are the front lines, the lack of core-based funding, the lack of support for the women who are doing the work of literally keeping other women alive in our First Nation, in the First Nation communities. there was no rape kits in any of the isolated northern communities, so sexual assault victims couldn't even get justice. This went in, again, year in, year out. So I'd like to ask my honourable colleague about the steps we need to take to move beyond the glowing words that we hear, the nonpartisan talk in Parliament. Now everyone's saying we're going to do something, we're going to recognize a problem, as opposed to actually putting the resources in place to protect vulnerable women from the kind of abuse that is going on across this country.
Well, member for Winnipeg Centre.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. You know, we had a national inquiry into murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls released, 200 calls to justice. That's a start. Actually, stop talking and actually put a national action plan in place and respond to the 231 calls to justice. That's a start. We also know that women's organizations are grossly underfunded, which is terribly concerning considering during the pandemic, rates of violence have rapidly increased 400 times in some places. We need to treat this as a crisis and emergency, and we need to immediately fund these organizations. Let me tell you, the government pulled out of a hat billions of dollars to help out their corporate buddies. Where do women, girls, 2S LGBTQIA folks fit into that picture? Lives matter. Our lives matter. We need support and action now.
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for her speech on the topic as well. I know, being from Winnipeg, that she's probably familiar with the Joy Smith Foundation and also the Canadian Centre to End Child Exploitation. I was just wondering if there's any other organizations from her riding that she would like to highlight that are combating human trafficking in her area. Thank you.
Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Well, we have, thank you so much for that question. We actually have an organization of families of murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls that's comprised of people with lived experience, family members, and organizations. You know, we don't lack the ideas or the solidarity in the city of Winnipeg when it comes to fighting against violence against Indigenous women and girls. What we lack is the political will and support to end this crisis. You know, it's no secret that...
Resuming debate, I'm sorry. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lakeland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'll be splitting my time with the member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint Charles. I just want to first start by thanking the Status of Women Committee for tabling this report, which includes designating February 22nd as National Human Trafficking Awareness Day. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak today. I'm sure all of us in Parliament are united to end the scourge of human trafficking in Canada. But a day of awareness is only one step in the right direction, and the other recommendations are equally important. One, to encourage Canadians to hear from victims and survivors of human trafficking, and secondly, to raise awareness of the prevalence of human trafficking in Canada, and most importantly, to take action to combat it. Conservatives are advocates for victims' rights and for the rule of law, and it's always been that way. In 2012, Prime Minister Harper's Conservative government brought official focus to the travesty of human trafficking and launched the National Action Plan to combat human trafficking that consolidated all federal activities into one plan. 2 months ago, I joined my colleague, Senator Boisvenu, and the MP for Oshawa, along with two victims' families, in support of Bill S-219, which respects, strengthens, and protects the rights of victims of crime. And more recently, I participated in the Ethics Committee work on protection and privacy online. We heard gut-wrenching testimony from a brave survivor of online sexual exploitation who was just 13 years old when videos of her went up on a pornographic website that she had to fight and plead and beg to get taken down. Conservatives continue to fight for children and adult victims of online, non-consensual sexual exploitation and are calling for action to protect privacy and to empower individual ownership over personal images online. I want especially to acknowledge our colleague, the member for Peace River Westlock, for his unrelenting focus on victims and survivors of human trafficking and of sexual exploitation and online abuse. Tirelessly and consistently, he's been working without much accolade or recognition from a perspective of faith, of care for the vulnerable, and with an unwavering belief in the equal sanctity and dignity of every human being. I suspect most people don't really know that about our colleague, or might not really have given it much thought at all, but I've gotten to know and to appreciate that about his heart since sitting beside him in the very back row where we started in 2015, and through his steadfast internal and external work to bring attention to these issues. Public Safety Canada says human trafficking is, quote, recruiting, transporting, transferring, receiving, holding, concealing, harboring, or exercising control, direction, or influence over a person for the purpose of exploitation, generally for sexual exploitation or forced labor. It's manipulation or coercion of a person to the end of ultimately being used. It's true that human trafficking is wide-reaching and goes beyond borders, but it's happening right here in Canada right now. And any thought that human trafficking is a foreign problem or beyond our control in Canada is false. In fact, it's bigger and more insidious than what many Canadians might think. Well-known Albertan and country musician Paul Brandt is the founder of Not In My City and a board member of Alberta's Human Trafficking Task Force. He says, quote, good-willed people would never imagine that this happens. It's just not on a regular, normal functioning person's radar that there's this trade happening in Canada to children. Alberta also introduced the Protecting Survivors of Human Trafficking Act, which came into force last May. It expands powers to protect victims of human trafficking, enables police to take quicker action, and makes it easier for survivors to get protection orders. And on a side note, Alberta has already declared February 22nd as Human Trafficking Awareness Day. Knowing the full extent of human trafficking in Canada is important, but also difficult because it's easy to conceal. The victims and witnesses are often reluctant to come forward because of threats from their traffickers, feelings of shame, and mistrust of authorities. That's why public awareness is so important. The data available through Stats Canada is only a glimpse of the true scale of human trafficking in Canada, and it's shocking. According to a 2018 report titled Trafficking in Persons in Canada, between 2009 and 2018, about 1,400 victims of human trafficking were reported by Canadian police, and 97% of them were women and girls. Nearly half of those victims were between the ages of 18 and 24, and almost a third of them were even younger, below the age of 18. They're minors, they're children. That's several hundred kids in Canada over a span of less than a decade whose lives were stolen from them, taken away forever. And that's just the ones we know about. There could be hundreds more who never come forward out of fear, shame, or simply not understanding the abuse they suffered has a name. One of the reasons human trafficking is so elusive and underreported is the victims often know their abusers. Of the incidents reported to police, 92% of victims knew the person who was accused, most commonly a friend or acquaintance or an intimate partner. And nearly half of the incidents involved other offenses related to sexual services, physical assault, sexual assault, or other sexual offenses. Staff Sergeant Colleen Bowers with the Alberta Law Enforcement Response Team's Human Trafficking Unit says the problem is they are such silent victims in a really impossible situation, very vulnerable and controlled by these people. And it is happening right now in Canada, in our own backyard. There are some examples that hit very close to home for many of us. Madison Fraser left her home in Yarmouth, Nova Scotia at 18 and got trapped in the sex trade. She was beaten beyond recognition, and in 2015, sadly, lost her life at 21 years old when she was the passenger in a deadly car accident in Alberta. The driver was her suspected trafficker. Between April 2016 and March 2017, RCMP officers from Nova Scotia traveled across the country for Operation Hellbender to locate human trafficking victims from Nova Scotia. The officers worked with police forces across Canada and eventually charged 2 men in Canada with human trafficking. In 2016, Clancy McDaniel was drugged and abducted during a trip to Montreal with her friends. She later learned the men were involved in organized crime, and she barely escaped with her life. She's now Executive Director of Students Nova Scotia and an advocate for survivors of human trafficking like herself. She says, I could have very easily been in forced prostitution. I had no choice over that. I would have been addicted to drugs and my life stripped from me, and at that point, nobody would care what happened to me whatsoever. In October 2019, Project Convalesce, one of the largest sex trafficking busts in Canadian history, headed by 5 police departments in Canada, identified 12 victims. 30 people were arrested and over 300 charges were laid as a result of that operation. Last November, an Edmonton couple were arrested for running a sex trafficking ring involving untold numbers of teenage girls. Dawn Fisher was just 13 years old when she was forced into sex trafficking by a Calgary gang. Last month, she helped build a fundraising operation and told her story to raise awareness and to help other human trafficking victims seek help without fear. She says, quote, "It's so scary because who do you go to? Do you put your life and your family's life at risk?" Just last month, a 20-year-old student at St. Francis Xavier University in Antigonish, Nova Scotia, was charged with human trafficking and procurement and exploitation of a 16-year-old girl in the sex trade. Recently, Calgary and Quebec police teamed up and charged 2 Quebec and 3 men from Calgary with human trafficking. The Calgary men are scheduled for court on February 21st, just a day before the proposed National Human Trafficking Awareness Day. There's no shortage of examples, and I believe all of us would like for there to never be further cases to cite. Understanding the challenges and the stigma that victims and that survivors face is an important step in encouraging more victims to come forward, to seek help, and to escape before it's too late. That's why Conservatives support dedicating a National Human Trafficking Awareness Day, and also to hear from the victims and survivors of human trafficking and to raise awareness of its prevalence in Canada. And of course, the most important step, to prioritize resources and law enforcement networks to take concrete action to end it. I want to close with this powerful quote from Cheyenne Jones. She was a victim of sexual exploitation 20 years ago. Today, she's an advocate for victims of human trafficking and sexual exploitation based in Nova Scotia. She says, quote, "Girls that have survived these horrific situations, they should be praised. Our society should be standing up and clapping when they walk into a room because they are the ultimate survivors. They've beaten death. They've done whatever they could do to survive, and I'm proud to walk beside them. Every Canadian deserves the right to self-determination and to be in charge of their own destiny. And when criminals try to take that away, victims should be free from stigma and empowered to reach out, to tell their story, and to seek help." So I will, of course, support the report introduced by the Status of Women Committee, including the 3 recommendations to support these brave victims of unimaginable criminal torture, psychological, emotional, and physical destruction. And I hope that the report will receive unanimous support from all members. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank and appreciate the Honourable Member's speech. I also appreciate her contribution on the Public Safety Committee. Let me amend that. I mostly appreciate her contribution on the Public Safety Committee. But I did want to address one issue that comes up repeatedly, and that is the gathering of evidence in order to be able to secure prosecutions and or convictions. And let me do it by way of an illustration. There was a shooting in my riding a few years ago, and a couple of people died, and there were 200 witnesses, and nobody saw anything. And it made it very difficult to succeed in charges and prosecutions. Ultimately, it was successful. This particular area of crime has a very similar problem, that it is difficult to secure prosecutions, particularly even in the presence of witnesses, because witnesses are afraid of what might happen. So I'd be interested in the Honourable Member's thoughts as to what initiatives could or should be undertaken by this Parliament with respect to the gathering of evidence.
Member for Lakeland.
I'd just like to thank the member for his question, and also say that I too appreciate our working relationship on the Public Safety Committee. He might find this funny for me to say, but I sure have learned an awful lot about him from him, and appreciate his ability to have carved out an independence of his own, and the ability he has shown throughout his career to work on issues of real passion and concern to him, which I know are all those that are within public safety. So I appreciate working with him. I think that the member has raised a crucial issue. And in fact, over the past year, I've been learning about major backlogs in evidence labs. And I think that this is an issue actually that maybe our committee should work on, or public safety should turn its attention to urgently. It's one of those things that are a cog in the wheel of justice and in the system. And if there are backlogs in evidence labs, making it more difficult for law enforcement to get the evidence they need to lay charges, then I think that his point on that is well taken, and actually an urgent issue that...
Questions and comments. Honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Madam Speaker, this is a very troubling debate. I myself have a 17-year-old daughter. What I've heard here has been very troubling. I heard earlier a witness statement by a young girl, 17 years old. She met a man who started giving her drugs. She became a trafficking victim. It was very troubling. My daughter is at CEGEP, and she spends all day on the internet. Very often we're in adjoining rooms, and I know she's on the internet. And I know that there might be sharks in the water, and that she could get into some trouble. So my question is, how can we better monitor the web in order to prevent sexual slavery? I don't have any solutions, but it's a question. Because it seems to me that now it's all about the internet. It used to happen in dark alleys or bars, but now it's on the internet. Can we legislate and do something to prevent people from getting into trouble online?
Thanks, Madam. Sorry, I didn't hear you. Yeah, thanks, Madam Speaker. Thanks to the member for his question. The Liberals seem to be indicating that they are going to bring forward some kind of legislation related to online activities. So I guess, like the member, I look forward to seeing that and seeing the details. I think what will be extremely important will be to ensure that there is targeting and enforcement of criminal activity for exactly the kinds of things the member is talking about, which is extremely disturbing as well. But I find extremely disturbing, like he does. But also importantly, to empower individual ownership over their own images, over videos. This is what was so galling to hear in the Ethics Committee recently from a young woman who's when she was a child, whose images appeared on a pornographic website, the links and the pleading and the time that it took for her to get those images down. So I'd really like to see an emphasis on that, on empowering individuals' own ownership over their images and over videos of them.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased today to rise to talk about the second report of the Standing Committee on the Status of Women, which recommends that the House, and is asking three things: encourage the Canadians to listen to the stories of victims and survivors of human trafficking, encourage Canadians to raise awareness of, or to become more aware of, the scope of modern slavery in Canada and abroad, and take measures to fight against human trafficking, recognize February 22nd as the National Day of Human Trafficking Awareness Day. We should remember what the Conservative Party did. In the last election campaign in 2017, our party had proposed a number of elements, renewing the National Action Plan to fight against human trafficking, update the criminal code to respect the international definition of the Palermo Protocol, ensure that those responsible for human trafficking serve consecutive sentences for their crimes, and automatic bail for individuals accused of human trafficking. 95% of the victims are women. More than a quarter of them are under the age of 18. Indigenous people are affected in a disproportionate measure, representing half of victims. This is a subject that concerns me greatly. A few days ago, I tabled in the House Motion 63, which seeks to change the criminal code with regard to human trafficking, especially when it comes to minors. So the motion indicates that, in the opinion of the House, the government should recognize the urgent need to take legislative action to fight against the sexual exploitation of minors, better protect children and other vulnerable individuals against sexual exploitation. Furthermore, B, amend as soon as possible the provisions of the Criminal Code to put in place the 4 recommendations in the unanimous report, or the 4 main recommendations in the unanimous report of the Special Commission on Sexual Exploitation of Minors created by the National Assembly of Quebec. The 4 recommendations for the federal government are as follows. 1, that there be consecutive sentences, add sexual exploitation crimes to the mechanism of confiscation of the products of crime, eliminate preliminary inquiries, and 4, give enforcement agencies better tools to obtain evidence of crimes online. So, cyberspace. What are these points about? Well, first of all, the first point is this. By the National Assembly of Quebec's committee concerns the consecutive sentences. Former Bloc Québécois and NDP member Maria Mourani had tabled and passed in the House a bill. The bill went through the entire process and was passed by the parties unanimously. It went to the Senate, and then it went to the a stage of royal assent a few months before the 2015 elections. Unfortunately, the government changed, and the new government did not want to give the bill by Maria Mourani royal assent, so it did not come into force. So let's talk about consecutive sentences according to the recommendations from the National Assembly of Quebec Special Committee, and it was unanimously voted on by all parties, and there are parties on the right and on the left, and everybody said that this bill should be reinstated and there should be consecutive sentences for those providing people in the criminal code should ensure that there are consecutive sentences. The onus of the burden of proof is reversed when it comes to some drug crimes and others. So we must ensure that it is automatic and does not need to be proven. Just a moment. I skipped over a third point here. Criminal investigations involving minors. We want to ensure that the preliminary inquiries are eliminated when it comes to minors because it's very difficult for them to explain and talk about what has happened to them, and we want it to be faster. Fourth, when we talk about police organizations, we want them to have better tools when it comes to evidence and cyberspace. So there's the notion of space. When there is a crime that is committed, there is a victim, and there's the person responsible. You have to look at where it happens. It's a very complex issue. It's complex for the police officers who conduct the investigation, so we have to legislate cyberspace in order to make things easier. Madam Speaker, this motion that I tabled in the House is a very important one, and it will lead to a bill that I hope will be tabled before the next election, because we do absolutely need to take action. The House has to wake up. Everybody has to work together in order to recognize, understand, and above all, help the enforcement agencies, and above all, the victims who are all too often afraid to testify. They're too afraid that their pimp will be released early. There are criminal organizations that have no problem having a number of girls, minors. These are victims of sexual exploitation. They're 13, 14, 15, 16 years of age, like the girl mentioned by my colleague, and my colleague was talking also about his daughter, who was 17. And I, too, have a daughter, and I'm always stressed And we have to really be concerned about the sexual exploitation of minors. The National Assembly's committee, Madam Speaker, is asking for something simple. These are 4 points that concern the criminal code. And in my opinion, it should be easy to resolve. It's something that the government shouldn't even wait to implement. It should be proactive. It should propose changes to the criminal code in order to ensure that we protect our young girls as quickly as possible and we don't have to wait. The government has the power. Above all, in a minority government, if the opposition parties are united and in agreement, it can happen very quickly. Everything can get into motion very quickly when we work together. And this is a nonpartisan issue, Madam Speaker. Young girls and even young boys are victims of these pimps. And they need to know that the Parliament, the Government of Canada, is there to protect them, is there to assist them, and that those responsible will be punished for their crimes. If there is a pimp in Montreal that has 10 minors working for him, why should they only get 3 or 4 years in prison? Normally, it's not a consecutive sentences when it comes to 10 different minors. There should be 10 different sentences. So we need to ensure that there are these kinds of consecutive sentences served for the just punishment. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. I know that this kind of issue concerns him. He does excellent work on Ms. Levesque's file last year. I have a thought with regard to victims of sexual assault who did not get the justice that they deserved. And we had raised the issue of a dangerous delinquent or dangerous offender designation. Well, when we're talking about these heinous crimes like human trafficking and the exploitation of minors, sexual exploitation of minors in particular, obviously, we should consider this designation even for a first crime. That is, that we should label people as a dangerous offender, a sexual predator, etc. in these kinds of issues. The member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. I want to thank my colleague for that excellent question. Yes, I would be prepared to support that kind of idea. We need to understand what is most precious in life, that is our children. Our children are future adults. They will continue to move our country forward, and if we allow them to be treated this way by unscrupulous individuals, it is not worthy of a country called Canada. So yes, I would fully agree with my colleague on that.
Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. I know that this is something that he's very passionate about as well. I want to thank him for bringing up the Palermo Protocol, and that was something that our government brought in back in, I think, 2013. One of the issues, though, is that Canada is not fully aligned with the Palermo Protocol around the issue of fear, that somebody who's being trafficked must consent or must go to the police and say that they're living in fear, and that's something that I'd like to see removed. I was wondering if the honourable colleague had opinion on that as well. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Thank you to my colleague, who he is himself somebody who works tirelessly when it comes to human trafficking. He takes this issue to heart, and I thank him for all his efforts with regard to the Palermo Treaty. It ensures that we can work with other nations. It's a transnational treaty, so all issues with regard to investigations and charges is very complex. A number of countries are concerned with the same issue, and that is why we are changing the way that we work to ensure we work in a more integrated fashion. And that is why also there is point 4, which talks about the location, cyberspace. And if, for example, there's a woman who is taken to another country, we shouldn't be prevented from laying charges against the Canadian pimp who sent her there or who deals with her abroad. So there are things that we can do, and I think we must deal with these.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my honourable member for his intervention. I know that he was speaking about tabling a motion on to update the criminal code to address a number of issues relating to human trafficking, specifically around consecutive sentences, criminal investigations regarding minors, and having better tools on cyberspace. And I'm wondering why the member felt now was the right time to table such an important motion, and also why it's important for us to be discussing the motion here today. Thank you.
The honourable member for Charlesbourg-Saint-Charles. I want to thank my colleague for that question. This is a subject that is talked about year after year, and nothing is done. This motion follows up on a very exhaustive report by the Special Committee at the National Assembly of Quebec, which for 2 years heard from testimony, held consultations, and came up with these 4 recommendations that are in Motion 63. It's very important. There are 4 political parties in Quebec that unanimously agreed to support the report. I think it is in the best interest of Parliament to deal with this. Why now? Because it's already been far too long, and if now is the time, if the government of Quebec is behind the recommendations and the Conservative Party agrees with it, I don't see why the Liberal Party would not take action now.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor for me to be able to participate in this important conversation, and I'll be sharing my time with my colleague from Lethbridge. Madam Speaker, I've been listening to the debate, excellent speeches by members across this House, bringing different perspectives, different aspects of their knowledge and experience to the table, and I have learned a lot listening to that experience. I want to particularly recognize the members of the all-party group that have been working on this issue, and especially my friend from Peace River Westlock, who has been a tireless champion of justice for the oppressed and justice for victims of human trafficking since he came to this place, and I have no doubt he will continue to be that advocate for as long as this terrible scourge remains with us. The way I see this issue, Madam Speaker, there is a international dimension and a domestic dimension. And it's important for us to be aware of and respond to both. Because while the nature of the violence and the victimization may be similar, the nature of our response, of what we can do about it in the international case versus the domestic case is quite different. I have the honor of serving for our party as a shadow minister responsible for international human rights. And so I'll focus mainly on the international dimension, although I'll make a few comments about the domestic dimension as well later on in my remarks. Madam Speaker, members here are, I think, increasingly aware of the horrific situation of Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims in China. This is a situation of systemic sexual violence, of mass detention and concentration camps, of efforts to reduce a population, efforts to in effect seek to eradicate that population through various mechanisms, including preventing births within the group, forced abortion, forced insertion of IUDs, forced sterilization. But part of the human rights abuses that we see as well against Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims is slave labor. There's a powerful report released by an Australian think tank called Uyghurs for Sale that details how people simply on the basis of their faith and ethnic background are effectively sold into slavery. And they are producing products for international markets. They are producing products that recognizable brands are buying and selling to us here in Canada and in other parts of the world beyond China. So we have a responsibility to become aware of that, to respond to it, to do all we can to make sure, at the very least, that we aren't complicit in these horrific violations of fundamental human rights, that we aren't wearing shirts, eating tomatoes that were produced by people who were violently enslaved, compelled to do that work, and then have those products exported to us. There is so much more that Canada can do. And we've been hearing testimony at the Foreign Affairs Committee about some of these issues. We heard recently from a representative of the International Justice Mission, an excellent organization working hard to advance justice around the world. We heard that Canada is really behind so many other countries in terms of tracking, identifying, and responding to these violations of human rights that happen within our supply chains. And I didn't mention, but I should add, it's important, Madam Speaker, to know that there are major concerns about personal protective equipment production, the equipment that all of us are now increasingly relying on in the midst of this pandemic. We have to do more to ensure that the personal protective equipment that we may be importing from China is not tainted by the enslavement of people who are forced to produce those kinds of products. Canada, it has fallen behind. We've heard we need to do more. And following pressure from members of all parties about these issues, especially pressure raised by our party, I think, but many other parties have played a key role in it. Many individuals in other parties have played a key role in this. And the government put forward a policy that facially, at least, was about addressing these issues of supply chain, specifically in the context of Uyghur forced labor. But these measures, in my estimation, are simply far too little, far too late. They don't get to the nub of the issue, which is identification and enforcement. They say, and the government has said in their releases, okay, we're not going to allow products that have been produced by slave labor, but they have still failed to put in place the effective mechanisms and tracking to address that. We had a technical briefing where we had these new measures explained to us, and it was pointed out that so many aspects of these measures are actually still being worked out. The government came out with an announcement saying, okay, we're going to do this, but there is so much that has not been done in terms of identifying, okay, how are we going to know if a product is produced from slave labor? And what we have so far is a sense that this process will be complaints-based and it will be adjudicated by CBSA. So for people that are victims of slavery, they just have no way of ensuring that their rights are going to be protected in a process where someone would have to be able to have evidence and make a complaint to the Border Services Agency. There are other measures that have been put forward, and I'm very supportive of a bill S-216 that's been discussed previously in this debate, a bill that would go further to addressing these issues in terms of supply chain. But there's more work that needs to be done as well, even on top of that. In the United States, there was a bipartisan initiative called the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act. And what this bill did is it created a presumption that products that were sourced from certain regions did involve slave labor, a presumption that it creates, in a sense, a reverse onus. So if somebody's importing products from there, they have to prove that slave labor is not involved. You know, because if a company is sourcing products from East Turkestan or Xinjiang in China, it shouldn't be a mystery to anyone what's going on there. The extreme risk of slave labor being involved in a place where this is systematically done, supported by the government, the risk is just too high for us to do anything other than presume that products that are produced in those regions are indeed tainted by slave labor. And you know, I think in terms of the information gathering and the enforcement, Canada could do so much more to collaborate with our allies. There's a lot of work to be done in terms of gathering and tracing this information, but we don't have to do it alone. We can look at best practices from other countries. We can partner with our allies. I'm part of Interparliamentary Alliance on China, a global network of legislators that are working to address various issues in terms of human rights, security, and other things created by the current direction of the Chinese government. And it's such a pleasure to work through that group with legislators from all different political traditions in various countries, Republicans and Democrats, British Conservatives, British Labour members, various members from Japan and other parts of the world. And this collaboration that should be happening not just at the legislator level, but at the government level to address slave labor in our supply chains is, I think, so important. Madam Speaker, finally, we need to note and understand this is not just an international issue, not just a supply chain issue, but there is violent there is human trafficking, there is slavery happening right here in Canada, in our country. A few days ago, a class action lawsuit was filed against MindGeek, the parent company of Pornhub, for posting videos of 2 underage children being drugged and raped. In the Ethics Committee 2 weeks ago, we heard witness testimony from Selena, who at 14 found an explicit video of herself online without her consent. She fought to get the video taken down. Yet every time afterwards it was taken down, it was reposted. And I applaud the committees that are looking into these issues at MindGeek, these issues of sexual violence then being filmed and posted online. And we hear so many stories about incidents of human trafficking here in Canada. Police Service in Canada have reported over 1,700 instances of human trafficking since 2009. And about half of all victims were between the ages of 18 and 24. And about a third of victims were under the age of 18. So this is a form of violence that's affecting children and young people, people of all ages. Other colleagues have spoken, I think, in detail that I don't have time to go into, just about the domestic situation, the domestic response. When we think about human trafficking, it's important to understand that this is something that happens very far away, and it is something that happens right here at home. So this Awareness Day, these efforts to address it are critically important. Yes, recognizing it, noting it in this Awareness Day, but going further and advancing the legislative proposals that I and others have talked about for ending human trafficking here and around the world.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thanks for the member's testimony. Look, clearly, when you're talking about human trafficking in Canada, we probably don't have accurate data because it's hard to get an accurate picture. But 90%, it mustn't be forgotten, 90% are women, Canadian women, and 25% are under 18. And we need to remember that 61% and over are victims of sexual assault. And there's also the whole issue of labor, which has been documented by the UN and other bodies. My question is, we're talking about the justice system and how enforcement needs to be a priority, but what about prevention? How can we act to prevent, act upstream to prevent these things from happening in the first place?
For Saskatchewan.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks for the question.
Because I'm hearing the interpretation back. Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for her question. It is important that we think about prevention, and there's various ways of doing that. One issue that many of my colleagues have spoken out in terms of prevention is making sure that serial perpetrators of human trafficking are behind bars, that there's effective consequences, that there's protection for victims who come forward. And that is, I think, a key piece of it. We've debated other legislation in this House around judicial education to ensure that when members of people who are victims of sexual violence come forward, that they're treated properly within the system, that they're not sort of re-victimized by comments that judges or others have made. And I think in general, education, what we're doing through this debate and also creating this Awareness Day, making supports known and available and encouraging people to just be aware of this problem and on the lookout for it. All of these steps, I think, are important on the road to prevention. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I just want to thank my colleague for his great speech. I'm just wondering, what do we need to do further to ensure that laws are actually enforced? We've heard a few other members say we have laws that do exist already in Canada, but they're just not being enforced. So what do we need to do to make sure that these laws are actually being enforced and that the people who are perpetrating these crimes actually pay the full penalty that they should?
Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And there's probably some separate issues there in terms of the enforcement of the international expectations and the enforcement on the domestic side. When it comes to enforcement of standards around supply chain integrity, we need to put in place stronger reporting mechanisms. And in some cases, as I talked about, we need to have presumptions that slave labor is going on in certain industries in certain regions of the world. So in order to ensure the enforcement of our expectations, we need stronger laws in those particular cases. When it comes to domestic enforcement, I know there are probably other members that know in more detail what is required in terms of ensuring laws are enforced. But greater education, greater awareness, including support and awareness for law enforcement and support and protection for those who come forward, certainly increases our chances of being successful at having prosecutions of those who are guilty in these cases. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Highlands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. As we've debated this very important issue today, and of course the Greens are in favour, as has been mentioned, as individual members of the Green Caucus are supporters of the effort to name February 22nd, but way beyond that, to take substantive steps to eliminate slavery in our supply chains and to deal with the issue of human trafficking. And I put it to the honourable member, and it's something that I think we need to conceptualize and intellectually. They are somewhat different issues, but they all come down to commodifying human beings for money, and therefore they are about slavery. But sex trafficking happens in our own, human trafficking happens in our own communities. Whereas, as my honourable friend from Scarborough-Guildwood pointed out, something like having a slave vessel with scooping fish out of the ocean for fish meal to feed shrimp and aquaculture facilities is another category of enslavement. How do we get at both ends of the same problem? Because it's not exactly the same set of issues.
Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan, 10 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member is right that we have, in a sense, a similar philosophical root to this evil and a similar experience to the victim, but two very different policy responses. Because there's one set of things that we can and have to do domestically around law enforcement, around education, and there's things that we can and must do internationally around our supply chains where we don't have the power to do the kind of enforcement that we could on the domestic side. She's right about that.
Resuming debate. I'm sorry. The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, many would consider slavery to be a thing of the past. They would consider it to be something that doesn't happen in the Western world. It only happens overseas in developing nations. This would be a myth. It happens right here in our own country, on our own land. Human trafficking is, in fact, modern-day slavery. It is the world's fastest growing crime, and it generates a profit of $150 billion per year. Of this, commercial sexual exploitation of women, girls, boys, and young men contributes $99 billion, the vast majority of revenue. In 2017, an estimated 40.3 million victims were trapped in modern-day slavery around the world. Trafficking is a pervasive transnational and domestic phenomenon that is happening right now in urban and rural communities across our country, Canada. And so it is with a heavy heart that I come before the House today and talk about this issue. It is not something that we look at from a distance. It is not something that we consider based on stats from other countries. It is not something of our past. It is something of our present. And if we do not take action, it is something of our future. And so as parliamentarians, it is incumbent upon us to take action to make sure that it stops now. Designating February 22nd as National Human Trafficking Awareness Day, I believe, is a necessary step in educating those who are unaware of this crisis taking place across the country. People's lives are being exploited. People's lives are being altogether destroyed. And we have an obligation, I would say, to uncover the horror that is currently taking place on a daily basis and to do something to stop it. And sometimes that something is as simple as speaking up. And sometimes that something requires legislative measure. And sometimes that something requires the RCMP or local police to be involved. Sometimes that something requires border security and safety measures. And sometimes that something requires all of the above. We know that in Canada, 93% of Canada's trafficking victims come from within our country. They're here within our borders. That's 93%. The vast majority of these human trafficked victims are women and girls. And again, over 70% of the exploitation that takes place is for the purpose of sexual exploitation. And so it is there that I will focus the majority of my attention today. I believe that there is a great deal of light that has been shed on this topic as of late, especially with Pornhub coming to front of mind. Numerous national articles have been written on the topic, women and girls being exploited online, consent not granted. This is a form of human trafficking, and it is severe in nature and one that cannot be ignored. I believe that prostitution and trafficking are connected, and most researchers would agree with that too. That prostitution in most cases is not a choice, that actually the individual is trafficked. The individual is often underage when they begin, and they cannot therefore legally consent. The individual is often a young girl when she starts, and it is often due to socioeconomic reasons. Again, not exactly a choice. And so it is out of survival then that she enters into the business of selling her body. But sometimes that exchange results in money for her. Other times, most times even, it results in money being given to someone else who is exploiting her body. This is, in fact, trafficking. So I would like to defy the myth then, or challenge the myth, that trafficking is somehow her choice. It is not her choice. It is not her choice. It is not only happening abroad, and it is not a thing of the past. Human trafficking, and especially sexual exploitation, is something that is happening right here in our own country today. I would like to share with you a number of stories, particularly pertaining to the tech giant Pornhub. This, of course, is an online platform where individuals can post videos. Now, it's not necessarily the individuals who are in the videos that are posting them. In fact, many of the videos are posted by other individuals who took these videos, sometimes in bathroom stalls, sometimes during a sex act, sometimes they pressured a girlfriend or another girl in their class, let's say, to present them with nude shots or videos of various accord. Pornhub attracts 3.5 billion visits every month. That's more than Netflix, that's more than Yahoo, and that's more than Amazon. Some have called it infested with rape videos. It monetizes child rapes, revenge pornography, spy cam videos, women showering, for example, or using the bathroom, often underage again. It is footage of women that is then made available online. And I should clarify, it's not just women, it's girls, it's young boys, and some men. But again, predominantly it is women and girls. And so these images then are uploaded and they're made available. Kelly is one victim, and I quote her, she said, "Pornhub became my trafficker. I'm still getting sold even though I'm 5 years out of the life," she said. Another individual, Taylor, she said, "They made money off my pain and suffering." A boyfriend who had pressured her into providing a video had secretly taken it then and posted it on Pornhub. The students within her classroom had it available to them within days. And of course, from there, you can imagine the type of bullying and conduct that took place at school. She talks about walking down the hallways and weeping as she went to class. She then talks about trying to take her life several times, but was not effective in doing so. She now lives with the horror of what has happened to her. Again, an example of trafficking, an example of sexual exploitation. Another individual called it soul destroying. Another individual talked about how they're making money off the worst moment in her life. They're making money off her body. She talked about how 2 American men paid her when she was 16 for a sexual encounter that they then filmed and posted on Pornhub. And even though she asked Pornhub to remove the video repeatedly, they refused to do so. Another individual said it's an assault that never ends. The suffering is unimaginable. She goes on to say they're getting so much money from my trauma. Madam Speaker, these individuals are just a handful of the many, many, many women and girls across this country and throughout North America who are consistently exploited. This is a phenomenon that is not just taking place in other countries. This is something that is right here within our own borders. And this is something that legislators have the opportunity to do something about. But it is also something that we must invite the general public to be a part of, which is where awareness and education comes into play. And that's why it's so important that we name a national day, because it helps bring it to light that every single year we would have this day that would stand as a reminder that these things do occur in our country. But we as the Canadian people do have the power to stop this behavior. We have the ability to stand up for these individuals who are trafficked, and we have the ability to say no more. We have to remember that this is about people. This is about preventing the crime. This is about protecting the victim. This is about prosecution of the offender. This is about working in partnership with various agencies. And this is about empowering victims. That is what this is about. It starts with a day, but my hope is that it would be full, that there would be greater action that would take place, of course, from there. Serena Fleitas, she came to committee a few weeks ago in ethics, and she said this. When asked, what would you tell them? What would you tell the people at Pornhub about what they did to you? And Madam Speaker, I'm wrapping up. She said this, I would tell them that they're really selfish. They need to really look at themselves in the mirror because they're prioritizing money and content over actual human beings' lives, because obviously they don't care that much. I would tell them to look in the mirror and reevaluate themselves. They need to figure out where their real priorities are and not be so focused on money and content rather than real human lives and what they're doing to them. Madam Speaker, we're talking about human beings. We're talking about people. We're talking about their present and we're talking about their future. And so for this reason, because of people, because of their innate value, because they deserve to be stood for, we are asking for this National Day.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I've been listening to the debate for the last few hours, and I thought maybe what I would do is just point out, for a lot of people, when they think of human trafficking, what they think is people living outside of Canada coming to Canada and put into the sex trade in one form or another. And that's true. It does exist. But one of the things that I think is very touching, and I'll give a real case without providing names, of a young girl who was probably 12, 13 years old at the time, who snuck out of the house, that was enticed to sneak out of the house. And that ultimately led to her being trafficked for prostitution. And that's why I think it's absolutely critical that one of the things that we do is we ensure that there's a very strong educational component when it comes to seeing this day being recognized. And I'm wondering if she could provide her thoughts on just how important it is that we have a strong educational component that reaches into our communities, in particular our school divisions.
Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Thank you. I appreciate the question. And as mentioned in my speech, I do believe that education is very important, and it must be a very strong component going forward. Those who are predators, those who seek out young children to then sell them into, let's say, the sex trade, to exploit them, to use their bodies, to monetize them. Those individuals lurk in our schools, they lurk in our malls, they lurk in our workplaces. They are throughout Canadian society. And we must do all that we can to educate young people to identify who these individuals might be in order to keep themselves safe. We must also help parents identify this, and we must help society at large so that we can together protect the vulnerable.
The comment of the honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Speaker, I've been 17 years in Parliament, and I have never been shocked and as moved as I was by the testimony of Serena Fleitas, who at age 13 was attempting to get a Canadian company to take down the abusive, non-consensual child pornography of her. She had to pretend she was her mother because she didn't want her family to know, and they destroyed her life. And her testimony was incredibly powerful, but what I found most shocking was that when the Pornhub MindGeeks executives came to our committee and we asked them about her case, they said they didn't have any recollection. This is a young woman who's blown their business model apart, forced them to take down 80% of their videos, has caused them massive economic damage, and yet they came to a parliamentary committee and said they couldn't remember any details of her numerous attempts to beg Pornhub MindGeek to take the videos down. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, is it possible maybe they were just gaslighting her and trying to diminish her value as a survivor? Or are we looking at a company that was so indifferent to allegations and issues of child pornography on their site that they didn't even bother to go back and track the story of what happened to this young woman?
Member for Lethbridge.
I appreciate the question and the reflection of my honourable colleague. Certainly, when you have a business like Pornhub with the parent company MindGeek, they're looking at millions upon millions of videos and hosting millions upon millions of videos, I should say. And so I suppose that it's possible for one's soul to eventually stop functioning, for one's conscience to eventually stop convicting them. I suppose that it is possible for those individuals to forget, and that's a shame. My hope would be that as a Canadian society, that we are not okay with that, and that we would take a stand for these women and girls who find themselves victimized by companies like Pornhub, by those individuals who have posted their videos. My hope would be that we would stand up and say, though they may not have a soul, though they may not have a conscience, we do, and we will hold them accountable. We will take a stand for the sake of this great country and our future. But most importantly, we will take a stand for the sake of those who have been impacted and who could potentially be impacted in the future. Because again, Madam Speaker, this is about people.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London. We have until 1:15 to to finish this debate.
Fantastic, and thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This is such an important conversation that we're having today, and it is wonderful to see the many members who have spoken in need of a recognition a day on this atrocity that's going on throughout Canada. I was fortunate enough to work on the Status of Women Committee and be not only the chair, but the shadow minister for this committee. And through this time since 2015, I have met some incredible women, some survivors who have shared with me the victimization. I have had the opportunity to work with many organizations across the country as well. But we know that there needs to be more done. In the riding of Elgin, Middlesex, London, we are fortunate enough to have different organizations that are helping young women and girls who are being trafficked. One of the first organizations I would like to talk about is Courage for Freedom. This is an organization that focuses on the young girls and boys that are being trafficked and under the age of 18. I can tell you that Kelly Tellen Franklin and her husband hit the roads many weekends. They jump in their truck and they will drive 6 hours to bring a young girl out to safety. And they will try to find her a home that is safe, where she also has all of the necessary supports that help her with her mental health and her physical health, and also trying to rebuild that young woman or in some cases boy as well. These are things that this is something that we continue to see, and I wish we could sit there and say, how do we stop it? But it has to be all of us working together. And that's why having this Awareness Day is so important. I'm from a small community. I'm from Sparta, Ontario, population 300. And I can tell you that things like human trafficking aren't things that you hear a lot of. But just down the road in Port Stanley, Ontario, which has a population of 2,000 people, I can share with you stories where we know of 3 young girls that were trying to be attempted to be trafficked just from this small village. It is a tourism village. And, you think about the places that you are and the safety that you have. And we're talking that it's not just in our big cities. It's not in just the communities that have the 401 or the Highway 69. It's in all of our different communities. And one thing that I really noticed, especially at the beginning of this pandemic, that was at the time that the MAPI funding was becoming null. That was going to be ending in May of 2020. And so it's the Measures Against Prostitution Initiative. And I had spoke to many organizations that were not only talking about the issues that were happening, whether it was domestic abuse and maybe young women and girls leaving their homes, but trying to find safe places to go as well. But during this discussion, we also found out a lot about the MAPI funding that was coming to an end. So as we're discussing with shelters, some of the issues that were happening, this is a program that the government was ending. And it was at that time that you could really see the heart of Parliament come together. And I was so fortunate to work with members of the Bloc, Green, and NDP to continue to push on this government to say, we need to stick up for young women and girls who are being trafficked. So I'm so proud of the group of people that had come together, because back in May, we continued to push. And I can say that we did get response from the minister on this. Was it exactly the response we wanted? No. But it did push this item forward, and we need to continue to do that. But one thing that I really noticed, and through my discussions as the Shadow Minister, was the number of silos that we have working in Canada, that are organizations that are doing things that are the same, but may need to be able to be tweaked, and also maybe not aware of what's going on next door. The reason I bring this up is in London, Ontario, we have the London Abused Women's Centre. And many times in this house, I have stood up and spoken about my friend and colleague, Megan Walker, who will be retiring soon. So to Megan, a well-deserved retirement. I know that you'll continue to do the fight that you always have for our young women and girls. And thank you for all your efforts. But it was from speaking to her and speaking to other advocates that I recognized that there was an organization 2 hours away from the City of London who had never heard about the London Abused Women's Centre, had never heard of the Joyfish Foundation, did not know about the organization out in Vancouver that was working with women as well. And so I brought together some women in a smaller group, dealing with some of the best. And on this call that I had Megan Walker for the London Abused Women's Centre, Trisha Bapti from Vancouver, from that situation or from that area. And I will share with you the relationship that I've built with Trisha and why I think we need more Trishas in this world to share the awareness and to share what happens to these young victims. Kelly Talon Franklin from Farmtown Canada, or Courage for Freedom, and Joy Smith, former parliamentarian and from the Joy Smith Foundation. But what we see across Canada is that sometimes we are working in silos, that we need to bring best practices. And some of this is basically just fully awareness, knowing what's happening in your own communities, all of these different things, people going out there and sharing what their own organizations are doing. It just can't be about February 22nd. It has to be about the 365 days a year that we talk about. And what I want to do is I want to share with you some of the notes that I have from this meeting, because, for us, we as parliamentarians can do a lot of work. We can put forward a day, but what we need to do is we need to give the tools and resources to these organizations that are across this country that are helping these young victims to get away from the perpetrators, or at least on a way to a different path in life. I want to share with you just some quotes I have, and it's going to just start off with Megan Walker. And just a little bit about what she does. So Megan Walker stated, "We try and help survivors move on with their lives. We need legislation as framework, but we need robust support such as financing, housing, and we need education. So every action we take is consistent with one of those pillars. We're trying to eliminate the silos. What I feel is missing is a group for equity, Nordic, and abolitionist model is the connection between prostitution and trafficking. It's men paying for the use of girls and men pushing the trafficking industry. And this is really, really important because I think that we've seen the great work that was being done at the Ethics Committee and talking about Pornhub. And we have to understand that there is a buyer. So, how do we stop that? We have to put in different measurements through the criminal justice system when it comes to dealing with people who have been trafficked or who have trafficked people. Unfortunately, I saw through Bill C-75, quite disgust, to be honest, because for me, a person that is willing to victimize a young child should not have a sentence that's concurrent. These should be consecutive sentences. These are people that have stolen somebody's life. And these things are really, really important to me. Megan continues on talking about what we need to do for survivors and making sure that we have policies and solutions. And that is why I believe that this Awareness Day brings together an opportunity for people to talk more. Perhaps it might be a more Zoom conventions or more meetings, but also what I believe is the need for survivors to be able to speak to other survivors, and that this Awareness Day will help remove some of this feeling of stigma to some of these people who have been victimized and who have been survivors of this. But what we need to do is we need to make sure that they have somebody to lean on. And that is why I want to talk about Trisha Bapti. Trisha is a young woman who has shared her story with the Anti-Human Trafficking Committee. She has shared her story of what it was like for her when she was a young teenager. And I shouldn't say teenager, preteen, when she started being solicited by her family members. And it wasn't, and as I saw some of our other members from Calgary and Edmonton talking about this earlier today, it is sometimes not about the strangers. It's about the intimate members of our family. And in some cases, it's about step parents and individuals who are taking that young woman's life and ruining it. And the reason I speak of Trisha is she wants to have a role in the UN and being a spokesperson, talking about what it's like. We need to make sure that we have all of the resources so that Trisha, this young woman who has left the life of prostitution after being trafficked, that she can be there to help others. And that is something that I think that this Awareness Day and working together will help promote, because one of the biggest challenges is people are feeling alone. They're ashamed for some of their previous actions, not recognizing they didn't put themselves in that situation in many cases. It was somebody that they trusted. And that is why it's really, really important to make sure that we have these types of supports so that we have counselors that can help the victims. It may be professional counselors, but we also need that peer-to-peer, that person who can sit there and say, I understand, I have been in your shoes, but there is a light at the end of the tunnel. I would like to thank all of the members of the All-Party Anti-Human Trafficking Committee and thank you so much for the work that you have done to make this come to fruition today. And I believe that we have seen a parliament that's coming together to end human trafficking. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Is the House ready for the question? Madame Sauta, appuyée par Monsieur Virson, propose.
Ms. Sauta moves, seconded by Mr. Virson, that the second report of the Standing Committee on the Status of Women presented on Thursday, February 4th, 2020 be concurred in.
Recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division. I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlog.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to request a recorded division. Thank you.
Pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the division stands deferred until later this day and at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Mrs. Williamson isn't there. Jenny is
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to rise to present a petition. I note their speech earlier today from the member for Scarborough-Gilwood reflecting on William Wilberforce. It was William Wilberforce who first used petitions as a method of advancing a cause, abolition of slavery. I rise today with a petition that came from an electronic petition, e-petition number 11021701, which was signed by nearly 2,000 Canadians, calling for this government to acknowledge the newly enacted Treaty for the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. It came into effect on January 22nd of this year and has been supported by 122 countries around the world. The petitioners ask that this government both sign and ratify so that Canada can join the 122 nations who have declared in a binding treaty that nuclear weapons are illegal. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to be presenting 3 petitions in the House today. The first petition is with respect to the situation of Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims in China. Petitioners call on the House and the government to follow the statement of the All-Party Subcommittee on International Human Rights and recognize that Uyghurs are subject to an ongoing genocide in China. And petitioners further call on the House to use Magnitsky sanctions to target and hold accountable those who are involved in these gross violations of human rights. That's the first petition. The second petition is in support of Bill S-204. It's a private member's bill in the Senate that would make it a criminal offense for a person to go abroad and receive an organ which had been taken without the consent of the person whose organ it is, or a case in which the organ is purchased. This bill has been before this House and the other place in various forms for over 10 years, and it's currently been put forward by Senator Salma Atulajan in the Senate. That's S-204. The third petition is respecting Bill C-7, the government's bill which seeks to dramatically expand euthanasia or medical assistance in dying in Canada. Concerns have arisen especially from the disabled community about how some people are eligible for suicide prevention, whereas others, as a result of their physical disability, may be subject to suicide facilitation. All disability communities who have spoken about this issue have raised significant concerns about it. Petitioners call on the government to restore important safeguards, which they are proposing to eliminate as part of this bill. So I commend these 3 petitions, Madam Speaker, to the consideration of the House, and thank you for this opportunity.
Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And today I am bringing forth a petition from constituents in my riding to summarize where there are nearly 500,000 pensioners in receipt of the United Kingdom state pension, which is frozen. Canada has 128,000 pensioners. And they are calling to raise the issue of frozen British pensions at the upcoming Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in June of this year, 2020, and also to ensure that any future trade expansion discussions with the United Kingdom are dependent on the UK government first unfreezing the UK state pension payments worldwide. I have a second petition, Madam Speaker. So today I'm bringing forth a petition on behalf of constituents in my riding. And to summarize, they are calling on the Government of Canada to declare the overdose crisis a national public health emergency and to take steps to end overdose deaths and overdose injuries, immediately collaborate with provinces and territories to develop a comprehensive plan, ensure that any plan considers reforms, and ensure this emergency is taken seriously. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I have a number of petitions I'll be presenting today. The first petition I'm presenting is from Canadians from across Canada, and they're calling on the government to prevent organ harvesting, and they're calling for the speedy passage of Bill S-240 from the Senate, and they're looking for that to happen. Given the circumstances with the Uyghurs in China, I think that would be appropriate. The second petition I'm presenting today is from Canadians from across Canada. They're calling on the House of Commons to protect all human life from conception to natural death, and they're calling on the Canadian Parliament to support measures to protect human life. The third petition I'm bringing today, Madam Speaker, is to present petitions. These petitioners are concerned with the accessibility and the impacts of violent and degrading sexually explicit material online and the impacts on public health especially on the well-being of women and girls. They recognize that we cannot believe in presenting sexual violence towards women while allowing pornography companies to freely expose our children to violent, explicit material every day. Finally, the next one, Madam Speaker, is a petition from Canadians from across the country, and they are calling on the government to ensure that physicians are not forced or coerced to perform procedures or acts that they're not comfortable with. They're calling on the Canadian government to protect the physicians and their conscience as the Charter of Rights and Freedoms allows. Finally, the last petition I'd like to present today, Madam Speaker, is a petition calling on the government or calling on the House of Commons to protect the health and safety of Canadian firearms owners. The petitioners recognize the importance of owning firearms and are concerned about the impacts on hearing loss and the damage caused by the noise levels of firearms and the need for noise reduction. These petitioners acknowledge that sound moderators are the only universally recognized health and safety device that is criminally prohibited in Canada. Moreover, the majority of G7 countries have recognized the health and safety benefits of these sound moderators and allow them for hunting, sport shooting, and reduced noise pollution. The petitioners are calling on the government to allow legal firearm owners to purchase and use sound moderators for all legal hunting and sporting shooting activities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petition.
Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Consent. Est-ce qu'il a le consentement de la Chambre?
Does he have the consent of the House?
And before orders of the day, I would like to give the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Island the opportunity to present a question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I take the floor today to present a point of privilege. I will try to be as concise as possible, Madam Speaker. It is an extremely important issue, and I think it's important to every single member of this place, regardless of to which party they belong. Given time constraints and the difficulty of switching from English to French translation, I want to apologize in advance to my Francophone friends that I'll be speaking entirely in English just to save time. I will try to be concise. Madam Speaker, the issue I bring is one of privilege, and of course, privilege is understood in this place not in its conventional terminology, but to be our rights as individual members of Parliament, our rights to speak, our rights to debate, our rights to vote. When it's a question of privilege and our rights are infringed, there can be no more solemn duty for a speaker than to protect those rights. And I cite, Madam Speaker, the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition by Boston Gagnon, to this extent, that it is the Speaker's duty to interpret these rules impartially, to maintain order, and, I underline here, to defend the rights and privileges of members, including the right to freedom of speech. Now, the privilege which I allege is being violated is in the matter of participation in question period. It's an essential part of the role of every member of Parliament in responsible democracy to hold the government to account. And one of the main ways that we're allowed to do this and that we have the right to do is in question period to put questions forward. These privileges have been violated by recently denying any opportunity for members of Parliament in smaller parties or members who are independents from placing questions on Wednesdays, which happen to be the day that the Prime Minister answers every question. I want to start by stating clearly the relief we seek so that it's clear to you, Madam Speaker, that what we're asking for is a clear statement from the Speaker to confirm what has always been the case, and I will be submitting authorities to this point, that asking questions in question period is the right of members of Parliament, whether in larger or smaller parties. And two, that the decision of the larger parties to deny smaller parties and independents any question on Wednesdays is unjustified. And then, Madam Speaker, to direct the larger parties to meet with us, confer, so that we can find a solution satisfactory to all, because I believe we can. Now, I first raised this issue with the Speaker of the House more than a year ago, that following the 2019 election, circumstances changed, and suddenly, questions on Wednesday were no longer available. I've had the honor of serving this place since 2011, And from my first day, question period was shared fairly among those of us who were in the unrecognized parties. In 2011, there were two, the Bloc Québécois and the Green Party. And as luck would have it, there were 5 of us, 5 days of the week, 5 of us. I got a question a week. The way things are now, Madam Speaker, because of the change, my last question was February 4th. My next one is March 8th. Now, we know what changed. The Prime Minister took upon himself to change his custom and to answer every single question, regardless of the hierarchy within their party, of every member in this place on Wednesdays. So the bigger parties decided they wanted all those slots to themselves. We complained to the Speaker, and the Speaker instructed me to please speak to all the other House leaders because it wasn't his decision. So I spoke to the Honourable Member for Portage Lisgar, and then to the Honourable Member from La Prairie, and then to New Westminster Burnaby, and of course to the leader in the government of the government House leader. And then I went around again a few times more so that I spoke to the member for Louis Saint-Laurent, who took over from the member for Portage Lisgar. I won't belabor the details, just to say that all of these conversations, though amicable, were not satisfactory. No progress was made at all. And in fact, we never were given any explanation for why it was decided that we should never, ever be allowed to ask the Prime Minister a question. Things clarified, one might say they crystallized, with a recent interview to Ms. Althea Raj of the HuffPost by the Honourable Member for Burnaby South. In this interview, which may have been an answer in a press conference as opposed to an actual interview, but the Honourable Member said, and I quote, "The general idea being that an official party should ask questions makes sense to me," unquote. He went on to say that he thought having 4 slots for what were non-recognized party members and independents, quote, that this was put in place, quote, to reflect the will of the people, and that an official party has certain abilities to reflect people more than independents, and I understand that, close quote. Now, fortunately, he closed by saying he would, quote unquote, reflect upon it. I certainly hope this is not the official position of the New Democratic Party. It was never conveyed to me as such by the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. And the idea that there's a will of the people, that, for instance, the Honourable Member for Vancouver Granville, who ran as an independent, was elected as an independent, that she should never be allowed to ask a question to the Prime Minister, or that I should never be allowed to put a question to the Prime Minister as a member for Saanich Gulf Islands. I think it's dubious that that is the will of the people. Certainly, our electoral system and the perverse nature of first past the post means that the Green Party of Canada, having received nearly 1.2 million votes across Canada, just about 100,000 fewer than the Bloc Québécois, has 3 seats in Parliament. The Bloc has 32 seats. That's not the point of this debate, but surely it's hardly the case that we are not to have rights. I put it to you, Madam Speaker, that forever, since the moment when this House adopted the rule that there would be a difference between parties with more than 12 members and parties with fewer, and I note, by the way, parenthetically, we're the only parliament, the only country in the entire Westminster parliamentary system that has taken this approach to differentiate between larger and smaller parties. Ever since 1963, when that law was passed, it's come to the Speaker from time to time with complaints from smaller parties. Since 1963, with Speaker McNaughton, I'll go straight to 1979, a decision of Speaker Jerome, who made it very clear, quote, "Participation in question period is their right." That's November 6, 1979 in Hansard. We also can look at a very detailed decision, again, a complaint from the Bloc Québécois. And this was a response from former Speaker, the Honourable John Fraser, on September 24th, 1990, in which he said, quote, that he said, "I have some discretion in dealing with the rights of every person in this House who is in a minority position. I think we have a great tradition of protecting the rights of minorities," close quote. He did go on to find that the Bloc lost out on the idea that they should have more money for research, etc. But he made it very clear, quote, "It is important to note that this decision does not mean that members of this group are impeded from full participation in the work of this House. And they have their rights have to be safeguarded, their participation fully in keeping with procedure and our rules." Finally, Madam Speaker, I want to draw your attention to a decision from 1994. Now, some of us are old enough to remember the tectonic shifts of the 1993 election. Suddenly, unrecognized parties included the Conservatives, down to 2. It included the New Democrats, down to 9, and the ascendancy of parties that benefit from first past the post, those that represent regional splits. So, or in the case of the Bloc Québécois, a nationalized split. The Speaker in this instance, Speaker Perron, looked at the complaint from the New Democratic Party and said, quote, a member not belonging to a recognized party has participated almost every day during the period reserved for members' statements and every other day during question period. The House may be assured that I and my deputies pledge to continue to do everything we can to facilitate fair and active participation of each member in the work of the House. Now, the member in question who raised this was the great parliamentarian and a dear friend, the Honourable Bill Blaikie, who was then the member for Winnipeg Transcona and whose son now sits as the member for Elmwood Transcona. I want to be clear on what Bill Blaikie was asking, because I'm not asking for what he asked for. He asked for 2 things. He won on half of his requests. The first was that the seating arrangements be changed, just as they are to this day, that unrecognized parties, Bill Blaikie succeeded on this point, get to sit together and be recognized as members of an official party across Canada, such as the New Democratic Party, the Green Party, or the Bloc. In this instance, recognizing that the 2 members of the Progressive Conservative Party could sit together and so on. Bill Blaikie also asked, we asked to be treated as an opposition party during question period, and this is where he failed, that we would be recognized at the beginning of question period. Bill Blaikie complained that, quote, we're recognized only very rarely, systematically denied supplementaries, and always relegated to the last question. I want to make it very, very clear, Madam Speaker, I am not disputing that that's our spot in question period. We are relegated to the very last question, but we must be fairly recognized in a rotation at that last question spot. So in conclusion, Madam Speaker, I would say this. There are great trends in our parliamentary democracy, and since 1867, the trend in this parliament has been towards increasing the power of political parties, with the bigger parties increasing their own power, vis-a-vis smaller parties and vis-a-vis members within their own caucuses, as was brought forward very bravely by the late Mark Wara, a friend to many of us, who complained when his SO31 question was removed by his whip. Larger parties exert more power over their own members, denying them their rights, and larger parties continue to exert more power over smaller parties. I also note that these trends aren't often in votes that take place or debates. One day's accident becomes the next day's custom, becomes tradition, becomes a rule. So I think it's very important to raise the alarm right now based on what may have been very offhand comments of the Honourable Member for Burnaby South, that it be very clear in this place that we all have rights. The theory, going back to the fields of Runnymede 800 years ago, is that all members of Parliament are equal and the Prime Minister is merely first among equals. Well, that's changed a long way. But it is the case that all of our constituents are equal. The members of the citizens of Saanich Gulf Islands are equal to the citizens of Papineau. The citizens of Vancouver Granville are equal to the citizens of Burnaby South. And all of our citizens deserve to have their members of Parliament fully equipped to ask the questions that they want asked of the Prime Minister. The fact the Prime Minister has chosen Wednesdays means that the other parties don't want to let us ask a question. But that cannot stand. That is not fair. That violates our rules and our traditions. And of course, we know the direction this will go in terms of tradition. Ultimately, some future Prime Minister will say, the Prime Minister only shows up on Wednesdays. Everybody knows that. The Prime Minister only answers questions on Wednesdays. Everybody knows that. We need to draw a line here and say question period is part of our fundamental rights. It's part of the privileges we have as members of Parliament in defending the interests of our constituents and holding the government to account. This, Madam Speaker, is something on which we cannot be fuzzy or say, well, it's like this for now, it's just a scheduling issue. I ask you, Madam Speaker, and I ask all the speakers and deputies and, of course, your legal advisors to state very, very clearly for all the record that independent members of Parliament are equal to any other member of Parliament, and members of non-recognized parties, like the Green Party of Canada, and what goes around comes around. It may be that New Democrats are back in this category someday. The Conservatives could even be back in this category someday. Defend our rights now. They'll be your rights in the future. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
As the honourable member may know, this matter will be taken under consideration and will be answered in due course. Orders of the day.
Government orders, Government Bills Commons, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-14, Economic Statement Implementation Act 2020.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Seniors. No? Oh, I'm sorry. The honourable member. The honourable member for. I thought it was referring to the 5 minutes of questions you didn't get last time. The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
And thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I know you're getting a 2 for 2. So the end of last session, the beginning of this one. So I'm switching on to Bill C-14 and giving my last five minutes on that. Prior to going on to the break where we got to meet with constituents, I was speaking in the chamber about some of the impacts that I have seen within my own community. And one thing that I spoke greatly in detail about was the travel industry, specifically the travel agents and consultants that are losing their entire livelihoods. And I shared with you the story of Marianne Rose, who was a travel agent for the last 32 years. At one time had seven people working with her, and now it's down to 1. These are concerns that as we're moving forward, that the government needs to recognize the impact to these businesses and organizations and what the future is going to hold for them. But today I also want to talk about what I've seen in another small business. And sharing this story, it's a place called Dark Matters. And so bringing these stories to light where we can talk about the challenges that different people are seeing are really, really important. And the reason I want to talk about this is Craig Lawrence is a really incredible community advocate, community spirit. He's out there doing great jobs, but he has not been in a normal situation. And I want to read to you what he messaged me over the weekend. Hey, Karen, Craig here. And I guess that's the one thing. I'm just Karen here, and that's what I love about doing my job here in Elgin, Middlesex, London. Seems I do not qualify for CEBA due to prerequisite to have made a certain amount in 2019. Unfortunately, 2019, I lost 51% income due to the Ross Street construction. Then in 2020, 80% loss as a direct result of COVID. My accountant and I are looking for help. Any answers as how do our businesses who are forced to close can qualify for those and other compensation? And I want to bring this up because by no fault of Craig, in 2019, we had an entire construction area in the city of St. Thomas where you could actually not get to Craig's store. Because my children love that kind of stuff, I continue to be able to come in around and going around the back and coming through the side door. But lots of people weren't even willing to make those trips. He was able to go forward and find a business on Amazon and build his business there. But what happened is those dollar values that he needed to be able to get any of the programming from any of the government programs for the COVID relief, he does not meet any of that eligibility. I have referred him just most recently to our Elgin Business Resource Center, hoping that they can help somehow through regional recovery funds. And I can say that I am very thankful to the government to make sure that we do have things on the ground, because places like the Elgin Business Resource Center, they sit down with that business. They are consulting them through what are some of the challenges that they're having, and they have small pockets of money that they can give them. And I know that immediately, I think it was in 5 weeks. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In 5 weeks, all of the money was spent from this organization and was on the ground helping over 28 different businesses, and they're doing very well. But I look at Dark Matters, and I think this is not just one business. This is a business that we can look and say across the country, this same situation is being replicated. There are people that continue to fall through the holes. And we can talk about, well, we need more money on the ground. I'm not always asking for more money. I'm asking for money to be spent wisely. And unfortunately, this government, I have not seen that. I would say since 2015, we haven't seen that. But under this pandemic, under the spending, we know that we have an incredible debt load that next generations are going to be taking on. And so this government really what we need in this government, we need to be concerned with them looking at the Prime Minister's leadership and not continuing to stumble like we've seen with the vaccine rollout, and make economy is stronger coming out of this as it currently is. And so I'm really hoping that we can come up with a competent and cohesive plan that will work for all Canadians. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Elgin Middlesex for her intervention today. We're hearing, and I've heard it a number of times when discussing this particular piece of legislation, about some of the concerns as to, not that the Conservatives are looking for more money, but that they're concerned about where the money was spent. What we do know is that the Conservatives were there every step of the way, as were all parties, in passing legislation unanimously to get supports for Canadians during this pandemic. So my question to her would be, if she could tell us about some of the programs that she would have preferred to have seen not put in place, such as CERB or whatever they might be, so that it wouldn't have cost Canadians as much.
The honourable member for Elgin Middlesex London.
I really appreciate, because that almost feels like a lob from my friend from Kingston and the Islands, because honestly, do we want to talk about do we want to talk about all of those awful things that happened in 2020? I'm surprised that you actually gave me the platform for that. We saw this government come out with programs like bail-ins, all of these different things that we could have done better. So I'm just trying to say there are opportunities where we can work with partners and making sure our dollars are being spent. Spending money wisely is exactly what we should be teaching ourselves and the next generation. It's really, really simple. How do we spread that dollar? How do we take a dollar and how do we spread it? And I just wish the government could get a grasp on this. So if you're talking what programs I wouldn't want to see, well, I wouldn't want to see almost $1 billion of government money that was going to be wasted, that actually at the end of the day didn't help anybody. I would like to have seen the government actually put something out that actually did help students instead of getting us into the fiasco that we've been in for the last year. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Laurentides-Labelle.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to take a few minutes to explain what I did last week. I took the bull by the horns and I spent the week in the 3 municipalities in my riding, Labelle, Laurentides, and Pénaud. And what I did was I met with 150 people from community and business and elected officials. And the question was, how are things going today and what are your fears for tomorrow? And I'd like to hear from my colleague whether that's what's going on in her riding as well. 3 things kept coming up, one after the other, all week long. My constituents want an immediate increase in health transfers to 35% with no strings attached. Secondly, seniors, our most vulnerable seniors. Everyone agrees that there should be 110% increase in the old age security immediately, and high-speed internet and cell coverage. Is the same thing happening in your riding, Madam Speaker, and in my colleague's riding? The honourable member for Elgin Middlesex London.
Well, thank you very much for that great question. And some of those same concerns are what we're hearing in Elgin Middlesex London. I can tell you that some of the key things that I'm hearing, I've been speaking to my agricultural producers, I've been speaking to our Chamber of Commerce, I've been speaking to our Youth Council. Some things that are hitting it, vaccines is the #1 issue here right now. I have people saying, when are we going to get the vaccine? I think the Ontario government has put out a program where they're going to show how, what is the criteria and how you can do it. But, you can't put a vaccine in somebody's arm unless you actually have that vial of vaccine. So as my husband says, once the tires get over the curb, we know. So we know the vaccine will be here when it arrives in Canada. So I think that's been our #1 issue. Line 5 is a huge issue here. And I think it's because we're in an agricultural piece. And being in Southwestern Ontario, we've heard about what's possibly happening with the state of Michigan and the governor there, closing off Line 5, the impact that's going to have to our agricultural producers and high-speed internet. Gosh, I think everybody's heard about high-speed internet, regardless of where you live in this country. You could be living in downtown Toronto and have issues. We've seen that on many of these Zoom calls. So I think we have seen many issues that we've seen across that we know that this government, and we need to as well, work not only getting through this pandemic, but making sure that we meet the needs of Canadians moving forward. Thank you very much for that question.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Seniors. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to take the floor today and participate in this important discussion of Bill C-14, the Act to implement certain provisions of the economic statement. I'd like to begin by saying that the land we're meeting on is part of the unceded Anishinaabe Algonquin people. Bill C-14 is of particular concern to me because I'm the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Seniors and the member for Argenteuil, La Petite Nation. Madam Speaker, over the past year, seniors from all across the country have shared their concerns with me, particularly during the second wave of the pandemic, and that's why our government has taken extraordinary steps to improve the health and safety and the quality of life of seniors. This pandemic has had major impacts on all of us, but particularly on seniors. In my riding, we have contacted our seniors and we have sensed their distress and isolation. Often, Madam Speaker, it was the only phone call they might have received all week. So we took the time to listen to them, to talk with them. And the situation's even worse for seniors living alone, like Paulette. For 11 months, she's been isolated and is really having a hard time with it. We've acted swiftly when the crisis struck in April. More than 4 million low-income seniors received a one-time increase, a one-time benefit, on average $375 for seniors living alone and $510 for couples. In July, we issued a $300 lump sum non-taxable amount, a top-up to the OAS, and an increase to the GIS as well. And with those benefits, we helped over 6 million seniors face the increased costs associated with COVID-19. Those two steps mean that for a low-income senior couple would have received over $1,000 in non-taxable additional benefits. And in order to ensure that seniors continue to get the benefits they need, we temporarily extended GIS benefits for seniors who couldn't provide their income information on time for all kinds of reasons. And apart from retirement benefits, some seniors have ended up on unemployment, wound up unemployed, and because there are seniors who are still active in the labor market, so they've been able to get the same benefits as those who've applied for the CERB, for example, and that is $2,000 a month. In addition, seniors have been able to get services such as grocery deliveries, medications deliveries. We've invested $500 million through partnerships like food banks, the United Way, and charities. And I've seen firsthand what a difference those organizations are making in my riding to help seniors. In connection with the New Horizons for Seniors program, we've launched over 2,000 initiatives to reduce isolation, improve the quality of life of seniors, and help support seniors through this pandemic. But we didn't stop at that, Madam Speaker. On November 30th, the government unveiled the Fall Economic Statement for 2020 and a Canadian plan to combat the COVID-19 pandemic, to support Canadians and invest in a recovery that will create good jobs for Canadians. This is another major step forward for the middle class and those working hard to join it. And above all, it's a big step forward for the health and safety of our seniors, those who built our society. Together with the steps we're taking, we've worked closely with the provinces and territories to implement progressive policies so that seniors can live in safety. Madam Speaker, I'd now like to mention a few highlights of the fall economic statement of interest to seniors. Although long-term care comes under provincial and territorial jurisdiction, our government has announced a number of measures to protect residents and seniors. Our government has implemented a $1 billion fund to make long-term care safer and to help provinces and territories protect seniors receiving long-term care. That will help avoid infection, improve ventilation, and allow for the hiring of additional staff. Our government will be providing funding to hire up to 4,000 orderlies in long-term care facilities. This will be done in connection with an accelerated online program and a 4-month work placement in order to help increase the numbers of workers in this sector. We've also increased funding to the Red Cross in order to improve their ability to help seniors in long-term care. That funding will be provided, and we will be supporting programs to improve healthcare services to seniors. That program for seniors who are residents of long-term care, and we will also be providing funding to prepare for future pandemics. And we will help make up for shortcomings in pandemic preparation. And we will be making masks and other PPE more affordable by reducing or eliminating the GST on those products. We're taking other steps to reduce the spread of COVID-19 and to make workplaces safer. We can't allow physical distancing to become social distancing, and for that reason, we've spent $43 million on support for an online portal that provides mental health supports. Thousands of seniors have accessed this portal in order to get counseling at home, online. So ambitious and progressive steps have been taken by our government, and those steps are making a real difference in the lives of seniors. Although there's still a lot of work to be done, seniors in Canada can always count on this government to help them. We understand their needs and are working hard to support them. It's important to point out, Madam Speaker, that since the beginning of the pandemic, 9 out of $10 spent by this government has gone to fighting COVID-19. The risks and challenges we face as a country are monumental. There's no time to be wasted. We're anxious to keep working with our provincial and territorial counterparts, as well as with other partners all across the country, to meet this challenge head-on. This is the challenge of our time. Seniors have earned our respect and admiration, and they deserve the very best quality of life possible. Our government is mindful of all the tragedies seniors have experienced in this pandemic, and that's why we want to improve their standard of living and adopt progressive policies. They make a real difference to our country. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Listening to the member's speech, I get the feeling that seniors are living on a different planet, because when you listen to seniors and their cries for help in my riding, people keep saying, don't forget about seniors. They're the most vulnerable economically, even before the crisis. We mustn't forget seniors, and that means supporting them in an ongoing way economically. And the economic statement paid no attention to the need to increase old age benefits for our seniors. Where's the commitment? What commitment is the member willing to take on that score? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'd like to thank the member for her question. I, too, have been in touch with seniors in my riding and seniors and organizations all across Canada. And I'm not hearing what you're hearing. What I'm hearing is that we've done a lot to help seniors. Obviously, we can do more. We have to do more. The Prime Minister has committed in the economic statement to boosting old age security by 10%. But we've been struck by a pandemic. So what we've done is we've made all possible decisions to help seniors in long-term care through the benefits that we've provided for personal protection equipment and long-term care all across Canada. And we're going to keep supporting our seniors, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to make a comment on the member's speech. In my writing, people are saying it's not enough to use buzzwords that come from the liberal research people. They talk about how much they've spent and the huge results. Well, what I hear in my writing is that it's not enough. It's not enough to just increase spending. It's more about what are they spending on? How's the money being spent? And when you look at the Parliamentary Budget Officer's comments on page 6, in the page 6 of the economic statement, the PBO said that the new measures, $86 billion in new spending, but there's no information on what the results were for seniors. Because last year there was no budget. So my question for the member is, seniors in my riding want to know what were the results. Why are we the last of all G20, G7 countries? Why are we in last place when it comes to vaccine rollout for our seniors? Why are we so slow? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Well, I'd like to thank my member for his question, my colleague for his question. $400 billion in spending, in this pandemic, we've spent $400 billion in cooperation with all members of Parliament. We worked with everyone. We worked together to respond to the needs of Canadians so we could help the most people, as many people as we could. And I'm sure that in your riding there are many seniors who have a favorable view of all the benefits we've provided. The $300. The first thing we did right in the beginning was the GST credit. Many people in the members' riding would have benefited from that. And it's the same thing today with the vaccine rollout all across Canada. I'm sorry to interrupt, but we have to proceed to statements by members.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last Friday, February 12th, many East Asian communities in my riding of Richmond Hill and Markham celebrated the Lunar New Year and the beginning of the symbolic year of Ox. The ox is known to symbolize positive traits such as hard work, reliability, persistence, and honesty. The new year symbolizes a chance and a change to start fresh and connect with loved ones safely. Many organizations in my riding, such as New Canadian Community Centre, Canada Confederation of Fusion Association, and Red Maple Sunset Glow Cultural Association, have demonstrated the qualities of the Aux in the past year through community services and donation. I want to thank these organizations for their continued advocacy, service, and commitment to their community. I wish everyone celebrating a happy, healthy, and prosperous year of Ox. Gong hei fa choi, sin ling kwai lo. Happy Lunar New Year. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Calgary Confederation.
Madam Speaker, the pandemic has devastated many small businesses throughout the country. Many are struggling to stay open, and for others, it's just too late. One of the sectors hardest hit is the fitness industry. A constituent of mine, Emily Slaniff, who owns and operates the Crush Camp in the East Village of Calgary, like all in the fitness industry, are desperate for a strong recovery. They know very well that the health of Canadians has suffered throughout this pandemic, and Canada needs to get back into shape, not only financially, not only mentally, but physically as well. As she pointed out to me, the Liberal government would do well to consider bringing back the conservative fitness tax credit or making fitness memberships tax deductible. This would get people back into the fitness facilities and back into fitness routines, who otherwise would not be able to because of the financial hardships this pandemic has caused. Let's work with people like Emily to ensure our economic recovery is literally a healthy one.
The Honourable Député de Lac-Saint-Louis.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis.
The term force of nature does not apply to many people. Wolf Salkin was a force of nature, an extraordinary individual who lived an extraordinary life that intersected with history. Born in the Soviet Union, a child of the Great Depression, World War II combat officer with the Algonquin Regiment, social worker, property developer, hotel manager, Wolf left us this month just shy of his 98th birthday. Wolf's love of a just cause was unrelenting to the very end. At St. Anne's Hospital, he was a tireless advocate for the rights and dignity of his fellow veterans. He launched an internal newspaper called The Veteran's Voice and, armed with his iPad, employed the written word to amplify and defend the interests of his cohort at the hospital. I ask members of this House to join me in expressing our deepest condolences to Wolf's wife, Louise, and sons, David and Andrew.
L'Honourable Député d'Avignon.
The Honourable Member for Avignon, Amitis, Matane, Matapédia. Madam Speaker, this week, the Bloc Québécois would like to underscore school retention days. That's particularly important this year because the pandemic has changed the world for children and youth. It's hard to find motivation when the only thing left from school is the hardest part, learning things. But we're going to get through this. I would tell youth to hang on. It's worth it, and we're going to get through this pandemic. Activities, sports are going to start over. We're going to be able to see our friends again. We're going to be able to get back to normal life. And if you persist, it will be worth it because your efforts will have positioned you for success and in order to really take advantage of recovery. I'd like to thank teachers and everyone else who works with youth and who have been showing determination and imagination. In this winter, we must not give up.
Honorable.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel. Thank you. Last week, my riding was witness to a heinous crime. A young girl of 15, Mariam Boundaoui, fell victim to a bullet that was meant for someone else. This tragedy reminds us of an insidious pandemic which is slowly spreading in our towns and cities. Firearms violence is a real and urgent problem, and we must take action. That is why our government has taken action to ban assault-style rifles. But we must do more. We need to introduce red flag laws, which will enable community stakeholders, police officers, health professionals, and survivors of domestic violence to flag threatening individuals. We must also continue to invest in the CBSA in order to prevent weapons ending up in the hands of criminals. I would like to offer my deepest condolences to Miriam's loved ones and family.
For West Nova.
Monsieur le Président, c'est avec une grande...
Mr. Speaker, it is with great sadness that I learned on Saturday that my friend, a great Acadian, Father Maurice Leblanc, had died at the age of 96. He died in the Acadian region of Parent-Bas in Pubnico West. He was very engaged in our community throughout his life. He was appreciated for his warm nature. I had the privilege of knowing him all my life. He was a proud Acadian and generously shared his deep affection for our culture, both in Nova Scotia and outside Nova Scotia. Father Leblanc was considered a wise man, but for his well-loved community, he will always be Father Maurice. He had many talents. He enjoyed painting and musicianship. He shared his passions by directing bands and conducting choirs, teaching art history and being artistic director at St. Anne University. He cared about conservation and his Acadian heritage. He was also president of the Acadian Federation of Nova Scotia, the Argyll Arts Council, and he remained active in the pastoral setting until 2019. To his near and dear, I would offer my deepest condolences. Thank you for everything, Father Maurice. Sincere condolences. Rest in peace.
Honorable député de Miramichi.
The honourable member for Miramichi, Grand Lake.
A week ago, a legend in my riding passed away. Jackie Vautour. To some, he was a national hero for resisting expropriation, along with 250 other families from the tiny Acadian community of Clairefontaine in 1969 by the provincial and federal governments for the creation of the Couchibougouac National Park. In 1976, Jackie and his family, having refused to leave, was forcefully removed from his home, and his house and properties were bulldozed to the ground. Jackie and some of his family returned to live in the park in scruffy huts and outbuildings where he remained for most of the rest of his life. Les historiens ont dit.
Historians tell us that Jackie's struggle, along with other residents, against Couchibougouac's expropriation helped change Parks Canada policy so that it no longer forced people to leave their homes in order to make space for national parks.
Jackie, may you rest in peace. Thank you.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Brome-Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, there was the first meeting of the year of my youth council in Brome-Missisquoi. I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Louis Hébert, for having joined us and for having contributed to the discussion. It was a great opportunity to speak with youth in the region and to hear what they're concerned with during the pandemic. We discussed issues like the environment and mental health. Those are also priority issues for me. I care about having youth involved in politics, and it's important for them to have a space where they can make their voices heard. I'd like to thank our incredible team of youth who participated in the council this year. I'm looking forward to keep working with you, and I'm looking forward to thinking together about the changes that our government can make in 2021. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin. A technical problem. The honourable member for Long Range Mountains.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What encompasses over 330,000 square kilometers is in each and every province and territory, is very conscious about protecting our environment, showcases stunning vistas of coastlines, mountains, and rolling fields, employs thousands of people, recognizes the incredible history of areas, and is a huge contributor of our local economies. If you guessed Parks Canada, you are correct. There are 47 national parks and 171 national historic sites from coast to coast to coast. In my riding of the Long Range Mountains, over 1,800 square kilometers is home to Grossmoor National Park, which is also a World UNESCO Heritage Site. And if it's history you're looking for, my riding is also blessed to house Porter Schwa and Lamson Meadows National Historic Sites. These treasures of Parks Canada are huge contributors to the region's economy. So, friends, when it's safe to go and travel, remember, explore a Parks Canada area near you. In 2019, over 250,000 people traveled to my riding to visit Parks Canada attractions. I can't wait until I can boast we've exceeded that number again in a few years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, we've been demanding for a year that this government keep their promise to deliver a sector-specific plan for the airline industry. Their failure to do so has caused the sector irreversible damage. As a result, Canadians are still waiting for refunds for cancelled flights. Regional routes are gone, and visiting loved ones across Canada is difficult and unaffordable. Aviation workers are unemployed, displaced to other locations or to lower-paying jobs. NAV Canada doesn't have the means to provide service at a level of safety and coverage that Canadians expect. Canada's airlines can't compete against foreign airlines whose governments have supported them. Any plan now from this government is too little, too late. Airline workers know it and Canadians know it. Only a Conservative government can secure both jobs and our economy.
We'll go back to Edmonton, Wetaskiwin.
Mr. Speaker, the past several years have been challenging for global democracy. We've seen a rise in polarization and increasingly vitriolic language expressed by hyper-partisans from all sides. Too often this leads to violence. Social media has exacerbated the problem. Sides are chosen and anchored in Twitter bios. Talking points are delivered in echo chambers, amplified by cryptic algorithms. 6 decades ago, President Dwight Eisenhower seemingly anticipated our current need for wisdom, saying, quote, "The middle of the road is all of the usable surface. The extremes, right and left, are in the gutters." Mr. Speaker, before our political labels, we are all just human beings. The middle of the road is simply our common ground. Make no mistake, passionate political debate is foundational to a healthy democracy, but it's most effective when we engage in conversations not only seeking to persuade, but open to being persuaded. This will require a significant shift in our current thinking, but in the end, we'll all be better off for it.
The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Mr. Speaker, a community without vibrant small businesses is not a community at all. The tourism, hospitality, arts, restaurant, and accommodation sectors all lost an entire season and are now facing the prospect of a grim 2021. I also hear from business owners who, for the entirety of the past 11 months, have had to keep their doors closed, either because of restrictions or because it would be cost prohibitive for them to open under current conditions. And then there are the countless entrepreneurs who were first the victims of circumstance when they opened immediately prior to or during the pandemic, and were then the victims of government red tape when the same programs that they thought would help actually excluded them because their businesses were too new. To secure our economic recovery, we need small businesses to succeed. That means a vaccine rollout that quickly gets Canadians vaccinated, and it means showing respect and support to small businesses. Mr. Speaker, we need to secure our future. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
The Canada Emergency Response Benefit was a lifeline to millions of Canadians in the early days of the pandemic. Despite NDP calls for a universal program, the government chose to exclude many people living on the margins and needing help in these difficult times. The people falling through the cracks include many low-income seniors, people living with disabilities, children aging out of care, and workers getting by on contract work or cash jobs. Now many of these people are being told to pay back the CERB, even though they don't have the means. The measures announced by the government just 2 weeks ago simply do not solve the problem for many Canadians experiencing poverty, a group that includes a disproportionately high number of women and racialized Canadians. We want to see Canadians supported all the way through this pandemic and come out in one piece on the other side. We won't get there without offering a CERB repayment amnesty to low-income Canadians still struggling to get by. This government has wrongly turned a blind eye to corporate abuses of the wage subsidy. The least they could do is show a similar sympathy where it's actually warranted for those Canadians who need help the most. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, our friend Raymond Lévesque, the author of the greatest love song of the 20th century, Quand les hommes vivront d'amour, died yesterday, the 15th February, a very symbolic date. He was our national poet, a patriot in the best sense of the term, and a modern pacifist. He left us on the same day that our patriots were executed in 1839. He was everyone's friend. He was an inspiring icon, a mentor, a reference of authenticity and commitment to his only country, Quebec. His remarkable work was recognized by the entire Francophonie. He received a panoply of awards, but only refused one, the Governor General's Award, as well as the attached $30,000, because even though he struggled to make ends meet, his convictions had no price. Mr. Speaker, I would like to pass on his message, love, peace, and freedom. And as his character, Bozo les Culottes, says, pioneers may be forgotten, but you won't be Raymond Lévesque. We will always remember you.
Vivrons d'amour. Il n'y aura plus de misère et commenceront les beaux jours. Mais nous serons morts, mon frère.
The Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has long been a world leader in standing up for human rights and dignity. But today, Canada is silent. Some 75 years ago, Canada sacrificed blood and treasure to liberate Europe from the tyranny of Nazism. Some 35 years ago, Canada took a principled stand against apartheid in South Africa. Today, it is clear a genocide is taking place against Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims in China. Ces actes de génocide sont illicites.
These acts of genocide take place through systematic control of the population, sexual violence, and mass detention centers. Several reports have reached the same conclusion, as well as 2 American administrations.
Today, we call on the Government of Canada to recognize a genocide is taking place and to actively seek the relocation of the 2022 Beijing Olympic Games.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, my riding of Etobicoke Lakeshore has a special place in Canadian history. We are the constituency that elected the first Black Canadian to the Ontario Legislature and the first Black woman to the House of Commons. As we celebrate the 25th anniversary of Black History Month, it is thanks to my predecessor, the Honourable Jean Augustine, and her motion that was unanimously agreed to in the House of Commons. No small feat. Jean is the first woman elected to represent this riding in the House, as well as being the first Black woman elected to the Chamber and the first Black woman appointed to Cabinet. Recently, Maclean's magazine presented her with a well-deserved Lifetime Achievement Award. Leonard Austin Braithwaite was an outstanding Second World War veteran, a gifted lawyer, school trustee, and city councillor. He served the legislature from 1963 to 1975 and was instrumental in revoking racial segregation in schools, and he advocated for girls to be allowed to serve as pages in the chamber. It is an honor to follow in the footsteps of these trailblazers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, 63,000 job losses in December, twice what economists predicted. 213,000 job losses in January, almost 4 times more than expected. As unemployment lines in Canada keep getting longer, when is this government finally going to deliver a plan to get Canadians back to work in every sector and in every region of this country?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, since the beginning of this pandemic, we made a simple promise to Canadians that we would have their backs as we made it through. That's exactly why our focus has been on seeing Canadians supported so we can do the things that keep us all safe, like staying home, like closing down businesses temporarily so we can prevent the spread of COVID-19. We know that the best way to restore our economy rapidly is to control the spread of COVID-19. That's what we're focused on, while at the same time we spend millions and billions of dollars to support small businesses and families to help them get through this.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, job creators are tired of waiting for this government to act, so the Canadian Chamber of Commerce announced an advisory group to help businesses manage an economy that is quickly turning against them. They specifically mentioned the lack of a national rapid testing strategy as a major barrier to getting Canadians back to work. Why is the Prime Minister more focused on keeping his job than on the Canadians who've been losing theirs?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's interesting to hear the Leader of the Opposition calling for a national strategy on rapid testing when he doesn't want us to have a national strategy on keeping elders safe in long-term care homes. But back to rapid testing, we delivered this fall over millions, close to 19 million rapid tests to provinces and territories and are working with them to get them rolled out. But indeed, we have seen in a number of provinces and territories they haven't moved forward quickly as we'd like on rapid testing, which is why we're going to keep working with them to protect all Canadians and get our economies rolling again.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, on the weekend, the United Kingdom announced that it had vaccinated 15 million people in 60 days. The United States has vaccinated over 54 million people, including more people every single day last week than Canada has vaccinated so far. And this morning, Chile announced that it had vaccinated 2 million of its citizens. While the world is vaccinating by the millions, this government can only deliver a few thousand. Where is the plan to get vaccines into the arms of Canadians?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, back in November, we announced to Canadians our vaccination plan that would see 6 million vaccinations in the first quarter by the end of March and have everyone vaccinated by September. I can say with over 400,000 vaccines from Pfizer arriving this week, we are very well on track to getting those 6 million vaccinations by the end of March, tens of millions of vaccinations through the spring, and everyone in Canada who wants to get vaccinated by September.
Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, after a major agreement in the delivery of vaccines by Pfizer and Moderna 3 weeks ago, now Health Canada considers that 6 doses per vial, not 5. Can the Prime Minister tell us how many doses we've lost because of his slowness? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I just indicated, in November we announced that we would receive at least 6 million doses of vaccine before the end of March, and that is exactly what we are receiving. We will receive 400,000 this week and millions in the coming weeks, not only to reach our targets for the end of March, but to have tens of millions of vaccines in the spring. And everyone who wants a vaccine in Canada will have one before the end of September this year. Our plan is working, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Canada is the 38th country in the world when it comes to vaccine delivery. We don't know if we are really going to get all the promised doses. There is still uncertainty. We will believe it when we see it. When will the Prime Minister be prepared to vaccinate 300,000 Canadians per day? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have been extremely rapid in signing contracts with different vaccine producers. We started to deliver vaccines in Canada. We are among the first in the world to do that. We are receiving this week more than 400,000 vaccine doses from Pfizer, millions in the coming weeks to reach our targets by the end of March and to ensure that before the end of the summer, at the end of the summer, all Canadians will be vaccinated. The Honourable Member for Beloeil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gary Cobiger from Laval University and from the Infectious Disease Centre developed a vaccine that was considered successful with potential. It was tested on animals, and he asked the Canadian government for $2 million. He got nothing. It's one more example that is added to the delay with Medicago, and this has occurred in research centres in Quebec. This means that what should have been done was not done in Quebec when it comes to research. Can the Prime Minister tell us if he has set aside Quebec and now it's too late? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I am very disappointed with the suggestion made by my honourable colleague that politics played any role here whatsoever. We have been very clear from the very beginning that we would base our actions on the recommendations and opinions of experts and scientists when it comes to our vaccination program. We've done everything to invest in science and to find solutions. We have listened to our experts in their recommendations. And with regard to vaccines and investments, and we have worked to ensure that there would be vaccines for everybody. The honourable member for Beloeil-Chambly. Well, we have to have confidence in science. I can't believe that they would have recommended that Quebec be ignored. We don't know how much we're paying for the vaccines. We don't know when we'll get the vaccines. We don't know if we'll get the vaccines. He talked about 400,000 doses. That's his assurance policy. He bought so many without a guarantee that he hopes to have enough at some point. With now the possible ban that the provinces can buy their own vaccines, are we not at a point where the Prime Minister should publish the full contracts? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I know that in a previous life, my honourable colleague worked a great deal with contracts, and he knows full well that in many trade contracts there are confidentiality agreements. We have been transparent with Canadians with regard to the contracts that we did sign. We were transparent with our targets, and we are transparent with the delivery dates, as well as the deliveries this week, which will give us another 400,000 doses from Pfizer. We will continue to demonstrate that our plan is working. We want to vaccinate and will vaccinate more than 3 million Canadians by September, and all by the end of the summer. The honourable member for Burnaby South. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Delays in vaccination will mean that more people will get sick and more people will die. The Liberal government has failed in its vaccination plan. The Prime Minister must show leadership. Will the Prime Minister put all the resources needed to ensure that Canadians can get vaccinated as quickly as possible? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Yes, Mr. Speaker, that is what we have been doing since the beginning. We have put all the resources required at our disposal in order to vaccinate the most Canadians possible as quickly as possible. That is why I'm very reassured to be able to tell people that we will reach our targets for the end of March of 6 million doses from Pfizer and Moderna, that we will get tens of millions of doses in the spring, and that we will have vaccinated everybody who wants to get vaccinated by the end of September.
Be South.
The Prime Minister needs to stop hiding behind jurisdictional excuses and do everything necessary to vaccinate everyone. We live in a country of nearly 38 million people. To vaccinate everyone is going to take a colossal effort. So will the Prime Minister start showing leadership by committing today that the federal government will fund federal vaccination sites across this country to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible?
Yes. Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, unlike the NDP, apparently, we understand Canada's Constitution and respect provincial responsibility on healthcare delivery. We have worked hand in hand with them from the very beginning to deliver vaccines for Canadians. We are moving forward on supporting the provinces as they vaccinate and as we brace for the big lift, the moment in which tens of millions of vaccines will be arriving in Canada, and we're going to need to work very quickly to vaccinate everyone. We will be there for Canadians as we have from the beginning.
The honourable member for Abbotsford. I believe you're on mute. There we go.
Mr. Speaker, business investment is the lifeblood of our Canadian economy. Yet under this Prime Minister, investment in factories, machinery, and new technologies has declined dramatically. The Financial Post reports that this Prime Minister has presided over the worst business growth of the past 5 Prime Ministers. Today, domestic and foreign investment is at an all-time low. Does the Prime Minister recognize that our country has a serious competitiveness problem?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me start by congratulating the Honourable Member for Abbotsford on his recent appointment as his party's critic for finance. He and I worked together in our previous roles in trade, and I look forward to working with him in this new role. And let me take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to encourage the Honourable Member and all members of his party to end their delaying tactics on Bill C-14, to wrap up the debate at this stage, and to move this legislation, which is really important in our fight against COVID, to the Finance Committee so it can do its work.
Before going to the next question, I just want to remind all the members who are coming in virtually, the microphone, if it's right in front, it'll make it difficult for the translators because it has that popping sound on the microphone. So for everyone's enjoyment and for the health of the translators, if you can just lower it a touch, about an inch below your mouth or above, and you won't get the popping sound. The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister really doesn't have to ask me. The chorus of business leaders have sounded the alarm. Former Bank of Canada Governor David Dodge has said that under this Prime Minister, Canada is, quote, shooting itself in the foot. There's no jobs plan, there's no plan for small businesses, and now no plan to salvage Canada's reputation as a great place to invest. Does the Prime Minister not recognize that his failed policies are chasing away jobs and investment?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and let me apologize to the translators for that popping sound. I'm grateful for the question, Mr. Speaker, because it gives me the opportunity to highlight the report that the IMF released today on Canada's economy. The IMF forecasts that our economy will grow by 4.4% this year, and they found, and I quote, that Canada's strong and well-coordinated actions at the onset of the pandemic provided crucial support to the economy and the functioning of financial markets and helped protect lives and livelihoods. I couldn't agree more, Mr. Speaker.
Well, thank you. I just want to remind everyone about 1 inch, not too far down, because then we all have to strain to hear the answer, and we all want to hear the answer. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Canadians want to work. Unfortunately, last month was a bad month for Canadian workers. 213,000 workers in Canada have lost their jobs. It's not just a number. We're talking about fathers who've come home and had to tell their families, I've lost my job. Mothers have had to do the same things. Young people who just joined the labor market have just said, no, I didn't work out. They had to turn to unemployment. And the government has been mired in the vaccine crisis. Now it's the same for jobs. What it is doing to help these unemployed workers. Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to say that today we have had a good report from an international group which believes that the Canadian economy will reach 4.4% growth this year. I agree with my honourable colleague that we must support workers and the unemployed, and we can do it by voting for C-14. We must do it. We need to pass this legislation. They need this help. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that the Minister of Finance was long the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and she must know that Canada is behind the rest of the world when it comes to the G7. We have the highest unemployment rate. That's the reality. We're far behind the UK, which has barely 5% unemployment, US 6%. We're almost at 10%. At the same time, the minister is saying, yes, it's going to happen. The OECD says things are going to go better. And Canadians want concrete actions. Now, what is the government's plan to put Canadians back to work? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I must be clear that I was speaking about the International Monetary Fund, which is another international organization, which had positive words for what our government is doing. With regard to the unemployment rate now, I must say that 71% of workers who lost their jobs during the crisis have already recovered it now. It's much better than we've seen in the U.S.
Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, the Biden administration's Buy American policies are set to disrupt supply chains between Canada and the United States. The government needs to go to the table now with the United States to prevent these supply chain disruptions and putting our businesses at risk. We need to protect jobs that rely on them. In cities like Mississauga and Windsor, many sectors will be affected by these Buy American policies. What is the government doing to secure Canadian jobs?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for that question, and I want to assure her and Canadians that our government will always stand up for Canadian businesses and our workers. Canada and the United States have agreed to consult closely, also to avoid any measures that could constrain bilateral trade and economic growth between our two countries. I want to remind the member that Canada is the largest export to the U.S., buying more than from the U.S. than China, Japan, and the UK combined. Canada is the #1 customer in more than 32 states. We're going to take a Team Canada approach to ensure that Canadian interests, Canadian jobs are absolutely top priority. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Buy American policies haven't come out of left field. They were in the Biden administration's election platform. And the fact is that the language in these policies are much stronger than anything we've ever seen before coming from the United States. Manufacturers have already warned that this could result in them having to move south and take their business there. There are jobs at risk. Canadian jobs will be affected by these Buy American policies. What's the plan?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, to Canadian businesses and workers, I want you to know that our government is actively engaging with our American counterparts at all levels, and we're always going to stand up for the best interests of Canadians. The Prime Minister raised this in his discussion with President Biden, and also spoke with Vice President Harris about strengthening this trade relationship to avoid any unintended consequences of the Buy American policies for the benefit of both countries. We're always going to take a Team Canada approach, working with Canadian businesses, our exporters, our manufacturers, our industries, just as we have done the last 5 years, and we're going to keep doing this in the interest of Canadian jobs.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. We continue to fall. Canada is now 52 in the world when it comes to vaccination rates. Instead of waiting for foreign companies to provide us with their product, we could have used doses created in Quebec. Yes, world-renowned experts from the University of Laval had created a vaccine that seemed to work. Furthermore, they did it at the start of the pandemic. They even got to the last stage, the testing, but the government said that it wasn't interested and refused to fund the $2 million they needed. It's incredible. Why did the government turn its back on Quebec science? The Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question. Mr. Speaker, let's set the record straight. On March 11th, the World Health Organization declared there was a pandemic. On March 23rd, 12 days later, we announced millions to support the bio manufacturing sector, and we also announced $600 million additional dollars about a month after the pandemic was declared. We have invested more than $800 million to support biomanufacturing in Canada, including Quebec companies like Medico, where we invested more than $170 million to provide vaccines to Canadians in the future. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. $800 million, but not $2 million for an innovative project like this. The UK didn't have the massive production capacity either, but they didn't throw in the towel. No, they didn't say it was too difficult. They rolled up their sleeves and they increased their production capacity. Today, they're heavily vaccinating their citizens, and Canada is awaiting its turn. Quebec researchers just wanted $2 million out of the $800 million. How could the government miss the boat so greatly? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for the question. I have a great deal of respect for Quebec researchers and even the laboratory in question. I've already visited, Mr. Speaker, but to set the facts straight, we invested over $160 million. And in addition to that, we also invested in Medico and a number of other countries in Montreal and Quebec. Mr. Speaker, we made investments, structural investments in the industry. We'll continue to invest in R&D and marketing the vaccines in the country.
Center.
Mr. Speaker, during a disastrous interview this weekend, a representative of Huawei Canada, Morgan Elliott, could not, on behalf of the company, either condemn the treatment by the Chinese government detained Canadians Michael Korbut and Michael Spavor, nor could he explain why Huawei patent technology was being used in the Uyghur detention camps. The words are written all over the walls. It's time to ban Huawei. Why is this government continuing to drag its feet?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable colleague for the question. Mr. Speaker, as we've said many times, we will be guided in our decision when it comes to 5G in Canada by national security, Mr. Speaker. We're not going to be dictating any timetable by the opposition, but we have said it time and time again that what's going to dictate our decision, Mr. Speaker, is national security. We understand that 5G is going to have a tremendous impact for generations to come, and Canadians rest assured that this government will take the appropriate decision to make sure that we make the best decision in the interest of all Canadians for generations to come.
The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian representative said in the interview that the Huawei executive, Meng Wanzhou, has done nothing wrong, suggesting that her detention in a $13 million Vancouver mansion is the exact same as the containment of the two Michaels in China. All the while, the government has partnered with Huawei to the tune of almost $5 million to fund university research here in Canada. How can this government claim to take human rights seriously while Huawei equipment is being used by the Chinese government in Uyghur detention camps?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I am very pleased to answer that question from the member. An experienced member like him, Mr. Speaker, should know, like members in this House know, that the Natural Sciences and Engineering Research Council is responsible for the administration of the Alliance grants. Grants have been awarded through an independent process, which is managed at arm's length from the government. But further, last September, Mr. Speaker, we did publish a policy statement on research security, which included instructing the federal granting councils to review their security policies, Mr. Speaker, so that Canadian researchers can appropriately protect their work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has long been a world leader in human rights and dignity, but today Canada is silent. Some 75 years ago, Canada liberated Europe from the tyranny of Nazism with blood and treasure. Some 35 years ago, Canada took a principled stand against apartheid in South Africa. Will this government recognize that a genocide is taking place against the Uyghur people and other Turkic Muslims in China?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as my colleague will know, our government has always taken a very principled approach with respect to the violation of human rights. We are gravely preoccupied by the allegations of mistreatment of Uyghurs and other ethnic minorities in the Xinjiang area, and we are looking at all of the available evidence. In the meantime, we have urged China to allow experts into the country to examine the situation so that they can see for themselves what is actually being alleged and committed.
Honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, many reports have concluded that there is a genocide underway. These reports document systematic control of the population, sexual violence, and massive detentions. Will the government maintain its silence, or will it take a clear position and recognize this genocide? Will it ask the CEO to move the Beijing 2022 Olympics? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I indicated in English, our government has always put a lot of importance on the issue of human rights, and we are very concerned by the treatment of Uyghurs and other minorities in China. We demand that China accept experts to come in and examine the situation in the Xinjiang region to see whether or not there is unacceptable treatment and abuses of human rights and of the Uyghur people.
Mr. Speaker, as the pandemic continues, we're learning that for many people, the effects of COVID-19 can last over the long term with debilitating symptoms like shortness of breath and chronic fatigue. In some cases, these symptoms are lasting for months and making it impossible for affected Canadians to work. Because of the newness of the disease, government and private insurers are too often getting away with letting these Canadians fall through the cracks. Will the minister commit to extending the EI sickness benefit to 50 weeks and make it retroactive to January when many COVID long haulers' EI sickness benefits expired?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, paid sick leave has been a cornerstone of our public health response to COVID-19, both through the CERB to the Canada Recovery Sickness Benefit and indeed into EI. Our government is committed to extending EI sickness benefits from 15 weeks to 26 weeks, and we stand firm and committed to doing just that. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Churchill, Kiwatnook-Askey.
Mr. Speaker, Tataskwiak Cree Nation has been forced to not only sue this government over their failure to provide clean drinking water, but to take their complaint to the UN. A spokesperson for the Minister of Indigenous Services said that the water in TCN continues to meet approved guidelines. Guidelines? The water is making people sick. Meanwhile, chiefs are expressing fear of reprisals if they stand up to this government. TCN is standing up, and they have my support and the support of Northern Manitoba. Enough with the excuses. When will the government act to fix the problem?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me say first off that we absolutely respect the rights of Indigenous groups, including the Tataskwiak Cree Nation, to seek intervention of the courts, and we absolutely must respect that process. Our government continues to support the Tataskwiak in the repairs and upgrades to their water system, as the water quality does indeed continue to meet approved guidelines. I would point out that since 2016, Indigenous Services Canada has provided over $23.5 million towards water and wastewater upgrades, which has provided new lagoon, lift station, distribution lines, and repairs and upgrades to the water treatment plant, as well as a detailed source of water study. But we will continue to engage with the community and get to the root of this problem.
Honourable Member for Markham-Stouffville.
Mr. Speaker, York Region, particularly Markham, Richmond Hill and Vaughan, and the City of Toronto continue to grow each year. That means more cars on the road, more time spent getting around our region, and more pollution in the air each day. Can the Minister update
Hey, Nigel,
the House
it's Randy. How you doing?
on our commitment to fund major transit projects and our plans to establish a permanent public transit fund?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Markham-Stouffville for her commitment to public transit. I understand the pain of sitting in a traffic jam on the Don Valley Parkway. It wastes people's time while polluting our air. Last week, our government announced $15 billion in new funding for public transit, as well as $3 billion ongoing permanent public transit money to support major projects like subways, zero-emission buses, and bike paths. This is about public transit that will help Canadians get around in faster, cleaner, and more affordable ways.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, countries around the world are ramping up their vaccination pace because of the spread of the UK and South African variants. These variants are highly contagious, and modeling, it's very concerning to see what it could do. We've seen the results of what the UK variant did in a long-term care facility in Barrie, and the South African variant has been discovered in other places in the country. Is the Prime Minister concerned that our slow pace of vaccinations in Canada has left Canadians vulnerable to a potentially larger third wave due to the variant? And if so, what's he doing about it?
Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we share the member opposite's concern about the effect of variants getting hold in any Canadian community. And that's why we've worked so diligently with provinces and territories to support them in all of their efforts to contain the virus, including sending in additional support to particular settings like the one that she mentioned with Canadian Red Cross to help ensure that we are doing a thorough job containing those viruses. Mr. Speaker, this government will stop at nothing to protect Canadians and to support provinces and territories in their essential work.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the best way to protect Canadians against the variant is with a vaccine that we don't have right now. Now, other countries around the world have actually slowed and stopped their vaccination programs that have been using the AstraZeneca vaccine because of its reported ineffectiveness against variants. As well, Novavax, one of the candidates that the government has signed contracts with to be produced here in Canada, also has severe concerns about the effectiveness against variants. So we don't have mRNA capacity really in Canada right now. The government isn't working with companies that do have it. We're slow to receive those vaccines. If Novavax and AstraZeneca don't work against the variants, and we don't have mRNA capacity, what's Plan B?
Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, we do have mRNA vaccines, 2 of them to be precise, and they're 90% effective. In fact, the manufacturers are very confident that they're also effective against the variants. And those are the ones, in fact, that we'll be receiving more of each and every week, including this week, 400,000 from Pfizer, an additional 400,000 the week after, et cetera. And Mr. Speaker, I am very confident in the work of the Health Canada regulators to make sure that whatever is approved for use in Canada will be safe and effective.
Le député de Charbonneau-Saint-Charles. The honourable member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the CEO of Solstar wrote to the Minister of Innovation and said, "We tried to get things moving in Canada, but without much luck. We were unable to access any funding or key strategic partnerships to get into Canadian labs." You see, Mr. Speaker, Canadian companies can do the job. The fact that TriLink in San Diego was quick to partner with Solstar is clear proof. Why did the minister neglect Solstar? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. As I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, we've invested in an unprecedented way very shortly after the pandemic started. We've done a lot to support the biomanufacturing industry. So a month after the pandemic started, we'd invested some $800 million. Mr. Speaker, I would invite my colleague to encourage the CEO of the company he was talking about to get in contact with me. We're happy to speak to everybody, and we're willing to support Canadian companies. We already have supported a number of them, and we will continue to. The honourable member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, another question is raised by Dr. Gary Kobinger, who walked out on the COVID-19 vaccine task force in reaction to comments from the Liberal government, suggesting Canada doesn't have the brains to develop COVID vaccines. And the minister also said that to set up a new vaccine factory, you need expertise. And Kobinger said this was the insult of the last 10 years. The Liberals often speak highly of Canadian know-how, but why don't they support it? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question, and I can reassure him that we have a lot of respect for Canadian scientists and know-how. I've visited a number of labs. Let's set the record straight, Mr. Speaker. We've made historic investments in biomanufacturing in Canada. Let me just name some of the companies that we've supported. Innovaccine Technologies in Nova Scotia, Endos Pharmaceuticals in Alberta, Providence Therapeutics in Alberta, SimVivo, which is in BC, Biodextrix, and Clicovax in Montreal. Mr. Speaker, we will continue investing. The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been 10 years since the federal government hired Irving shipyards to build frigates, but the work still hasn't even started. We now know the first ship won't be ready until 2031 at the earliest, 10 years down the road. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, not a single ship built in 20 years. Meanwhile, Davie Shipyard, the best in North America, has been snubbed. When will the government finally realize that the only intelligent fix for 20 years of delay is to give Davie Shipyards its fair share of the contracts? The Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, Davie Shipyards is a strong partner and a reliable one. They make considerable efforts to help our government get results for Canadians. Davie Shipyards was excluded from major contracts by the previous government, but we've given them over $2.4 billion worth of contracts to this Quebec company. We support shipbuilding in Canada and its workers from coast to coast to coast. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, the exclusion of Davie Shipyards, and it is a shipyard, and the amount given is a far cry from the $60 billion in shipbuilding, and that's what the total cost will be, in excess of the $26 billion originally awarded in contracts. That's more than the total health care budget in Quebec, just the overruns, $1,000 per Canadian. That's what it costs to snub the best shipbuilder in North America, Davie Shipyards. When will the government give Davie Shipyards and Quebecers some of the work? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, that's not true. Not at all. This government has awarded contracts worth $838 million to Davie Shipyard for the acquisition of 3 commercial icebreakers. The first ship began operating in December 2018, and the conversion work for the Jean Goodmill is moving ahead well, and the first frigate for the Canadian Navy arrived at Davie Shipyard for repairs and maintenance.
At Carson Warner.
Canada had a clear pandemic guidebook pre-COVID, which this Liberal government completely ignored at the peril of Canadians and Canada. Canadians need the Liberals to share the data used to support their public policy decisions, data that is being intentionally hidden or not available because they failed to collect it. The federal government is failing in everything from travel screening and rapid testing to vaccine procurement, vaccine rollout, and lockdowns, all of which continue to plague our country's ability to recover. Where is the data, and what is the plan for recovery? Or would the Liberals prefer Canada remain in a perpetual pandemic?
Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And every step of the way, our response has been guided by science and evidence. We're so proud of our hardworking public servants, researchers, scientists, and public health professionals that have helped Canada in its response. I will also point him to the canada.ca/coronavirus website, where all of the data that we are collecting is available. In fact, many researchers around the country use that data to provide additional analysis, for which we are also grateful.
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, an Oshawa constituent is a nurse working for the federal government servicing Indigenous communities. However, due to logistical complications between the federal and provincial governments, this nurse has been unable to be vaccinated, thus putting the vulnerable communities that they are servicing at risk. Considering that this government has been vaccinating critical federal employees like our armed forces, why won't they also vaccinate critical federal healthcare employees serving vulnerable and remote communities?
Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I will say that we are lucky in Canada to have the National Advisory Committee on Immunization, which has provided expert advice about how to roll out the variety of vaccines that Canada has received and will receive. This advice reflects the best scientists who work for the NACI team and provide that advice to the Government of Canada, and also allows for the provinces and territories to build their vaccine strategies built on NACI's advice. The approach is based on saving lives first and then protecting people that are working close to folks that are at risk of contracting COVID.
Member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Liberal government's total failure to deal with this pandemic is having devastating impact in my riding of Red Deer Mountain View. This government simply can't get anything right. We're 6 months behind many other countries in the world when it comes to procurement and to vaccine distribution. Canada now ranks 38th in the world for vaccinations per capita. Rather than fix the problems, the Liberal government is distracting from them and continues to fail Canadians with chaotic and disorganized vaccination programs. When will the Liberal government realize there is no policy substitute for a transparent vaccine strategy?
Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In every step of the way, we've been transparent with Canadians, including by giving regular updates in the press on a regular basis from a variety of officials and elected officials, by working clearly and transparently with provinces and territories so that they can plan the vaccine rollout. And we'll continue that approach, Mr. Speaker, because Canadians expect no less.
Oops, one moment. The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to protecting and supporting our supply-managed producers. Evidence of this can be found in our recently signed transitional free trade agreement with the UK, which makes no concessions on supply management. Last week, the Prime Minister, several ministers, members, and I met with dairy, poultry, and egg producers to discuss the future of supply-managed agriculture. Can the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food provide this House with an update on compensation under supply management? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We announced an accelerated schedule for the payment of compensation to dairy producers as a result of the free trade agreements with the European Union and the Trans-Pacific Zone. The $1.75 billion envelope will therefore be paid out over a 4-year period. We sent a letter to all dairy producers indicating how they can access the second compensation payment. Our government is committed not only to protecting supply management, but also to no longer giving up market share under future negotiations.
As critic for rural economic development, rural businesses are critically important for Canada's future. That's why I was disappointed to read the Liberal Rural Economic Strategy, which completely leaves out our critical hunting and angling sectors. Hunting and angling contributes over $1 billion in annual GDP to Canada. So why are the Liberals ignoring our hunting and angling sectors?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate my colleague on his new role, and I look forward to working with him to ensure that every rural community is part of Canada's recovery and indeed leading it. He referred to our economic development strategy for rural Canada, the first of its kind, Mr. Speaker, focus on 3 pillars: people, places, and partnerships. That includes everybody, including service groups, including hunters and anglers, including businesses, including the charitable sector, and especially in the post-pandemic Canada. Mr. Speaker, we cannot afford to leave anyone behind, and we intend to ensure everyone's connected to high-speed internet.
Honourable Member for Kenora.
Mr. Speaker, tourism operators in northwestern Ontario rely primarily on American clients to keep their business running. Given that we are well into February, they need to know now if they will have international visitors this summer or if they will lose another season. Some level of certainty from this government, one way or another, is crucial for these businesses to plan ahead. So when will tourism operators know if fully vaccinated foreign nationals will be exempt from travel restrictions or not?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for his important question. I had the chance to have many discussions with tourism operators in Northern Ontario, along with many of my colleagues. And obviously, we know they're going through difficult times, but we've been there for them since the beginning of the pandemic. We've invested $10 billion through the wage subsidy, through the regional development agencies, through also the support to fixed costs. And recently, we even launched the highly impacted sector support. And so, of course, it will be a pleasure to work with my colleague to make sure that these tourism operators have access to this very particular new support. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Commercial Rental Assistance Program is there to help our entrepreneurs who are paying dearly for this pandemic. There's a young entrepreneur in my riding who's a property owner and has paid taxes for over 10 years. In the spring, he got the subsidy, but since September, this tenant has been cut off. Do you know why? Because it's not arm's length. Can the Finance Minister correct this absurdity and support all entrepreneurs, including honest young Canadian entrepreneurs? The Honourable Minister. Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. I agree with my colleague that the Rent Assistance Program is a very important program to support our Canadian businesses as part of our fight against the pandemic. With each and every program we have, for example, the Rental Assistance Program, we have to be sure that the program is helping as many businesses as possible, while at the same time maintaining the integrity of the program. We're still trying to strike the right balance, and we will try to help all businesses who should be entitled and have needs under this program. The Honourable Member for Ottawa South. Mr. Speaker, since the beginning of the pandemic, our government has provided financial support to millions of Canadians, helping them put food on the table and keep a roof over their heads. But the crisis is still having serious consequences for many Canadians. Giving them more time and flexibility to pay off the interest on their tax debt is a necessity. Can the Minister of National Revenue update us on recent announcements in this regard? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Ottawa South for his question and his hard work. Indeed, I announced last week that Canadians who received COVID-19 related financial support benefits and who earned less than $75,000 in taxable income will not have to pay interest on their 2020 tax debt until 2022. This measure will give millions of Canadians the flexibility and peace of mind they need to get through this difficult time until they can get back on their feet. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
New land border testing requirements and possible testing for essential travelers is causing confusion and concern amongst Canadians. In my city of Windsor, which accounts for 40% of trade between our countries, thousands of essential workers cross daily to work in healthcare, the supply chain, and transport. For months, I have called for rapid testing and a comprehensive plan for our border crossings that keeps it moving, safe, and builds public confidence. When will this government act on rapid testing, vaccinate CBSA officers, and vaccinate essential workers instead of causing confusion in the community? Why don't you just act and protect Canadians?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, every step of the way, that's exactly what we've been doing, acting with provinces and territories to protect Canadians. In regards to the member's question about rapid testing, we agree it's a very important tool. And as the member may realize, we've shipped over 21.6 million rapid tests to provinces and territories, 6.7 million to Quebec, 4.1 million to Quebec, 6.7 million to Ontario, 2.3 to Alberta, and Mr. Speaker, even more to other provinces and territories. We will continue to ensure that provinces and territories have the tools that they need, as well as the guidance to use it.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Uncoordinated provincial and territorial responses to COVID-19 have failed to halt the spread of the virus in Canada. Small and medium-sized businesses are struggling to survive. Millions of Canadians are experiencing financial hardship. Mental health challenges, drug overdoses, and domestic violence have increased. Will the government work with the provinces and territories to create an intergovernmental COVID task force to coordinate a national response to the pandemic so Canada can get to zero and end the lockdowns?
The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister.
Sorry about that, Mr. Speaker. You'd think we'd be beyond unmuting. Well, first of all, thank you to the member for the question. And all Canadians have been working incredibly hard and sacrificing a lot to get through the pandemic. And I want to thank all Canadians for their enormous efforts. We already have an intergovernmental coordinating committee, Mr. Speaker. It's called the Special Advisory Committee, and all members of all medical officers of health from all across the country work together as professionals, as doctors, to guide our country's response. And of course, that's led and chaired by our incredible Dr. Tam to make sure that we have consistency and cohesion for the guidance that we provide to Canadians, as well as the efforts that we take in procurement, in research, and in various other aspects of managing COVID. That has served us well and will continue to support provinces and territory through that mechanism and many other strategies and tables that meet.
And that's all the time we have for today. C'est tout le temps que nous avons aujourd'hui. OK, nous avons quelques...
And now, a few points of order. First, the Honourable Member for La Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the parties have consulted, and if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion: that this House call upon the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship to grant permanent residency as soon as possible to Mamadi Camara in accordance with Article 25(1) of the Immigration Law and Refugee Protection Act.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à...
All those opposed to the motion will please say nay.
D'accord. La Chambre a entendu l'énoncé.
The House has heard the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. No? Carried.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Mr. Speaker, when the member from Red Deer Mountain View was asking a question, I noticed that another member popped up on the screen. I think it was inadvertently interrupting the Red Deer member. So I'm just wondering if the MP from Red Deer wants a chance to re-ask the question.
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
On that point of order, Mr. Speaker, that happened a number of times today, and it's definitely happened in the past. Rather than this ad hoc way of approaching it, which we seem to have done, perhaps you should come to some conclusion as to how we proceed when this kind of thing happens, because otherwise we're going to see this happening every single day. So I think you need to make a ruling on what should happen in these events.
What's happened in these events is the Speaker has been using his or her judgment, and depending on whether it pops up for a while or whether it's just instantaneous, then the Speaker usually makes a decision on that basis. And when the Honourable Member was making his statement, it came up very instantaneous and very temporary. That's why I didn't have him ask his question over again. So if it's okay with the Chamber, I would leave it to the Speaker, regardless of whether it's the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, or Assistant Deputy Speakers, to use their judgment on that. And I think we've been fair. Hopefully that is something that is acceptable. But if there is something that comes up, by all means, bring it to our attention. We are more than happy to work with all the members so that they do get their fair share. Is that okay? Okay, the Honourable Member is okay, so that's perfect. Good. Recorded division. I'm sorry? Oh, member from the member from Hochelaga no longer has her hand up. Yeah. Comme il est 3h12.
It being 3:12. Pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Mrs. Gray relating to the business of supply.
Already started the vote. Is it on a technical issue?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Go ahead.
There's times when they're speaking in French, we cannot hear the interpreter in English. The French overrides it, and I'm just wondering if that could be corrected.
Very good, thank you. We'll Our technical people have heard that, and hopefully they get that straightened out. Thank you. Convoquez les députés.
Call in the members.
Remind the honourable members that if they are making comments that they don't want everyone to hear, to make sure they're on mute.
Oh, I think that was me.
The list of members voting by video conference has now been established for the use of by the table. The question is the following one. Ms. Gray, seconded by Monsieur Généreux, moved that given the trade between Canada and the United States of America exceeds $1.5 billion per day, more than 300,000 people normally cross the common border monthly, the two countries have enjoyed one of the world's largest open trading blocs for the free movement of goods, services, and people since 1989. The economic challenges caused by COVID-19 and the need, may I dispense? Very good, thank you.
That's great.
Que tous ceux qui appuient la motion.
All those in favor, in person, will please rise.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Pulius.
Mr. Pulius.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
All those opposed to the motion and participating in person will please rise. We will now call on members who are participating by video conference, one by one, in alphabetical order and by party, based on the list at the table. After you have been called, indicate whether you vote for or against the motion. Please ensure the camera is turned on at all times and your microphone is turned on only when you're voting. Les députés du Parti libéral.
Members of the Liberal Party.
Monsieur Trudeau. Monsieur Trudeau. Mr. Alghabra.
Speaker, I vote in favor.
Mr. Alghabra, for poor.
Mr. Amos.
Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Amos, for poor.
Ms. Anand.
En faveur.
Ms. Anand, for.
Mr. Anandasangari.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Anandasangari, for poor.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Arsenault, for.
Mr. Aria.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Aria, for poor.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Badaway, for poor.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Bagnall, for.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Baines, for poor.
Mr. Baker.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Baker, for.
Mr. Batiste.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Batiste, for poor.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Veach, 4 pour.
Madame Bendayan.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Madame Bendayan, pour 4.
Ms. Bennett.
In favor.
Ms. Bennett, 4 pour.
Je vote pour.
4.
Madame Bibeau.
Je vote pour.
Madame Bibeau, pour 4.
Mr. Biddle.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Biddle, 4 pour.
Mr. Blair. Mr. Blois.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Blois, 4 pour.
Mr. Bertina.
In favor of the motion.
Mr. Bertina, 4 pour.
Madame Brière.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Madame Brière, pour 4.
Mr. Carr.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Carr, pour 4.
Mr. Casey.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Casey, 4 pour.
Ms. Chagger.
Mr. Speaker, 4.
Ms. Chagger, 4 pour.
Monsieur Champagne.
Pour, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Champagne, pour 4.
Mr. Chen.
Monsieur le Président, je suis en faveur.
Mr. Chen, pour 4.
Monsieur Cormier.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Cormier, pour 4.
Ms. DeBruzen.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Bruson, 4 pour.
Ms. DeMoff.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. DeMoff, 4 pour.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Speaker, I support the motion.
Mr. Dollywall, 4 pour.
Ms. Dillon.
Je vote pour la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Ms. Dillon, pour 4.
Mr. Dong.
Speaker, I vote for.
Mr. Dong, 4 pour.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion. Merci.
Monsieur Dubourg, pour 4.
Monsieur Duclos.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Monsieur Duclos, 4 pour.
Mr. Duguid.
Je vote pour, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Duguid, pour 4.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Zarowitz, 4 pour.
Mr. Easter.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Easter, 4 pour.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Mr. Assassi, 4 pour.
Monsieur El-Khoury.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur El-Khoury, pour 4.
Mr. Ellis.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Ellis, 4 pour.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Erskine Smith, 4 pour.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Fergus, pour 4.
Mr. Fillmore.
In favor of the motion.
Mr. Fillmore, 4 pour.
Mr. Finnegan.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Finnegan, pour 4.
Mr. Fisher.
I vote in favor, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Mr. Fisher, 4 pour.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Fonseca, 4 pour.
Madame Fortier.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Madame Fortier, pour 4.
Mr. Fragascados.
In favor.
Mr. Fragascados, 4 pour.
Mr. Fraser.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Fraser, 4 pour.
Ms. Freeland.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Freeland, 4 pour.
Ms. Fry.
For the motion.
It's Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry, can you check the boom or the mic and make sure it's down?
I don't think
I even had it on, Mr. Speaker. My bad. I am very sorry. En faveur, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Ms. Fry, pour 4.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Garneau, pour 4.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Gould, 4 pour.
Monsieur Guibault.
Je vote en faveur, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Guibault, pour 4.
Ms. Haidu.
I vote in favor of the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Haidu, 4 pour.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Hardy, 4 pour.
Mr. Holland.
In favor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Holland, 4 pour.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Housefather, 4 pour.
Mr. Hussain.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Hussain, pour 4.
Ms. Hutchings.
Je vote en faveur, Monsieur le Président.
Ms. Hutchings, pour 4.
Monsieur Yakano.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur.
Mr. Yakano, pour 4.
Ms. Ian.
En faveur, Monsieur le Président.
Ms. Ian, pour 4.
Ms. Jazek.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Jazek, 4 pour.
Madame Joly.
En faveur, Monsieur le Président.
Madame Joly, pour 4.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mrs. Jordan, 4 pour.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Johari, 4 pour.
Mr. Kellaway.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Kellaway, 4 pour.
Ms. Khalid.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Khalid, 4 pour.
Ms. Kara.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Kara, 4 pour.
Madame Koutrakis.
En faveur, Monsieur le Président.
Madame Koutrakis, pour 4.
Mr. Kuzmaricek.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Mr. Kuzmaricek, 4 pour.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Lambropoulos, pour 4.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Lametti, pour 4.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Lamoureux, 4 pour.
Madame Latanzio.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Madame Latanzio, 4 pour.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Je suis en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Lauzon, pour 4.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Je suis en faveur de la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Leblanc, pour 4.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Je vote pour, Monsieur le Président.
Madame Le Boutillier, pour 4.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Je vote pour, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Lefebvre, pour 4.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Je vote pour, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Lightbound, pour 4.
Mr. Long.
Monsieur le Président, je vote in favor.
Mr. Long, pour 4.
Mr. Longfield.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Longfield, 4 pour.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga, 4 pour.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan, 4 pour.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau, pour 4.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Maloney, 4 pour.
Madame Martinez-Ferrada.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Madame Martinez-Ferrada, pour 4.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. May Cambridge, 4 pour.
Mr. McDonald.
Je suis en faveur.
Mr. McDonald, pour 4.
Mr. McGinty.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. McGinty, 4 pour.
Mr. McKay.
In favor.
Mr. McKay, 4 pour.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. McKenna, 4 pour.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, pour 4.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories, 4 pour.
Mr. Mendocino.
In favor.
Mr. Mendocino, 4 pour.
Monsieur Miller.
Je vote pour.
Monsieur Miller, pour 4.
Ms. Monsef.
Je vote en faveur.
Ms. Monsef, pour 4.
Mr. Morrissey.
Je suis en faveur.
Mr. Morrissey, pour 4.
Ms. Murray.
I vote in favor.
Ms. Murray, 4 pour.
Ms. Ing.
I vote in favor.
Ms. Ing, 4 pour.
Ms. O'Connell.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. O'Connell, 4 pour.
Mr. Oliphant.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Oliphant, 4 pour.
Mr. O'Regan.
I vote in favor.
Mr. O'Regan, 4 pour.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
En faveur.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor, pour 4.
Mr. Pulowski.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Pawlowski, 4 pour.
Ms. Qualtrough.
I vote in favor.
Can I get you to repeat? I don't. The camera didn't kick in.
Oh, I apologize, Mr. Speaker. I vote in favor.
Okay, we seem to have a technical issue where the camera's not kicking in. You want to try one more time?
I sure can. I vote in favor.
There we go. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Qualtrough, 4 pour.
Mr. Regan.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Regan, 4 pour.
Monsieur Robillard.
Je vote en faveur.
Monsieur Robillard, pour 4.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Rodriguez, pour 4.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Rogers, 4 pour.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mrs. Romanado, pour 4.
Ms. Sahota Brampton North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Sahota Brampton North, 4 pour.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Saini, 4 pour.
Mr. Sajan.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Sajan, 4 pour.
Ms. Sachs.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Sachs, 4 pour.
Monsieur Sanson.
In favor, en faveur.
Mr. Sanson, 4 pour.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Sarai, 4 pour.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
En faveur, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Scarpalegia, pour 4.
Monsieur Chifke.
Je vote en faveur, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Chifke, pour 4.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mrs. Schultz, 4 pour.
Monsieur Seri.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur.
Mr. Serre, pour 4.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Crow, 4 pour.
Madame Shanahan.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mrs. Shanahan, pour 4.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Mr. Sheehan, 4 pour.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East, 4 pour.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South, 4 poor.
Mr. Sims.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Sims, 4 poor.
Mr. Sorbara.
Je vote pour, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Sobera, poor, 4.
Mr. Spengeman.
I vote in favor of the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Spengeman, 4 poor.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Ms. Tassi, 4 poor.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Turnbull, 4 poor.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Van Bynen, 4 poor.
Mr. Van Couverden.
I vote for.
Mr. Van Couverden, 4 poor.
Monsieur Vandal.
Je vote en faveur.
Mr. Vandal, poor, 4.
Mr. Vaughn.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Vaughn, 4 poor.
Mr. Varani.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Varani, poor, 4.
Mr. Weiler.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Weiler, poor, 4.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Wilkinson, 4 poor.
Ms. Yip.
Je vote pour la motion.
Ms. Yip, poor, 4.
Ms. Young.
Monsieur le Président, je suis pour la motion.
Ms. Young, poor, 4.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Zaid, 4 poor.
Ms. Zan.
Je suis pour la motion.
Ms. Zan, poor, 4.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Zuberi, poor, 4.
Members of the Conservative Party.
Mr. O'Toole.
I vote for.
Mr. O'Toole, 4 poor.
Mr. Abultaif.
I vote in support.
Mr. Aboutea, 4 poor.
Mr. Aitchison.
Je vote en faveur, Monsieur le Président.
Aitchison, poor, 4.
Ms. Alislev.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Alislev, 4 poor.
Mr. Allison.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Allison, 4 poor.
Mr. Arnold.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Arnold, 4 poor.
Mr. Baldinelli.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Baldinelli, 4 poor.
Mr. Barlow.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Barlow, 4 poor.
Mr. Barrett.
I vote yea in favor.
Mr. Barrett, 4 poor.
Mr. Benson.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Benson, 4 poor.
Ms. Bergen.
I vote yes.
Ms. Bergen, 4 poor.
Monsieur Berthold.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Berthold, poor, 4.
Mr. Bazan.
I'm in the affirmative.
Mr. Bazan, 4 poor.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis, poor, 4.
Mrs. Block.
I vote for.
Mrs. Block, 4 poor.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Bragdon, 4 poor.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Broussard, 4 poor.
Mr. Calkins.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Calkins, 4 poor.
Mr. Carey.
Vote pour.
Mr. Carey, poor, 4.
Mr. Chu.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Chu, 4 poor.
Mr. Cooper.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Cooper, 4 poor.
Mr. Cumming.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Cumming, 4 poor.
Mr. Dalton.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Dalton, pour 4.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Ms. Dancho, 4 pour.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Davidson, 4 pour.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. D'Entremont, 4 pour.
Mr. Diot.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Diot, 4 pour.
Mr. Doherty.
4.
Mr. Doherty, 4 pour.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Dowdle, 4 pour.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry. Mr. Duncan, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry. Mr. Epp.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Epp, 4 pour.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords, Lloydminster.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry, 4 pour.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords, Lloydminster.
I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords, Lloydminster, 4 pour.
Mr. Falk, Provencher.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Falk, Provencher, 4 pour.
Mr. Fast.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Fast, 4 pour.
Ms. Finley, South Surrey, White Rock.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Finley, South Surrey, White Rock, 4 pour.
Mrs. Gallant.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mrs. Gallant, 4 pour.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennings, can I get you to repeat it? Can we get a thumbs up or a thumbs down? The voice is not transmitting well. Very good. Thank you.
Mr. Jennings, 4 pour.
Ms. Gladue.
I am for the motion.
Ms. Gladue, 4 pour.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Monsieur Godin, 4 pour.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Gould, pour 4.
Mr. Halan.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Hallan, 4 pour.
Ms. Harder.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Harder, 4 pour.
Mr. Hoback.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Hoback, 4 pour.
Mrs. Jansen.
I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Jansen, 4 pour.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Generou, 4 pour.
Mr. Kelly.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Kelly, 4 pour.
Mr. Kent.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Kent, 4 pour.
Mr. Kitchen.
In favor.
Mr. Kitchen, 4 pour.
Mr. Cram.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Cram, 4 pour.
Mr. Currick.
4.
Mr. Currick, 4 pour.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Je vote pour la motion. I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Kuzi, pour 4.
Mr. Lake.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Lake, 4 pour.
Mr. Lawrence.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Lawrence, 4 pour.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Lehoux, pour 4.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Speaker, with a big smile, I vote for the motion.
Essex, 4 pour.
Mr. Leipert.
I support the motion.
Mr. Leipert, 4 pour.
Mr. Lobb.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Lobb, 4 pour.
Mr. Lukiski.
In favor.
Mr. Lukiski, 4 pour.
Mr. McKenzie.
In favor.
Mr. Kenzie, 4 pour.
Mr. McGuire.
For the motion.
Mr. Maguire, 4 pour.
Monsieur Martel.
Je vote pour.
Mr. Martel, pour 4.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Mazer, 4 pour.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
In favor, please.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West, 4 pour.
Mr. McColman.
I vote for.
Mr. McColman, 4 pour.
Mr. McLean.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. McLean, pour 4.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
In favor.
Mr. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou, 4 pour.
Mr. Malello.
Je vote en faveur.
Mr. Malello, pour 4.
Mr. Moore.
In favor.
Mr. Moore, 4 pour.
Mr. Morantz.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Morantz, 4 pour.
Mr. Morrison.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Morrison, 4 pour.
Mr. Motts.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Motts, 4 pour.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Nader, 4 pour.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Patzer, 4 pour.
Mr. Podiev.
I vote for.
Mr. Poliev, pour 4.
Monsieur Reyes.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Reyes, pour 4.
Mr. Redekop. Redekop. Mr. Reed.
In favor, Mr.
Mr. Reed, 4 pour.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
In favor.
Ms. Rempel Garner, 4 pour.
Ms. Rude.
In favor.
Ms. Rude, 4 pour.
Mr. Ruff.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Ruff, 4 pour.
Ms. Sahota Calgary Skyview.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Sahota Calgary Skyview, 4 pour.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Soroya, 4 pour.
Mr. Shear.
In favor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Shear, 4 pour.
Mr. Schmale.
Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Schmale, 4 pour.
Mr. Seaback.
I vote in favor of the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Seaback, 4 pour.
Mr. Shields.
I vote in favor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Shields, 4 pour.
Ms. Shin.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Shin, 4 pour.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Shipley, 4 pour.
Mr. Soroka.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Soroka, 4 pour.
Mr. Stanton.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Stanton, 4 pour.
Mr. Steinley.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Steinley, 4 pour.
Mr. Strahl.
4.
Mr. Strahl, 4 pour.
Mrs. Stubbs.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mrs. Stubbs, 4 pour.
Mr. Sweet.
En faveur, s'il vous plaît.
Mr. Sweet, pour 4.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Tucker, 4 pour.
Mr. Van Popta.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Van Popta, 4 pour.
Mrs. Vecchio.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mrs. Vecchio, 4 pour.
Mr. Vidal.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Vidal, 4 pour.
Mr. Viss.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Viss, 4 pour.
Mrs. Wagentall. Mrs. Wagentall.
In favor? In favor, Mr. Speaker.
Mrs. Wagentall, 4 pour.
Mr. Workington. Mr. Workington. Mr. Waugh.
I vote in favor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Waugh, 4 pour.
Mr. Weber.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Weber, 4 pour.
Mr. Williamson.
I vote in favor. Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Williamson, pour 4.
Mr. Yerdega.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Yerdega, 4 pour.
Mr. Zimmer.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Zimmer, 4 pour.
Les députés du Bloc québécois.
Monsieur Blanchet.
En faveur, merci.
Monsieur Blanchet, pour 4.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Pour la motion.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval, pour 4.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Pour la motion.
Monsieur Beaulieu, pour 4.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur le Président, je suis en faveur de cette motion.
Monsieur Bergeron, pour 4.
Madame Bérubé. Madame Bérubé. Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca, pour 4.
Monsieur Boudria.
Pour la motion.
Monsieur Boudria, pour 4.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe, pour 4.
Madame Chabot.
Je vote pour.
Madame Chabot, pour 4.
Monsieur Champoux.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Champoux, pour 4.
Madame Charbonneau.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Charbonneau, pour 4.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Je vote en faveur.
Madame de Bellefeuille, pour 4.
Madame Desbiens. Madame Desbiens. Monsieur Désilet. Monsieur Désilet.
Pour.
Monsieur Désilet, pouvez-vous répéter, s'il vous plaît? La caméra n'a pas déclenché.
Pour la motion.
Merci beaucoup.
Monsieur Désilet, pour 4.
Monsieur Fortin.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Fortin, pour 4.
Madame Gaudreau.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Gaudreau, pour 4.
Madame Gill.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Gill, pour 4.
Madame Larouche.
Je vote pour.
Madame Larouche, pour 4.
Monsieur Lemire.
Je vote pour la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Lemire, pour 4.
Monsieur Marcil.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Marcil, pour 4.
Madame Normandin.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Normandin, pour 4.
Madame Posé.
En faveur de la motion.
Madame Posé, pour 4.
Monsieur Perron.
Je vote en faveur de la motion. Merci.
Monsieur Perron, pour 4.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Je vote pour.
Monsieur Plamondon, pour 4.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Je vote en faveur de la motion. Merci.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay, pour 4.
Monsieur Simard.
Je vote pour. Merci.
Monsieur Simard, pour 4.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Je vote en faveur.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie, pour 4.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour.
Monsieur Thériault, pour 4.
Monsieur Trudel.
Pour, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Trudel, pour 4.
J'aimerais rappeler aux députés.
I would like to remind members.
Members are the members of the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Singh.
I vote yes.
Mr. Singh, 4 pour.
Ms. Ashton. Ms. Ashton. Mr. Bachrach.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Bachrach, 4 pour.
Mr. Blakey.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Blakey, 4 pour.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
I vote for.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River, 4 pour.
Monsieur Boulris.
Je vote pour.
Monsieur Boulris, pour 4.
Mr. Cannings.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Cannings, 4 pour.
Ms. Collins.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Collins, 4 pour.
Mr. Davies.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Davies, 4 pour.
Mr. Duval.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Duval, 4 pour.
Mr. Garrison.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Garrison, 4 pour.
Ms. Gazan.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Gazan, 4 pour.
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Harris, 4 pour.
Madame Hughes.
I vote for.
Madame Hughes, 4 pour.
Mr. Johns.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Johns, 4 pour.
Mr. Julian.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Julian, pour 4.
Ms. Kwan.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Kwan, 4 pour.
Mr. McGregor.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. McGregor, 4 pour.
Mr. Massey.
For.
Mr. Massey, 4 pour.
Ms. Matheson.
I vote in favor.
Ms. Matheson, 4 pour.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Ms. McPherson, 4 pour.
Ms. Kukuk.
In favor, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Kakak, 4 pour.
Members of the Green Party.
Mrs. Atwin.
Against.
Ms. Atwin's against. Compte.
Mr. Manley.
I vote against this motion. Trump's gone.
Mr. Manley, against. Compte.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
I vote against this motion.
Ms. May, can you repeat? The camera did not kick in.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to be recorded in opposition to this motion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands, against. Compte.
Independent members.
Ms. Ratanzi.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Tanzi, pour 4.
Mr. Sangha.
I vote in favor of the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Sangha, 4 pour.
Mr. Sloan.
I vote in favor of this motion.
Mr. Sloan, 4 pour.
Mr. Tabera.
In favor of the motion.
Mr. Tabera, 4 pour.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould, 4 pour.
Si vous avez entendu la question.
If you have heard the terms and were unable to vote due to technical difficulties that have now been resolved, please activate the raise hand function and the chair will recognize you. Mr. Viersen.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Viersen, 4 pour.
Ms. Wong.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Wong, 4 pour.
Madame Bérubé.
Pour.
Madame Bérubé, pour 4.
Mr. Redekop.
I vote in favor of this motion.
Mr. Redekop, 4 pour.
Madame Desbiens.
Je vote en faveur. Merci.
Madame Desbiens, pour 4.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Trudeau, pour 4.
Mr. Upal.
I vote in favor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Upal, 4 pour.
And that's all.
Yeas pour 326, 326. Nays contre 3.
I declare the motion carried. Before proceeding to the next vote, we will pause the sitting briefly in order to allow employees who provide support for the sitting to substitute each other safely. Are you coming up? The House will now proceed to taking of the deferred recorded division of the motion to concur in the second report of the Standing Committee on Status of Women. The question is as follows. Madame Sahota, Calgary Skyview.
Ms. Sahota, Calgary Skyview, seconded by Mr. Viersen, moved that the second report of the Standing Committee on the Status of Women, presented on Thursday, February 4th, 2021, be concurred in.
The list of the members voting by video conference has been established for the use by the table. All those in favor of the motion and participating in person will please rise.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Garretson.
Mr. Garretson.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion et participent.
Will all those opposed in person please rise?
Nous ferons maintenant l'appel des députés qui participent.
We will now call for hear the members participating virtually by party and in alphabetical order, in accordance with the list that the table has. When your name is called, please indicate whether you are in favor or opposed. Please ensure that your camera is turned on and that your microphone is turned on only when voting.
The Liberal Party. Oh, un moment.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Je vote en faveur.
Monsieur Trudeau, pour.
Alghabra.
Speaker, I vote in favor.
Mr. Alghabra, pour.
Mr. Amos.
Il y a un autre vote.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Amos, pour.
Ms. Anand.
En faveur.
Miss Anand, pour.
Mr. Anandasangari.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Anandasangari, pour.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Arsenault, pour.
Mr. Aria.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Aria, pour.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Badaway, pour.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur le Président, je suis en faveur.
Mr. Bagnall, pour.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Baines, pour.
Mr. Baker.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Baker, pour.
Mr. Batiste. Mr. Batiste. Mr. Beach.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Beach, pour.
Madame Bendayan.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je vote en faveur.
Madame Bendayan, pour.
Ms. Bennett.
In favor.
Ms. Bennett, pour.
Madame Bissette.
Je vote pour.
Madame Bessette, pour.
Madame Bibeau.
Je vote pour.
Madame Bibeau, pour.
Mr. Biddle.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Biddle, pour.
Mr. Blois.
En faveur, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Blois, pour.
Mr. Bertina.
Vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Bertina, pour.
Madame Brière.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Madame Brière, on ne vous entend pas. Peut-être votre microphone n'est pas baissé.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, je vote pour.
Merci beaucoup.
Madame Brière, pour.
Mr. Carr.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Carr, pour.
Mr. Casey.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Casey, pour.
Ms. Chagger.
For, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Chagger, pour.
Monsieur Champagne.
Pour, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Champagne, pour.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Speaker, I am in favor.
Mr. Chen, pour.
Monsieur Cormier.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Cormier, pour.
Ms. de Bruzen.
I vote in favor.
Ms. de Brusen, pour.
Ms. DeMoff.
In favor.
Ms. DeMoff, pour.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Speaker, I support the motion.
Mr. Dollywall, pour.
Ms. Dillon.
Je suis en faveur de la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Ms. Dillon, pour.
Mr. Dong.
Speaker, I vote in favor.
Mr. Dong, pour.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Thank you.
Monsieur Dubourg, pour.
Monsieur Duclos.
En faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Duclos, pour 4.
Mr. Dogood.
I vote in favor of the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Duguid, 4 pour.
Ms. Zarowitz. Ms. Zarowitz. Mr. Easter.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Easter, 4 pour.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Mr. Assassi, 4 pour.
Monsieur Edcoury.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur El-Khoury, pour 4.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Ellis, 4 pour.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Erskine Smith, 4 pour.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Fergus, pour 4.
Mr. Fillmore.
In favor.
Mr. Fillmore, 4 pour.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of this motion.
Finnegan, 4 pour.
Mr. Fisher.
In favor.
Mr. Fisher, 4 pour.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Mr. Fonseca, 4 pour.
Madame Fortier.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Madame Fortier, pour 4.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Fragascatos, pour 4.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Fraser, 4 pour.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Freeland, 4 pour.
Ms. Fry.
In favor?
Ms. Fry, 4 pour.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Garneau, pour 4.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. pour.
Monsieur Guibault.
Vote en faveur, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Guibault, pour 4.
Ms. Haidu.
I vote in favor, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Haidu, 4 pour.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Hardy, 4 pour.
Mr. Holland.
I vote in favor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Holland, 4 pour.
Mr. Housefather.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Housefather, 4 pour.
Mr. Hussain.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Hussain, pour 4.
Ms. Hutchings.
I vote for the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Hutchings, 4 pour.
Monsieur Yakano.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur.
Mr. Yakano, pour 4.
Ms. Ian.
En faveur, Monsieur le Président.
Ms. Ian, pour 4.
Ms. Jazik.
Je vote pour la motion.
Ms. Jazik, pour 4.
Madame Joly.
Je vote pour la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Madame Joly, pour 4.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Jordan, 4 pour.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Johari, 4 pour.
Mr. Kellaway.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Callaway, 4 pour.
Ms. Khalid.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Khalid, 4 pour.
Ms. Kara.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion. Thank you.
Ms. Kara, 4 pour.
Madame Koutrakis.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Madame Koutrakis, pour 4.
Mr. Kuzmarachek.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Kuzmarachek, 4 pour.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Madame Lambropoulos, pour 4.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Lemetti, pour 4.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Sir Lamoureux, 4 pour.
Madame Natanzio.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Madame Natanzio, 4 pour.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Lauzon, pour 4.
Monsieur Leblanc. Monsieur Leblanc. Madame Le Boutillier.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Madame Leboutillier, 4 pour.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Je vote en faveur.
Monsieur Lefebvre, pour 4.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Je vote en faveur.
Monsieur Lightbound, pour 4.
Mr. Long.
In favor?
Mr. Long, 4 pour.
Mr. Longfield.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Longfield, 4 pour.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga, 4 pour.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Macaulay Cardigan, 4 pour.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau, pour 4.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Maloney, 4 pour.
Madame Martinez-Ferrada.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Madame Martinez-Ferrada, pour 4.
Mr. May Cambridge.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. May Cambridge, 4 pour.
Mr. McDonald.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. McDonald, 4 pour.
Mr. McGinty.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. McGinty, 4 pour.
Mr. McKay.
In favor.
Mr. McKay, 4 pour.
Ms. McKenna.
I vote in favor.
Ms. McKenna, 4 pour.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam pour Coquitlam, pour 4.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories, 4 pour.
Mr. Mendicino.
In favor.
Mr. Mendicino, 4 pour.
Monsieur Miller.
Je vote pour.
Mr. Miller, pour 4.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Ms. Monseth, 4 pour.
Mr. Morrissey.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Morrissey, pour 4.
Ms. Murray.
Je vote pour.
Ms. Murray, pour 4.
Ms. Ng.
I vote in favor of this motion.
Ms. Ng, 4 pour.
Ms. O'Connell.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. O'Connell, 4 pour.
Mr. Oliphant.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Oliphant, 4 pour.
Mr. O'Regan.
Je vote pour.
Mr. O'Regan, pour 4.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
En faveur.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor, pour 4.
Mr. Pulowski.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Pulowski, can I get you to repeat? The camera didn't kick in.
I vote for the motion.
Thank you.
Mr. Pulowski, 4 pour.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Qualtrough, 4 pour.
Mr. Regan.
Je vote en faveur.
Mr. Regan, pour 4.
Monsieur Robillard.
Je vote en faveur.
Monsieur Robillard, pour 4.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Rodriguez, pour 4.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Rogers, 4 pour.
Mrs. Romanoff.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mrs. Romanado, pour 4.
Ms. Sahota Brampton North.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Ms. Sahota Brampton North, 4 pour.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Saini, pour 4.
Mr. Sajan.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Sajan, 4 pour.
Ms. Sachs.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Sachs, 4 pour.
Monsieur Sanson.
Je vote en faveur for the motion.
Mr. Sanson, pour 4.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Sarai, 4 pour.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Je vote en faveur, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Scarpalegia, pour 4.
Monsieur Shifke.
Je vote en faveur, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Shifke, pour 4.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mrs. Schultz, 4 pour.
Monsieur Seri.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur.
Monsieur Serré, pour 4.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
4 pour.
Madame Shanahan.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Madame Shanahan, 4 pour.
Mr. Sheehan.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Sheehan, 4 pour.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Sidhu Brampton East, 4 pour.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South, 4 pour.
Mr. Sims.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Sims, 4 pour.
Mr. Sorbara.
Je vote pour, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Sorbara, pour 4.
Mr. Spengeman.
Je suis en faveur de cette motion, Monsieur le Président.
Spengeman, pour 4.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Ms. Tassi, 4 pour.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor for the motion.
Mr. Turnbull, 4 pour.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Van Bynen, pour 4.
Mr. Van Couverden.
I vote for.
Mr. Van Couverden, 4 pour.
Monsieur Vandal.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Vandal, 4 pour.
Mr. Vaughn.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Vaughn, 4 pour.
Mr. Varani.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Varani, pour 4.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Weiler, 4 pour.
Mr. Wilkinson.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Wilkinson, 4 pour.
Ms. Yip.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Yip, 4 pour.
Ms. Young.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Young, 4 pour.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Zaid, 4 pour.
Ms. Zan.
Je vote en faveur, Monsieur le Président.
Ms. Zan, pour 4.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Je vote en faveur.
Mr. Zuberi, pour 4.
Members of the Conservative Party.
Mr. O'Toole.
I vote for.
Mr. O'Toole, 4 pour.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Speaker, I did not hear the question, but I've read the text, and if I'm allowed, I would like to vote in favor.
I'm afraid the motion states that the members have to hear the speaker read the motion. I'm afraid we won't be able to count the vote, but thank you for your honesty.
Mr. Aitchison.
Je vote en faveur.
Mr. Aitchison, pour 4.
Ms. Alislev.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Alislev, 4 pour.
Mr. Allison.
I support the motion.
Mr. Allison, 4 pour.
Mr. Arnold.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Arnold, 4 pour.
Mr. Baldinelli.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Baldinelli, 4 pour.
Mr. Barlow.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Barlow, 4 pour.
Mr. Barrett.
In favor.
Mr. Barrett, 4 pour.
Mr. Benzin.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Benzin, 4 pour.
Ms. Bergen.
I vote yes.
Ms. Bergen, 4 pour.
Monsieur Bertha.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Berthold, pour 4.
Mr. Bazan.
Vote yes, in favor.
Mr. Bazan, 4 pour.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Échemins, Lévis. Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Échemins, Lévis.
Pardon, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Échemins, Lévis, pour 4.
Mrs. Block.
I vote for.
Mrs. Block, 4 pour.
Mr. Bragdon.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Bragdon, pour 4.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Brassard, 4 pour.
Mr. Calkins.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Calkins, 4 pour.
Mr. Carey.
Vote pour la motion.
Mr. Carey, pour 4.
Mr. Chu.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Chu, 4 pour.
Mr. Cooper.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Cooper, 4 pour.
Mr. Cumming.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Cumming, pour 4.
Mr. Dalton.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Dalton, 4 pour.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Ms. Dancho, 4 pour.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Mr. Davidson, 4 pour.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. D'Entremont, pour 4.
Mr. Diot.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Diot, 4 pour.
Mr. Doherty.
I vote in favor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doherty, 4 pour.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Dowdle, 4 pour.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry, pour 4.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Epp, 4 pour.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster, 4 pour.
Mr. Falk, Provencher.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Falk, Provencher, pour 4.
Mr. Fast.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Fast, 4 pour.
Ms. Finley, South Surrey, White Rock.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Finley, South Surrey, White Rock, 4 pour.
Mrs. Gallant. Mrs. Gallant.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mrs. Gallant, 4 pour.
Mr. Jennis.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Jennis, 4 pour.
Ms. Gladue.
Je vote pour la motion.
Ms. Gladue, pour 4.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Godin, pour 4.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Gourde, pour 4.
Mr. Halan.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Halan, 4 pour.
Ms. Harder.
Yep.
I vote
Yeah.
for the motion.
Ms. Harder.
I vote for the motion.
Very good. Thank you. And if I can remind the honorable members, if they're not voting, please keep their microphones on mute.
4 pour.
Mr. Hoback.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Hoback, 4 pour.
Mrs. Jansen.
I vote for the motion.
Four pour.
Mr. Kelly.
I vote for the motion.
Four pour.
Mr. Kent.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Kent, four pour.
Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Cram.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Cram, four pour.
Mr. Currick.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Currick, four pour.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Je vote pour la motion. I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Kuzi, pour four.
Mr. Lake.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Lake, four pour.
Mr. Lawrence.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Lawrence, four pour.
Monsieur Le Houx.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Le Houx, pour four.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Lewis Essex, four pour.
Mr. Leipert.
I support the motion.
Mr. Leipert, four pour.
Mr. Lobb.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Lobb, four pour.
Mr. Lukiski.
In favor.
Mr. Lukiski, four pour.
Mr. McKenzie.
In favor?
Mr. McKenzie, four pour.
Mr. McGuire.
For the motion.
Mr. McGuire, four pour.
Monsieur Martel.
Je vote pour.
Monsieur Martel, pour four.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Mazer, four pour.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
In favor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West, four pour.
Mr. McColman.
In favor.
Mr. McColman, four pour.
Mr. McLean. Mr. McLean.
Je vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. McLean, four pour.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
In favor.
Mr. McLeod, Kamloops Thompson Caribou, four pour.
Mr. Malello.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Miller, pour four.
Mr. Moore.
In favor.
Mr. Moore, four pour.
Mr. Morantz.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Morantz, four pour.
Mr. Morrison.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Morrison, four pour.
Mr. Mott.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Mott, four pour.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Nader, four pour.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Patzer, four pour.
Mr. Podiev. Mr. Podiev. Monsieur Reyes.
Je vote pour la motion.
In favor of the
Je
motion.
vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Reyes, pour four. Mr. Polyev, four pour.
Four. Thank you.
Mr. Redekop.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Redekop, four pour.
Mr. Reed.
I'm in favor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Reed, four pour.
Ms. Rumpel Garner.
In favor.
Ms. Rumpel Garner, four pour.
Ms. Rude.
In favor.
Rude, four pour.
Mr. Ruff.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Ruff, four pour.
Ms. Sahota Calgary Skyview.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Sahota Calgary Skyview, four pour.
Mr. Soroya.
For the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Soroya, four pour.
Mr. Shear.
In favor of the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Shear, four pour.
Mr. Schmale.
Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Schmale, four pour.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Sivak, 4 pour.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Shields, 4 pour.
Ms. Shin. Ms. Shin.
Sorry. Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Shin, 4 pour.
Mr. Shipley.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Shipley, 4 pour.
Mr. Soroka.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Soroka, 4 pour.
Mr. Stanton.
Je vote en faveur de cette motion.
Mr. Stanton, pour 4.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Stanley, 4 pour.
Mr. Strahl.
4.
Mr. Strahl, 4 pour.
Mrs. Stubbs.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mrs. Stubbs, 4 pour.
Mr. Sweet.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Sweet, 4 pour.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
4 pour.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Upal, 4 pour.
Mr. Van Popta.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Van Popta, 4 pour.
Mrs. Vecchio.
I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Vecchio, 4 pour.
Mr. Vidal.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Vidal, 4 pour.
Mr. Viersen.
I vote for.
Mr. Viersen, 4 pour.
Mr. Viss.
I vote for.
Mr. Viss, 4 pour.
Mrs. Wagentall.
4.
Mrs. Wagentall, 4 pour.
Mr. Waugh.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Waugh, 4 pour.
Mr. Weber.
I vote for.
Mr. Weber, 4 pour.
Mr. Williamson.
I vote for. Sorry, I was distracted there by my honorable colleague.
Mr. Williamson, 4 pour.
Mrs. Wong.
I vote for the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mrs. Wong, 4 pour.
Mr. Yerdega.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Yerdega, 4 pour.
Mr. Zimmer.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Zimmer, 4 pour.
Les députés du Bloc québécois.
Monsieur Blanchet.
En faveur. Merci.
Monsieur Blanchet, pour 4.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Pour la proposition.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval, pour 4.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Je vote pour.
Monsieur Beaulieu, pour 4.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur le Président, je suis en faveur de cette motion.
Monsieur Bergeron, pour 4.
Madame Bérubé.
Je vote pour.
Madame Bérubé, pour 4.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca, pour 4.
Monsieur Boudria.
Pour la motion.
Monsieur Boudria, pour 4.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Chabot.
Je vote pour.
Madame Chabot, pour 4.
Monsieur Champoux.
Pour la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Champoux, pour 4.
Madame Charbonneau.
Je vote pour la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Madame Charbonneau, pour 4.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame de Bellefeuille, pour 4.
Madame Desbiens. Madame Desbiens. Monsieur Désir.
Pour la motion.
Monsieur Désilets, pour 4.
Pour.
Monsieur Fortin.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Fortin, pour 4.
Madame Gaudreau.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Gaudreau pour 4.
Madame Gill.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Gill pour 4.
Madame Larouche.
Je vote pour.
Madame Larouche pour 4.
Monsieur Lemire.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Lemire pour 4.
Monsieur Marcil.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Marcil pour 4.
Madame Normandin.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Normandin pour 4.
Madame Posé.
Pour la motion.
Madame Posé pour 4.
Monsieur Perron.
Je vote en faveur de la motion, merci.
Monsieur Perron pour 4.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Pour la motion.
Monsieur Plamondon pour 4.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay pour 4.
Monsieur Simard.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Simard pour 4.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Je vote en faveur.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie pour 4.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur le Président, pour.
Monsieur Thériault pour 4.
Monsieur Trudel.
Pour, merci.
Monsieur Trudel pour 4.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel, pouvez-vous répéter?
Could you repeat, please, Mr. Trudel? Your camera did not go off.
Président.
Merci beaucoup.
Monsieur Trudel pour 4.
Members of the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Singh. Mr. Singh. Mr. Backrack.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Backrack, can I get you to repeat? The camera didn't kick in.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Thank you.
Mr. Backrack, 4 pour.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Blakey pour 4.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River, 4 pour.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Boulris pour 4.
Mr. Cannings.
I vote for the motion.
Cannings 4 pour.
Ms. Collins.
Je vote pour la motion.
Ms. Collins pour 4.
Mr. Davies.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Davies pour 4.
Mr. Duval.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Duval 4 pour.
Mr. Garrison.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Garrison 4 pour.
Ms. Gazan.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Gazan 4 pour.
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Harris 4 pour.
Madame Hughes.
4.
Madame Hughes 4 pour.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Johns 4 pour.
Mr. Julian.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Julian pour 4.
Ms. Kwan.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Kwan 4 pour.
Mr. McGregor.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Ms. McGregor 4 pour.
Mr. Massey.
4.
Mr. Massey 4 pour.
Ms. Matheson.
I vote for.
Ms. Matheson, can I get you to repeat again? The camera didn't kick in.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Thank you.
Ms. Matheson 4 pour.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Ms. McPherson, 4 pour.
Ms. Kakuk.
In favor, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Kakuk, 4 pour.
Members of the Green Party.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Ms. Atwin, 4 pour.
Mr. Manley.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Manley, 4 pour.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
I also vote for the motion.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands, 4 pour.
Independent members.
Ms. Ratanzi.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Ratanzi, 4 pour.
Mr. Sangha.
In favor.
Mr. Sangha, 4 pour.
Mr. Sloan.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Sloan, 4 pour.
Mr. Tabara.
For the motion.
Mr. Sobara, 4 pour.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould, 4 pour.
Assuming that you did hear the question, if you wish to register your vote and weren't able to due to technical difficulties that are now resolved, use the raised hand function and the chair will recognize you. Mr. Batiste.
Yes, I heard the question, and when I went to unmute it, it wouldn't unmute. So I would like to cast my ballot now in favor of the motion.
Batiste, 4 pour.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My computer unfortunately shut down as I was about to vote, so I did hear the question, and I would like to vote in favor of the motion.
Zarowitz, 4 pour.
Mr. Kitchen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had some technical difficulties with my space bar, and I wasn't certain whether you registered my vote as for in favor of the motion.
Kitchen, 4 pour.
Mr. Singh.
Vote yes.
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
I vote for.
4? Very good.
Mr. Singh, 4 pour.
And that's it?
Yeas pour 325, 325. Nays contre 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried. Before continuing, it is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Government appointments.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes, Ethics. And the Honourable Member for Calgary, Midnapore, Airline Industry. L'Honorable Député.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent is rising on a point of order. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was very happy to see the 2 motions adopted earlier, but I'm seeking the unanimous consent of this House that, notwithstanding any special orders or rules of this House, we ask on second reading of Bill C-10, Act to amend the Radio Broadcasting Act and other acts on behalf of the member be removed, and that Bill C-10 be deemed adopted on dissent and sent to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. All those opposed to this motion proposed by the Honourable Member, please say nay.
D'accord. La Chambre.
The House has heard the motion, and all those opposed to the motion, please say nay.
Adopté.
Adopted.
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
The Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie is rising on a point of order.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm actually rising today on a question of privilege.
concerning the interpretation resources which are available for committee meetings and other parliamentary proceedings. I'm raising this issue after Friday's meeting of the Standing Committee on Health, because it was suspended on the claims of its chair, the Honourable Member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam. There was no staff resources, interpreters, clerks, and so on, that were available after 4:30 p.m., and therefore the committee could no longer continue to meet. That meeting was seized with a motion to order the production of the federal government's vaccine contracts, something which the Liberal government has been treating as Ottawa's most highly guarded secret. While I recognize that the usual practice of the House is that a complaint arising in the committee should first be reported from the committee itself, this has been a growing and systemic issue plaguing our hybrid committee structure. The Health Committee's meeting last week was merely the straw that broke the camel's back, so to speak. So I understand the recent meeting of the Special Committee on Canada-China Relations was similarly plagued by an abrupt adjournment as well. This past autumn, the Standing Committee on Finance witnessed a whole series of suspensions premised on unavailable resources. At last week's Health Committee meeting, the Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou struggled to participate in a vote shortly before the suspension, attributing her difficulties to interpretation challenges. What's more, she noted that this was not the first time this caused a problem for her to vote. Reflecting on a high-profile vote she cast at the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics back on October 26th. These are just a few examples which come to mind, and I'm sure a number of other cases could very easily be cited with just a bit more reflection, Mr. Speaker. All of this is to say that there is a bigger picture here, a pattern, if you will, to take into consideration. It is this pattern which I respectfully submit meets the threshold of, and I quote, very serious and special circumstances, end quote, which Speaker Fraser articulated on March 26th of 1990 at page 9756 of the debates in respect of the chair intervening in committee matters. Pour commencer, Monsieur le Président.
To begin, Mr. Speaker, and before someone gets the wrong impression, allow me to clearly state that Conservatives are strongly in favor of bilingualism and is one of the fundamental pillars of our federation. And it is the heritage of Sir Johnny Macdonald and of Mr. Cartier, who guaranteed through Section 133 of the North America Act that English or French could be used by all persons in debates of the House of Commons of Canada, and that these two languages must be used in the summaries and the various journals of these chambers. End of quote. It is the government of Mr. Bennett, an Albertan, who supported this, and his mandate at paragraph 4.1 of the Act said that the Bureau must cooperate with both houses of the Parliament and act on their behalf for all questions relating to legalization and revisions of translations between two languages for documents, including correspondence, reports, debates, bills, laws, and for interpretation in sign language and for terminology. It's the government of John Diefenbaker that established simultaneous interpretation at the House of Commons and then in the Senate. It is the government of Brian Mulroney that created our simultaneous system and put it under the Official Languages Act in 1988. And what is now paragraph 4.2 of this Act. Facilities must be made available for simultaneous interpretation, debates, and other parliamentary work in both official languages. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives were the parents and promoters of bilingualism in the Parliament.
Committee's meeting, Mr. Speaker. At about 4:25 on Friday, the chair stated, according to the Blues, and I quote, "I just want to advise the committee that we have a hard stop at 4:30 Eastern Time. After 4:30, we have no interpreters, no clerk, no analysts, and no room," end quote. As to the adjournment of committee meetings, allow me to quote from page 1099 of the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition. And I quote, "A committee meeting may be adjourned by the adoption of a motion to that effect. However, most meetings are adjourned more informally, when the chair receives the implied consent of members to adjourn. The committee chair cannot adjourn the meeting without the consent of a majority of the members, unless the chair decides that a case of disorder or misconduct is so serious as to prevent the committee from continuing its work," end quote. There is nothing in there about adjourning because inadequate resources have been provided to a committee. A page earlier, on meeting suspensions, Bosque and Gagnon explained, and I quote, "Committees frequently suspend their meetings for various reasons with the intention to resume later in the day," end quote. Some of the examples offered include, and I quote again, "to change from public to in-camera mode, or the reverse, to enable witnesses to be seated, or to hear witnesses by video conference, to put an end to disorder, to resolve a problem with a simultaneous interpretation system, or to move from one item on the agenda to the next," end quote. We've all encountered those in our times here, Mr. Speaker, and yes, while problems with interpretation are in fact mentioned and can occasionally be common, that's usually a quick matter of making sure that all the switches are in the right position and whatnot. So it's not a matter of staff simply not being scheduled to support parliamentarians' work. And even if it was, it should have only been as long as was required for new interpreters to come and take a shift in the booth, not the 95 or so hours that it has been since the Health Committee's deliberations were suspended. Debate on the vaccine contract production motion kicked off shortly before noon that day. It is my understanding that by approximately 2 p.m., first, that it was becoming clear to all concerned that a Liberal filibuster was in full flight. Secondly, there was an understanding that a majority of committee members would not give expressed or implied consent to adjourn the meeting, along the lines expressed on page 1099 of Bosque and Gagnon, which I just quoted. And thirdly, that these developments had been communicated to senior House administration officials in order that the necessary arrangements could then be made for the Health Committee's meeting to continue into the evening. Our move to hybrid and virtual proceedings necessitated by the COVID-19 pandemic has indeed put strains on the technical ability to secure bilingualism in the House's proceedings. Last year, I was a member of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs when that committee looked at whether to incorporate virtual elements into our proceedings during this pandemic. On May 4th, the Procedure and House Affairs Committee heard from the Canadian Association of Professional Employees that there were 70 staff interpreters working in official languages and that 40 of them were at the time unable to work either because of health issues or childcare needs when schools were closed. The union also informed the committee that, and I quote, "We are getting close to our worst case scenario, which is that too many interpreters end up needing rest and healing at the same time. We fear that interpreters are getting dangerously close to being unable to keep up with the demand and having to refuse assignments in too great numbers to find replacements. This would jeopardize the conduct of parliamentary activities. Nobody wants to get to the point where we no longer have enough available qualified interpreters to support parliamentary work," end quote. In the Conservative dissenting report to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee's 5th report, tabled last May, we wrote that the interpretation situation we had heard about is, and I quote, "not only distressing for our hard-working interpreters, but it also places bilingualism in the House at grave risk," end quote. I understand that the grave risk has continued to develop and mature instead of being met, addressed, and mitigated. And now, Mr. Speaker, all this is to say that it's not just some bolt out of the blue. We saw it coming in the very first weeks of the pandemic situation, when we were only dipping our toes into the world of virtual committee meetings. In the Procedure and House Affairs Committee's fifth report, it was acknowledged by all parties at page 10, and I quote, "The committee notes that increasing the complexity of House proceedings could result in the need for more simultaneous interpreters." End quote. Yet here we are hearing that the situation has been moving, in fact, in the opposite direction, Mr. Speaker. In January, the Canadian Press reported on a survey conducted by the Canadian chapter of the International Association of Conference Interpreters, which revealed that 60% of respondents experienced auditory issues requiring time off work. Our interpreters reported in a 9-month period triple the number of workplace injuries experienced in the preceding 20 months. These reports prompted the Standing Committee on Official Languages to begin a study looking into the challenges facing our interpreters. The Official Languages Committee heard on February 2nd from the Conference Interpreters Association that, and I quote, "There is already a critical shortage of interpreters qualified to work on the Hill," and that, quote, "the shortage of interpreters preceded the pandemic, which merely exacerbated the situation," end quote. According to the association's evidence, there are only about 80 freelance interpreters in all of Canada who meet the Translation Bureau's standards to supplement the work of, now apparently about 50 staff interpreters. The association ended its presentation to the Official Languages Committee with a plea, and I quote, "Please urge the Minister to address the critical shortage of qualified interpreters in Canada on an urgent basis and ensure the very small existing pool of government-accredited interpreters is encouraged to work in the Parliament of Canada and not actively discouraged as they have been," end quote. It goes without saying that our simultaneous interpreters have been the unsung heroes of maintaining parliamentary democracy throughout this pandemic. My deepest thanks goes to them for the work that they are doing and that they are putting in and the challenges that they are enduring. My remarks today are in no way aimed at them as individuals, but rather at the management and organization. Of course, Mr. Speaker, as you would know, though I don't believe everyone would be familiar with the unique jurisdictional lines on Parliament Hill, the House of Commons does not actually employ the interpreters who work here among us. Instead, the Translation Bureau, a special operating agency of the federal government reporting to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement, has a statutory mandate, which I quoted earlier, to act for both houses of Parliament in, quote, "all matters concerning interpretation." As the House Administration's Chief Information Officer succinctly explained to the Official Languages Committee on February 2nd, and I quote, "The Translation Bureau provides the service. As you know, the interpreters work for the Translation Bureau. We provide the technical environment in accordance with the standards established by the Bureau," end quote. While there is a service agreement in place between the House Administration and the Translation Bureau, it is important to recall that subsection 12.1 of the Translation Bureau regulations sets out the prime directive for the Bureau, and I quote, "The requirements of both houses of the Parliament of Canada and of the committees thereof in respect of interpretation services shall be given first priority by the Bureau." First priority, Mr. Speaker. Couldn't be any clearer than that. Yet, the experience of the Health Committee on Friday would suggest that it was getting no priority. It's not like the resources were thinly stretched that day either, Mr. Speaker. Last week was a constituency week, so there weren't the usual multiple pressures of a House sitting and a half a dozen or more simultaneous committee meetings at any given moment. In fact, the only other proceeding on that Friday was a 70-minute subcommittee meeting in the morning. To put it more plainly, there was nothing else going on. Nothing on Parliament Hill on Friday afternoon at all when the Health Committee's meeting was suspended. Nothing else which would have been competing with the Translation Bureau's, quote, "first priority." That brings me to 3 more statements of the Chair of the Health Committee, the Honourable Member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, and this is what he told the committee on Friday, firstly around 4:30, and I quote, "I am just going to say that the House resources are a matter of House administration to allocate, and the current situation is a matter of agreement between all the House whips and leaders. It is really not up to the chair, it's not up to the government how to allocate House resources. Secondly, around 4:35, and I quote, I just wish to make it clear that this is a matter of House administration. For resources, it makes arrangements for staff or rooms and has done so with the agreement of the House whips and the leaders. And then thirdly, a few moments later, and I quote again, I have ruled that it's not really up to us on the committee, it's not up to me as the chair, it's not up to the staff, it is a matter for the House administration that allocates resources and determines what resources are available in conjunction with conversations with the whips and House leaders, end quote. By contrast, allow me to quote from the special order adopted by this House on January 25th of 2021 at pages 427 to 430 of the journals, governing our virtual and hybrid proceedings this winter and spring. In paragraph Q, it is established that committee meetings are held in a hybrid format with virtual participation authorized, and I quote, provided that priority use of House resources shall be established by an agreement of the whips, end quote. Once again, Mr. Speaker, the order says, and I quote, priority use. Not all use, not any use, but rather priority use. As I explained earlier, the Health Committee was practically the only show in town, so to speak, on Friday of last week. And after 12:13 p.m., it was the only committee meeting happening. There was no one else seeking the use of House resources at the time, so the priority was self-evident by the simple fact that only one committee was meeting. Paragraph Q of the January 25th special order proposed to the House by the Liberal House Leader does not afford the Liberal whip a veto over committee meetings anytime the temperature gets a little too hot for the Prime Minister and his cabinet. In short, the member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, misinformed the Health Committee when he tried to lay blame elsewhere for his plan to shut down the debate to force disclosure of the government's vaccine contracts. I raise this as a question of privilege today because it is really the best and only outlet to remedy a situation which is fast becoming a serious impediment to our House's operations. At the Official Languages Committee recently, the Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Patrie asked the International Association of Conference Interpreters, and I quote, are we at a breaking point? And is there a risk that we may not have enough interpreters to do the work in the Parliament of Canada? End quote. The reply was yes. And the witness elaborated, and I quote, for the lack of necessary resources, the Translation Bureau has already has to refuse to allow interpreters to work at certain meetings of members, such as caucuses, although it's not withholding their services from committee meetings for the moment, end quote. The evidence, Mr. Speaker, is that we are at a breaking point and that we are careening towards a critical failure in the ability to conduct parliamentary proceedings. This is also not a new problem sprung on us by the pandemic. Regardless, there were very early warning signs that the pandemic would accelerate the problem. Yet the government has done nothing. Instead, it sits back, folds its arms, and takes comfort in the fact that Parliament cannot function fully and hold the government to account. We've seen several committee meetings which were proving uncomfortable for Liberal interests, suddenly and abruptly halted because of a lack of government-supplied interpreters. I would be remiss if I did not point out that the Health Committee on Friday was debating a motion to produce the federal government's COVID-19 vaccine contracts, negotiated by the Minister of Public Services and Procurement. When the debate was shut down because there were no interpreters available to support MPs' work, furnished to Parliament by the Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Turning to the parliamentary privilege, Bosk and Gagnon explain at page 57 that, and I quote, it refers to the powers possessed by the House to protect itself, its members, and its procedures from undue interference so that it can effectively carry out its principal functions, which are to legislate, deliberate, and hold the government to account. In that sense, parliamentary privilege can be viewed as the independence of Parliament and its members need to function unimpeded, end quote. Continuing at page 59, we read, and I quote, the House has the authority to assert privilege where its ability has been obstructed in the execution of its functions or where members have been obstructed in the performance of their duties." End quote. Page 60, meanwhile, elaborates on the concept of contempt, and I quote, "Any conduct which offends the authority or dignity of the House, even though no breach of any specific privilege may have been committed, is referred to as a contempt of the House. Contempt may be an act or an omission. It does not have to actually obstruct or impede the House or a member. It merely has to have the tendency to produce such results." End quote. Interpreting or disturbing the proceedings of the House or one of its committees, as we know, an established type of contempt, as identified in the 1999 report of the United Kingdom Parliament's Joint Committee on Parliamentary Privilege and recited also at page 82 of Bosque and Gagnon. Dans la situation actuelle, nous avons des séances.
In the current situation, committee meetings are often interrupted because there are government errors, because the government does not provide enough interpreters. These circumstances are new for raising a question of privilege. It is clear by precedent that it's not always necessary. Page 81 of Bosque and Gagnon reminds us that in the Commonwealth countries, most procedural authorities are that contemplations for opposition of privilege. End quote.
Together with the Translation Bureau through the requirements of statute and regulation, amplified by a service agreement between the two entities. But that does not mean the House is powerless. Indeed, without the House standing up for itself and its own interests, we run the risk of being seen as acquiescing in this treatment by the Translation Bureau and the Minister of Public Services and Procurement, and therefore risking this becoming the new standard. Perhaps, in the final analysis, this partnership is the best possible structure available. But, no matter how you cut it, improvements in substance are vital and necessary. Parliamentary privileges trace their lineage through centuries of struggle between the House of Commons and the King, as well as the King's government. As page 62 of Bosque and Gagnon reminds us, and I quote, "These privileges were found to be necessary to protect the House and its members, not from the people, but from the power and interference of the King and the House of Lords." The House of Commons in Canada has not had to challenge the Crown, its executive or the upper house, in the same manner as the British House of Commons. End quote. Could it be that we were reverting back to those early days, Mr. Speaker? What I do know, Mr. Speaker, is that we seem to be starting down a path and staring at down the barrel of a growing problem. And that's the problem of the efficient and effective operations of Parliament being caused by the inaction and atrophied responsibility of the government. The procedural authorities often speak of contempt in the same breath as punishment. In this case, though, I'm not seeking punishment, though if there should turn out to be any deliberate wrongdoing against the ability of the House to function, then there should absolutely be strong sanctions. But what I'm trying to do is place front and center the issue of interpretation resources, which are made available to us for this House to deliberate upon. Should you agree with me that there is a prima facie case of privilege here, I am prepared to move an appropriate motion to refer the matter to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs for its usual thoughtful analysis. However, I'm open also to seeking a different approach here. If, while you are deliberating upon my arguments, informal discussions among the parties and other interested actors suggest that there might be a more efficient, effective, and appropriate course of action which could see the issues meaningfully addressed and our parliamentary committees back functioning at full throttle. So ultimately, Mr. Speaker, I believe the House needs to address this situation seriously and swiftly in order to be assured that the government is meeting its legal requirements that we are giving the best possible expression to our constitutionally guaranteed bilingualism and our statutorily confirmed simultaneous interpretation system, and that we are ensuring that the House and its committees can function fully and completely without let or hindrance by the very government that we are meant to hold to account. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I want to thank the honourable member for his very well thought out argument. I will take it under advisement and return to the chamber and return to the House as soon as possible. Now, I do have 6 more people, 5 online and 1 in the chamber, who would like to speak to this. I'll start with the honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a very serious matter. So I want to present to you a little bit more detail about what happened at the Standing Committee on Health on Friday, and also perhaps provide some additional arguments to the ones that my colleague just made in support of the arguments that he has put forward. So, Mr. Speaker, what happened on Friday was the Standing Committee on Health was meeting to discuss a variety of matters that have originally been triggered under a Standing Order 1064, which is a procedural tactic that parliamentarians can use to force meetings when there are matters of urgency that need to be taken care of. The 1064 that was in question on Friday originally was a motion to do with requesting essentially a briefing on the issue of variants to COVID-19 in Canada and the government's response, and then also to dispose of a motion that my colleague had given notice of with regard to contractual obligations with certain vaccine companies. This motion, as my colleague mentioned, it was going into a filibuster by the Liberals. It was very clear that the Liberals in that moment in time were trying to obstruct a vote on the motion because it was clear that the motion was going to pass. Now, that is the Liberals' right, Mr. Speaker. They have the right to do that. What I was robbed of, and the other members of the committee were robbed of on that day, given the circumstance that my colleague outlined, was the ability to see that through. I was good to go to sit around the clock on this. And I know that my colleagues of other political stripe were as well. But I think what the Liberals were banking on, given the chair's comments, was that there wouldn't be resources available at 4:30, so that the filibuster would end and that there wouldn't be a vote called on this very impactful motion that many, even in the media, have been calling for. So in that, my privilege was breached. The debate should have continued. It would have continued if we were in normal sitting schedule. There's no reason why it wouldn't have. We've all been in filibusters before, but the chair, as my colleague quoted, prefaced all of his comments saying we will be ending the meeting due to a lack of resources. Now, typically in these situations, a committee would look at what happened, but the problem is we're not in a normal situation. The chair, using this excuse of lack of resources, suspended the meeting. Not only that, as my colleague rightly said earlier, there were interpretation issues that my colleague from the Bloc was rightly angry about, that she was attempting to vote. I was trying to sort this issue out. But the reality is that for whatever reason, we're a year into the pandemic, we're after prorogation, we're after many months of this. All of a sudden, there wasn't resources available. And Mr. Speaker, if we can't figure this out, then I don't think that these virtual committees are working. That's really where we're at. At this point in time, given all the examples that my colleague have raised, I strongly believe that very quickly we need to have more resources, because democracy doesn't fit into neatly little aligned time slots. Sometimes meetings are going to go longer. Sometimes there's going to be meetings that need to be scheduled outside of meeting times. That's my job as a parliamentarian. That's my prerogative as a parliamentarian, and that's my rights under the standing orders, Chair. So, just to reemphasize, this is, I believe, firmly rests within your bailiwick, because we couldn't sort it out because the chair was kept going back, well, there's no resources. There's no resources. There aren't resources. The translators need to go. The clerk needs to go. In any other circumstance, if we weren't meeting virtually, I would argue we wouldn't have had that scenario. Things would have kept going. So, if this can't get sorted out, I don't see how virtual parliament works, quite frankly. Now, I'm confident that you can find a solution to this, which either involves hiring more interpreters immediately, working with the clerks of committees, whatever, to understand that my ability to use procedure to have the voices of Canadians heard shouldn't be limited to somebody saying, gotta go, it's 4:30 on a Friday. That's not how democracy works. And, my colleague, the opposition whip, has given some suggestions for that. I was just, look, I understand that the Liberals, the government members, might not like what I was doing there, that they were filibustering. That, again, that's their prerogative. But the meeting shouldn't have been ended due to, quote, lack of resources. People around the world have figured out how to get resources for translation, for Zoom meetings. And to end a meeting because of that, which is not provided for under the standing orders, was a breach of my privilege. It was a breach of the privilege of the people that I represent, who pay my salary to fight the government on issues like this. This was a fairly significant motion. It would have compelled the government to essentially provide more details on the contracts related to our vaccine procurement, which is the number one, by an order of magnitude, top public policy issue today. There's no question about that. So, this has happened more than once on our committee. In no way, shape, or form should it be acceptable that a meeting is, canceled due to technical difficulties. I've had that happen before too. And Speaker, I just implore you that if this can't be fixed immediately, that we probably as Parliament need to look at some sort of reinstitution of physical sittings, which is not ideal for health and safety issues either, but we can't just stop democracy. That's where we're at. And as my colleague from Banff Airdrie also, rightly put, we also can't suspend the right to interpretation, the right to have proceedings in both official languages. So to me, Speaker, I just implore you, what happened at Health Committee is a matter for you to deal with. It's something that can't continue.
We're starting to repeat if I could just, I don't mean to interrupt, but I find we're starting to repeat ourselves. So if I can ask the honourable member to maybe be concise, tell us exactly what the points are, and then we'll go on to others. I do have a long list, and I don't want to rush, especially in light of the topic that we're discussing, but I don't want repetition either, though. I'll let the honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill continue.
Mr. Speaker, my specialty isn't a filibuster. That would be my Liberal colleagues in the Health Committee, but I digress. I come to you honestly.
To wrap up.
I come to you asking for a resolution to this so that committee can continue unimpeded. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Maintenant, nous allons continuer avec
Now we will continue with the honourable member from Salaberry-sur-Loire. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to add a few words with regard to the issue of privilege that was just raised by my counterpart from the official opposition, the whip. So at the Health Committee, we all know, Mr. Speaker, that the chair of the committee made a decision on a question of privilege raised by the member for Calgary-Nose Hill on Friday, the 12th of February. And that decision had the effect of suspending a basic and fundamental debate with the government so that the government would reveal its vaccination plan for vaccines against COVID-19. So I'd like to bring to your attention, Mr. Speaker, and I know that Bosque and Gagnon, if the House of Commons procedure and practice at 1060, and I would like to cite it. And the chair of a committee does not have the right to decide on issues of privilege, but the chair of the Health Committee did suspend the committee, even though it was convoked by 4 members, and said that the technical resources were no longer available, even though the debate underway was not finished. So I think that it'll be a year almost, in March at least, that we have had virtual hybrid parliament. There have been many improvements, but there are still real problems, particularly in committees, when it comes to the technical and technological support team to enable members to work, to express themselves, and to be heard and understood in their mother tongue. So that is a privilege of members to be able to work in their native language, to be able to understand what is happening. But what happened in the context where the members of the party that forms the government were filibustering? We know that that's a parliamentary technique, but that is something that happened on February 12th. And the effect of that was to make the meeting go on up until the limit that was announced by the technical services of the House. And what we've improved, Mr. Speaker, is that we give parliamentarians the ability to enter into debate, to respect the standing orders, and there are limits imposed by technical conditions. And that's not necessarily linked to interpreters only, but it's also all of the staff who support parliamentarians in their work. So we should not just think that everything that we've been talking about this afternoon in this question of privilege is only about the interpretation services. It is also about all of the services and the staff who provide technology and technical support for our committees. So, Mr. Speaker, the members for the government used, according to us, the limit on technical resources for their own political purposes. And the chair of the committee made a decision on a question of privilege that went against existing parliamentary rules. Therefore, the technical services of the House and the members of the opposition parties were taken hostage in the way that the committee meeting was suspended. So if there is not enough technical wherewithal to continue the committee, it is not up to the chair to take advantage of that situation to come to a decision that favors the governing party. As if the members of the Liberal Party of Government want to help the government hide things about procurement of vaccines, well, this cannot be done by infringing the parliamentary privilege of other members of the committee, and where they are trying to get information about the vaccination plan of the government that has an impact on the health of Canadians and Quebecers. So this raises an incredibly important question of privilege, and it is up to the Speaker of the House to decide on this. Questions of privilege that come from debate in committees must be taken into account with report by a committee. I would submit respectfully, Mr. Speaker, that the current situation fully justifies direct intervention by the Speaker, given the particular circumstances through which the parliamentarians are attempting to continue their mandate during the COVID-19 pandemic for the good of Canadians and Quebecers. And technical service shortages should not be used by the government to try to prevent the members of other parties from doing their job. As you know, we sit together on the Standing Committee on Procedure, and all of the interpretation services are there to provide members with the possibility of using those services to express themselves. It's very important to us. I think you know this. I have spoken on it a number of times, and I would urge you, Mr. Speaker, to take a position and to consider that this is truly a question that has an incidence on parliamentary privilege. And we ask you, as my colleagues have asked you, to find a solution, because hybrid functioning of Parliament and virtual Parliament will continue for a few months, and we cannot tolerate that this situation occurs again or would last. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. And now let's continue.
3 online and 1 in the chamber. I just want to remind the honourable members and ask them to be as concise as possible, as is mentioned on Bosch and Gagnon, page 146, a very concise account of what they believe the argument is. We'll now go to the parliamentary secretary to the government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thought I would take this opportunity just to provide my thoughts on this, and maybe...
Just going to interrupt for a second, since we are talking about interpretation. If you don't mind just lowering your microphone just a touch, and this way it'll make it a lot easier on our interpreters' ears. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my apologies to the interpreters, the special people that we're actually talking about right now. Mr. Speaker, I bring maybe a different type of perspective to the issue that we have before us right now. And as a coincidence would have it, I was actually the member that was speaking at the time when the issue came up in terms of the chair's desire to suspend the committee meeting. And just so that we have a little bit of the background of it, Mr. Speaker, because I do think it would be wonderful to see a decision from you. And I will review other aspects of the discussion that have been taking place. I want to plant the seed of motivation, Mr. Speaker, in your mind. What is motivating members to bring this thing forward at this time? I won't comment extensively on the issue of the timing. I was surprised that it came up now, in the sense I would have thought it would have come up earlier today, when it would have been, the member had a much earlier time of the day in order to raise the issue, and chose not to. But that's another issue, even though it's somewhat important when you take into consideration your privilege, the matters of privilege. I want to fix a little bit of time on the issue of motivations. The previous Conservative speaker, for example, Mr. Speaker, said that the Liberals were actually using and expecting the chair to do what it is that he had done. That's a very serious allegation, Mr. Speaker. If you stop and think about when you get a member of the House accusing members to try to manipulate the chair to suspend, when in fact, Mr. Speaker, I was the one that was speaking at the time. And I can assure you that I was not trying to manipulate
Michelle
the chair.
Rempel, honestly.
To manipulate the chair to suspend the meeting. I was just getting underway, Mr. Speaker, with my comments on the issue. When the chairperson raised what I thought was a valid point, and if you listen to the sponsor of the motion talked about, the hard workers, those unsung heroes of interpretation services. And they do a fabulous job, Mr. Speaker. Now,
interrupt if we can be as concise as possible with whatever issues or facts that you believe that the honourable member believes that pertain to the argument. It would be appreciated. I would thank the honourable member.
Yes. And Mr. Speaker, I'll do my best at doing that. The point is that I was prepared to continue on, nor was I trying to intimidate or try to get the chairperson to suspend the meeting. My recollection in terms of watching what was taking place was the chair had stated concern in regards to the interpreters, those unsung heroes, those hardworking individuals, indicating that he had concerns whether or not we would be able to continue on, and he wanted to be able to adjourn at the time in which adjournment was supposed to take place. Immediately following that, Mr. Speaker, we had points of orders that were being raised at the standing committee, stating that the chairperson can't do that. Now, I had provided comment at the time that I did not believe that we should be having a committee proceed if we cannot provide bilingual services. And I made that very clear, Mr. Speaker. Now, at the end of the day, the chair was fairly clear in terms of concerns that he had. And the opposition right away started to get excited about the fact, well, that the chair can't do that. And the chair does have a responsibility, Mr. Speaker, and I would refer you to go back to some of the committee meetings where we saw under the, for example, the Harper administration, where a chair would just suspend a meeting. They have the capability. A chair can actually say, I've heard enough, or doesn't even have to listen, can just make the decision. I'm going to suspend this meeting. For whatever reason it might be, and members can always raise it. Now, if you look at what the member who moved the motion said, he said to you, Mr. Speaker, he hopes to get you to respond. But in the interim, he believes that there is an opportunity for informal discussions that could take place that could resolve the issue. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm suggesting to you that, in fact, that would have probably been the most likely happy scenario if members had concerns that, in fact, there's the House leadership teams, there's other venues in which this could have been talked about. But to try to use the floor of the House of Commons to say that, you know, this is the chair or the government and they're at some sort of a work to prevent the work of the Health Committee, I think is a stretch. And I believe that the Standing Committee has within its ability to be able to resolve it, as other standing committees have done in the past in terms of adjournments and suspensions, Mr. Speaker. And I believe, and I will review everything that's been said and possibly get back to you depending in terms of what follows my comments. I do appreciate you taking the time to listen to me out. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable member. Now we'll go to the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in my time, I've been privileged enough to serve the people of Vancouver Kingsway. Two very fundamental concepts have been rendered very apparent to me. One is that time is one of the most important currencies in Parliament. And second, that majority rule is the cornerstone of our democracy. And I believe that the current motion before you on privilege engages both of those very important principles, and I want to stand in support of the point of privilege that's been made. I had the, I guess, the privilege also, Mr. Speaker, of being present throughout the whole health meeting that is in question here, and I witnessed everything that happened from beginning to end. I'm not going to repeat the basic facts. I think they've been well stated by the member from Banff Airdrie. As you know, the meeting started at 11 a.m. Eastern. It's typically a 2-hour meeting, and through a number of motions that were made and speakers who wanted to speak, the meeting was extended beyond that time period. It was also the case that about halfway through the meeting that the chair let it be known in advance that the meeting would be ended at 4:30 p.m. Eastern because he said that there would be a lack of technical support at that time. Now, when we approached 4:30 and the chair acted according to that warning that he made, at that moment, Mr. Speaker, there were still a number of speakers who wanted to speak to the motion on the floor, and there was no motion to adjourn on the floor, which I would think is important for you to note, Mr. Speaker, as you deliberate on this matter, the fact that at no time did any member of the committee, including on the Liberal side, make a motion to adjourn. And I can tell you why that wasn't done. It's because it was clear that the majority on that committee wanted the meeting to continue. It would have been a simple matter at any time to adjourn the meeting. Now, I think one of the nubs of the matter, to speak to the real essence of what's before you, Mr. Speaker, might require you to resolve, I think, a very pointed claim made by the previous speaker, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the House Leader, when he says to you that a chair can adjourn a meeting any time the chair wants for any reason they want. With great respect, I'm going to suggest that is false. I don't believe that's the case at all, and I'll leave it to your great research to determine when are the proper circumstances. And the reason I say that is, as my honourable colleague from Calgary Nose Hill, I think, very appropriately stated, when you're in opposition and when members want to speak and when they're using the currency of time in a political sense to continue debate going for whatever reasons, that's appropriate. It is equally appropriate for members on the opposite side to filibuster. And that's what was going on at this meeting, is the opposition and the government members were all acting completely appropriately. The issue is, when does that end? And I would respectfully submit that it ends when there's a proper motion to suspend or adjourn the meeting, and that passes by a majority. And until that is done, then the meeting continues until there are no speakers who wish to have the floor. Now, I want to say as well that at the very end, there was a motion to challenge the chair's ruling on privilege. And I think it's been made to, but it's troubling to me and on behalf of my fellow New Democrat colleagues that during that very vote, my Bloc Québécois member, colleague on the committee, was deprived of her right to cast her ballot because she had no translation during that vote. And so the very vote that the chair relied on to end the meeting was one that was flawed because it was interrupted by a lack of translation. And if you review the record, which I ask you to do, Mr. Speaker, you will see that that's the case. I also want to raise a point that has not been made by anybody at this point, and that is, what is the consequence of a meeting that's been suspended? As we sit here today, days later after that meeting, it is not possible to go to Parleview to see that meeting or to listen to it. The minutes are not public yet, and so right now the public is prevented from seeing the proceedings. And that is another, I think, detrimental consequence of a chair who has unilaterally suspended a meeting without the democratic mandate of the committee to do so. It's not just our breach of privileges as members, but I believe that the Canadian public has been unable to see what happened at that meeting because of that as well. The point has already been made, so I won't dwell on it, that this was Friday afternoon. This was not the case, Mr. Speaker, that there was another committee coming into the meeting. I appreciate and understand that given these virtual meetings, there are some atypical considerations that may go into a committee that is engaging in after expiry debate. But that wasn't, you can safely eliminate that contingency here, because on Friday afternoon there was no other committee coming into that meeting, and it would have been a simple matter for us to adjourn for a few minutes to get other interpreters and to get further tech support. I would also point out that the chair never explained what the technical support problems ever were. And so we were left wondering, well, what are the technical support issues that prevent us from continuing the meeting? Because in my mind, those could have been easily remedied, perhaps with a 5 or 10 or 50-minute temporary adjournment as well. In my respectful submission, Mr. Speaker, the way that political conflict is resolved in our system is by a democratic vote that happens in the House, it happens at committee, and I believe that the chair of the Health Committee was well-intentioned but mistaken when he chose to unilaterally end that meeting and deprive the member for Calgary.
There is no interpretation coming through, Mr. Speaker, right now.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Your words in English so that you can see us. Is it translating through? Est-ce qu'il y a la traduction qui se fait?
Can you hear the translation?
Alors, attends une minute. You're getting translation? Vous avez la traduction? Okay.
You're hearing the translation?
Mr. Davies, if you can wrap up, please, that would be great. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you.
Vancouver Kingsway. My apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will wrap up. I would just say that I believe that the Honourable Chair of the committee was well-intentioned, but simply mistaken when he thought that it was his duty to arbitrarily end a meeting at 4:30 when it was the clear will of the majority of the members of that committee to continue on. And it is uncomfortable sometimes in those situations because some people want to end the meetings or not. But the idea of a filibuster and the use by different parties of that currency of time as a political pressure is a valuable one. And I would hope that you would support not only the the motion for privilege, but also those time-honored parliamentary traditions of using time and majority support to resolve differences, not the unilateral autocratic action of a chair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you. The honourable member we had a in-house, no longer, okay, very good. We'll go to the honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I am, of course, the chair of the Standing Committee on Health. And I was, in fact, presiding during the meeting of February 12th, just passed. Much has been made in this discussion about arbitrarily ending the meeting and cutting off debate unfairly. And the member from Vancouver Kingsway spoke kind of equivalently regarding adjournments and suspensions. But I would like to emphasize to you, Mr. Speaker, that this meeting was not in fact adjourned, erroneously or otherwise. It was suspended. It was suspended, and the debate has not been terminated. The debate will resume when next the committee meets. The meeting is not over. It is only suspended, and which is why perhaps that the minutes are not available at this time. Much has been said focusing on the problems of lack of interpreters. This is, I think, it overemphasizes the matter of the interpreters. The problem on this particular occasion was that I was informed that there were no facilities available after a certain time, that the staff, the technical staff, and interpreters were only going to be available until 4:30 Eastern time. And it was my duty, as I see it, to respect the committee staff and workers, and honor their circumstances. The member of the Bloc Québécois in the meeting did express circumstances during the meeting of having problems with translation. And I advised her at that time, as I advise everyone all the time, as well as I have advised the committee as well, that if there is ever any problem with translation, that they should proactively and instantly, as soon as possible, inform the chair so that we could take appropriate action. In the case of the matter raised in this particular discussion today by the Bloc Québécois member, she alleges that I ruled on a question of privilege. I did, in fact, inform the committee that the chair of a committee does not have the power to rule on questions of privilege, and I declined to do so. I did rule on the question of whether I see that there was whether the question, in fact, raised by the member from Calgary-Nose Hill relates to parliamentary privilege, and in my opinion, it did not. This was a decision that was under appeal by the committee, and it is that particular decision that during the vote on that matter, the member from the Bloc during that meeting was unable to vote. However, once I was informed of that fact, I made an effort to make sure that that she was able to give her vote, and that the tally of the vote kept by the clerk was updated accordingly. The member also indicated that I forget which member it was. I think it was Mr. Davies, or the member from Vancouver Kingsway, or the member from the Bloc, suggested that I used this vote as a pretext, or this decision on privilege, on whether or not this question of privilege was relevant in this case, as a pretext to end the meeting. And it has absolutely nothing to do with not ending the meeting, in fact, with suspending the meeting. The meeting was suspended strictly and only because it was my belief, my understanding that the facilities of the House were not available, and that we were actually overstaying our access to them. And And in terms of explaining why we could no longer carry on, I did in fact explain that it was because of availability. And
I believe we're starting to, I'll just interrupt the honourable member. It sounds like we're starting to repeat ourselves, so if I can ask him to be concise and maybe just wrap up, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Good timing. I appreciate the warning or the notice, and I am in fact done. Thank you very much.
Okay, very good. Now we have the honourable member for Brandon Souris, who wants to rise as well.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just have another point that I'd like to raise in this as well. I'm a member of the Health Committee, and I was there when this filibuster did take place on Friday afternoon. No doubt about that. I'm just raising a couple of points here. The Deputy Government House Leader made the comment that the chair can suspend a meeting whenever. That's not true, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker. And my colleague from Banff Airdrie, our House Whip, certainly pointed that out in his remarks about why you need to look into this, and very clearly. My colleague tried to raise a point of order, my colleague from Nose Hill, and the chair did shut down the meeting. She was cut off, her privileges were revoked in that area. And so you still need to deal with this, Mr. Speaker. The job of the chair was to make sure that there are resources. My party whip also announced that there was no other meetings taking place in Parliament Hill at all that day. At that point, and so I think we need to you need to make a decision needs to be made, as my colleague from Nose Hill pointed out earlier, about the type of meetings that we're going to continue to have. And so if we if the government can't provide resources for meetings that are going to take place, particularly when they know they're doing the filibuster, I think that there is great question and concern here about the not the integrity of the whole process, but the whole process itself. And it is up to the chair, and he was told that the other day, that if there are resources needed, should be able to get those resources and make them available. The meeting was certainly not over, not anywhere near, and all of the opposition parties were still there debating these issues. And so I think the chair just doesn't have the right to end the meeting, for that particular reason. And if he just admitted that resources were, I heard him say that the resources wouldn't be available, as my colleague from the NDP mentioned partway through the meeting, that these resources wouldn't be available. And so that was quite disturbing to note, that we got to the, a time that someone chose to end the meeting, and it was because of a suspension, because we didn't have enough resources, which is against the members' privileges of the House. So thank you, Mr. Chair, and I just wanted to make sure that was taken into consideration.
I want to thank the honourable member, and I will take all these comments under advisement and return to the House with a ruling and with a decision.
I have the order to say that the Senate transmits a House to the Chamber, informing that it adopted the following bill, which reflects the sentiment of the House. Bill C-2, modifying the Health and Security Extraterritorial Act.
It being, I'm sorry? Oh, yes, sorry. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, private members' business. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-222, an act to amend the Expropriation Act, protection of private property, standing in the name of Mrs. Gallant.
It being 6:52, the House will now proceed to consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. believe we did this. I'm sorry? 1 second. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to pay tribute to all those in the House, and I'd like to thank all the personnel and the interpreters in particular who continue to serve us well. So I'm pleased to participate in today's debate on Bill C-222, an act to amend the Expropriation Act. The member from Renfrew-Nipissing Pembroke introduced this private member's bill to promote the protection of private property of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, the member stated that the intentions behind this bill were to, and I quote, clarify the provisions of the existing law dealing with compensation to property loaners and to protect the private property rights of Canadians in the context of federal expropriations. However, the amendments proposed in Bill C-222 do nothing to protect private property. They only create an uneven application of an important act and restrict the government's ability to act in the interests of Canadians in certain emergency situations. Mr. Speaker, this is a deeply flawed bill for several important reasons, which I will explain in the next few minutes.
This debate is the issue of expropriation, a rare occurrence indeed, driven by urgent need that takes place only if and when a negotiated process is not feasible.
Although rarely used, expropriation can play a critical role in dealing with emergencies or incidents in such areas as defense, transportation, and the environment. In its current form, the Expropriation Act is an important piece of legislation that details the process that the Government of Canada must follow when private property must be expropriated to serve the public interest. Under this process, a public hearing must be held if there is a challenge to a notice of expropriation.
The Act contains provisions so that in an emergency, when a delay would be prejudicial to the public interest, the Minister of Public Services and Procurement may step in and set aside certain requirements. As an example, the Minister is permitted, in the case of an emergency, to waive the holding of a public hearing to allow the government to move more quickly to expropriate a crucial piece of land or property. Cette dérogation.
This exemption applies exclusively to urgent cases where urgent action is required. This could reflect an urgent need to acquire physical possession of property, such as for the protection of critical transportation infrastructure or national security needs. Mr. Speaker, the government acts with prudence and due diligence in all aspects of the expropriation process. However, the need to act quickly, particularly in emergency situations, can be a key factor in this process. If the proposed amendments in the Act were to be made, it would no longer be possible to expedite the expropriation process on an urgent basis when necessary in response to emergency situations.
Flexibility in the expropriation process is potentially critical to dealing with emergencies when timelines are paramount. We simply cannot accept amendments that hinder the government's ability to act quickly in the interests of Canadians when faced with defense, transportation, or environmental emergencies. Le projet de loi C.
Bill C-22 proposes to amend the Expropriation Act to limit the authority to exercise the right under subsection 1011 to waive the requirement for a public hearing prior to the registration of a notice of intent to expropriate property. It also intends to limit the power in subsection 19.2 to substitute a shorter waiting period for taking physical possession of the real property or real right. However, the MP's bill seeks to impose these limits only in specific cases. Specifically, the bill specifies that subsections 10.11 and 19.2 would not apply where the expropriation is for the purpose of, and I quote, restoring an ancient natural habitat or managing directly or indirectly climate variability. Ultimately, these changes would create a two-tier system by retaining certain factors and leaving others aside.
When deemed necessary, our government believes all expropriations are deserving of equal treatment regardless of their purpose, whether it is environmental protection or accommodation for public infrastructure. It is counterproductive to establish a tiered system by creating exceptions limiting the minister's ability to act swiftly in cases of real environmental emergencies over others. It just does not make sense. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, this government is firmly committed to defending the private property rights of Canadians. And we recognize the importance of protecting private property rights by ensuring that due process is followed in accordance with the current Expropriation Act, which outlines a rigorous hearing process that must precede any planned expropriation.
The Act allows the minister to waive holding a public hearing if, quote, by reason of special circumstances, the physical possession or use by the Crown is urgently required, and that to order that a public hearing be conducted with respect to it would occasion a delay prejudicial to the public interest, unquote. Mais précisons à quel...
But how often is this waiver used? In practice, there has never been an expedited process whereby the minister has used subsections 10.11 and 19.2 under this Act in its current form. But they are important provisions to have if ever they were to be necessary. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member simply has not made any compelling argument to justify the minister's abilities being impeded in such a way and only in certain circumstances.
The only thing this bill and its amendments would truly achieve is to apply new impediments to the Government of Canada's ability to respond to emergency situations, and again, only in certain circumstances. Mr. Speaker, putting aside those emergency provisions, the Expropriation Act already ensures that property owners are treated fairly and compensated appropriately in situations where expropriation is considered necessary. La loi indique également.
The Act also clearly indicates how compensation or the market value of the property is to be determined and paid. And I would like to point out that PSPC has only completed 12 expropriations in the past 30 years. In these cases, guided by the Act, government has ensured that the owners are treated fairly and offered appropriate levels of compensation. Mr. Speaker, there has never been a situation under the current Expropriation Act where the government has waived public hearings on a proposed expropriation of a property for any reason. In essence, Bill C-22 is an ineffective solution to a problem that doesn't exist. Simply put, Mr. Speaker, this bill is unnecessary and Canadians have nothing to gain from it. Mr. Speaker, the use of the expropriation is rare, and let's say it again. PSPC has conducted approximately 12 expropriations over the past 30 years, and there has never been a situation under the current Expropriation Act where the government has waived public hearings on a proposed expropriation of property.
Expropriations are seldom used To repeat, Public Services and Procurement Canada has completed approximately 12 expropriations in the past 30 years, and there has never been a situation guided by the current Expropriation Act in which the government has waived public hearings related to a proposed expropriation of property. And frankly, our position, Mr. Speaker, is that expropriations deemed necessary deserve equal treatment, regardless of their purpose, whether it is environmental protection or accommodation for public infrastructure. Toutefois, tel qu'il est présenté,
The bill, in its current form, weakens the government's ability to take action in urgent situations and does not create any benefits for property owners. For these reasons, our government does not support, and I urge my colleagues to vote against. The Honourable Member for Avignon-Lamitis, Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank my colleague for tabling this bill. I tabled a bill recently, and it's very rewarding. I thank my colleague. Now, unfortunately, I have to say that the Bloc Québécois stance on this expropriation bill is that we will be voting against C-222, and I will explain why. Unlike what we've heard, C-222 does not protect property owners from arbitrary and abusive expropriation. In fact, this bill seems to deny climate change, which can lead to climate disasters that need emergency action, like sometimes, unfortunately, expropriations. Now, unfortunately, expropriations are always very difficult for the property owner in question, even when justified. Section 11 in the current Expropriation Act states that the government has the power to expropriate quickly when there are special circumstances or when it's urgent. But if C-222 is adopted, then the government won't be able to use emergency or urgency as a criteria for expropriation when it's for restoring an important natural habitat or direct or indirect management of climate variations. We know that climate change causes natural disasters, have caused and will continue to cause them. For example, spring flooding. Last December in Gaspésie, the Matane River was flowing so quickly, 10 times faster than annual average. Researchers at the University of Laval have studied the impact of climate change on flooding. Their studies found that damages could increase by about 30% due to climate change. In the lower St. Lawrence, 2 rivers, there are, in fact, major increases of flooding on the Matane River and on the Matapédia River. And we remember what happened in the spring of 2019 in Saint-Marc-sur-le-Lac. This municipality in the lower Laurentians is built mostly on a floodplain and protected by a dam, but the dam was not prepared for the amount of flooding caused by climate change, so it ruptured and the municipality was flooded by the cold water of the Deux Montagnes Lake. 6,000 people had to be urgently evacuated from their homes. That's 1/3 of the population. 800 homes were flooded. People, citizens, they were really desperate. Sometimes they had lost everything. The government of Quebec had to take swift action in just a few months in order to restore the dam, strengthen it, and ensure that the same tragedy wouldn't reoccur the next year. And in order to do so, that had an impact on some private property and may have decreased the value of many homes along the water, notably by blocking their view of the lake. And if C-222 had been in effect, then those property owners along the water, they would have been able to block the government of Quebec from taking swift action in order to protect against losing even more land. Sometimes we have to do public works for the greater good. Sometimes it is necessary for the public interest or for the greater good. In 30 days within receiving an expropriation notice, property owners can contest. Then there can be a public hearing where it can be explained why he or she feels that expropriation is unjustified or illegal. The reasons why the state can expropriate have nothing to do with the public good, in fact. So then the investigator presents a report to the government, who can then propose changes or recommend that expropriation go ahead. But this is more symbolic than real, because the government can unilaterally reject the owner's arguments. We also note that this procedure of refusal has the effect of delaying expropriation. Currently, Section 11 of this Act allows the government to bypass the stage of appointing an investigator and holding a public hearing if it believes that expropriation is urgently required due to special circumstances, and that holding a public hearing would result in delays that would be contrary to the public interest. But, Madam Speaker, Bill C-222, which we are debating tonight, adds a subsection to Section 11 that it would not apply if the purpose of the Crown's expropriation is the restoration of former natural habitat or the direct or indirect management of climate variability. This addition would make it such that the government cannot invoke an emergency if the expropriation is related to environmental protection or climate change. In a way, the bill considers that climate change cannot cause disasters that justify an urgent response, including expropriation, even if it's partial expropriation. Therefore, if C-222 is adopted, affected citizens will have every opportunity to oppose a climate change emergency measure that affects the value of their property, which will limit the government's ability to deal with it. The Bloc Québécois thus refuses to allow the government to be so limited in its ability to deal with climate disasters. This is why we will not support Bill C-222. Madam Speaker, let's remember that the Expropriation Act is essentially procedural legislation. It sets out the procedures that the government must follow when expropriating property, the time limits it must respect, and the recourses available to expropriated parties in the event of a disagreement. Under the Expropriation Act, the person who is subject to a notice of expropriation has two rights. First, he or she can contest the amount of compensation, and second, can challenge the expropriation outright. When she introduced her bill in February 2020, the Member of Parliament for Reprou-Nipissing Pembroke issued a press release explaining the content of the bill. But the analysis of the bill has bothered us. Why? Well, it has very little to do with what the member said in her original presentation. In fact, it's quite unusual. First, the sponsor of C-222 argued that the multiplication of environmental regulations amounts to a disguised expropriation. In her view, this trend diminishes the protection afforded to private property, which would justify the bill. With respect, I respectfully disagree. Governments sometimes enact regulations that have the effect of preventing an owner from enjoying or disposing of private property as he or she sees fit. For example, if a municipality passes a bylaw that prevents the construction of buildings in flood zones for environmental reasons, this is referred to as indirect expropriation or disguised expropriation. The owner can then apply to the courts to be compensated for the loss of his or her property. However, it is not under the Expropriation Act that the owner will seek recourse. It is under the Civil Code in Quebec or the common law in English Canada. This is not covered by the Expropriation Act or by Bill C-222. Hence, our questioning of the real motivation of the Conservative member in introducing this bill. The MP also argued that her bill will give Canadian owners rights equivalent to those enjoyed by foreign investors through NAFTA, i.e., to oppose environmental regulations that diminish the value of their investments. What my colleague might be missing is that the Expropriation Act only deals with the acquisition of property by the state. It has nothing to do with environmental regulations. She should also perhaps be reminded that in the new NAFTA, the chapter that allowed an American investor to sue the government when a law or regulation diminished the value of his investment, well, that is no longer in the agreement. It's not in the new agreement. The member also argues that in the absence of protection for property rights in the Charter of Rights, it is the Expropriation Act that provides that protection. But federal law does not protect private property. The Civil Code does. Article 92.13 of the Constitution specifies that that is an exclusively provincial jurisdiction. The Expropriation Act does not protect private property. It prescribes a procedure that the government must follow when expropriating. Therefore, C-222, which would be an amendment to the current Expropriation Act, will not protect private property. It will only prevent the government from dealing with an emergency situation when it arises from climate change. And since climate change makes natural phenomena even more serious, and that is dangerous to the health and safety of citizens, we of the Bloc Québécois cannot agree to limit the government's scope of action in terms of environmental disasters. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Hamilton Centre.
Madam Speaker, I'm honored to rise today in response to the Private Members Bill C-222, which is entitled an Act to amend the Expropriation Act, which is a protection of private property, and was prepared and presented by the honourable member from Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. Contained within, and for the purpose of restating the bill's intention, it adds specific exemptions to the Expropriation Act under sections 10, subsection 11, and 19, subsection 3, and reads as follows, that the Expropriations Act does not apply if the interest or right to which the notice of intention relates is intended to be expropriated by the Crown for the purpose of restoring historical natural habitats, addressing directly or indirectly climate variability, regardless of whether or not that purpose is referred to in the notice or described in the notice as the primary purpose of this expropriation. The members of this House may recall that in moving the bill into the second reading back in November, the honourable member began her intervention with a land acknowledgement that Parliament is on Algonquin and Anishinaabe territory, which is subject to an ongoing land claim process. The honourable member then proceeded to suggest that the current movement to protect private property landowners' rights in Ontario started in her riding of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. Madam Speaker, if the Landowners Association and her constituency are upset about the expropriation of private property in response to catastrophic climate change, wait until they find out about the ongoing and generational dispossession of Indigenous lands by the Crown. Wait until they learn about Oka, Ipperwash, Kennestotin, 1492, and Wet'suwet'en. It would appear, based on the private member's last intervention, that she would seek to elevate the property rights to a constitutional consideration on parity with our charter rights. That is in reference to the Fifth Amendment of the United States, that she would seek to enshrine the right of private property above all societal considerations, and specifically as they relate to what appears to be a form of the denial of climate change. First things first, Madam Speaker, I would suggest that before we could in good faith consider this request, that we have a moral and indeed legal obligation to first address the unceded territorial claims of Indigenous First Nations, Métis, and Inuit. The honourable member's underlying intention in the bill seems, at least to us, which is to force the federal government to recognize that the plan in 2014 is in fact responsible for the flooding of the Ottawa Valley in 2017 and 2019, which is denying the real reason for flooding, which is climate change, and to hold public consultations under the Expropriation Act. In addition, it would appear as though the honourable member wants the federal government to compensate residents affected by the flooding, so Bill C-222 contains no provisions of compensation. I want to acknowledge the very real and devastating impacts on those members in her riding who may have been owners of one of the 900 buildings affected by the flooding. However, how can we even begin to further enshrine settler rights in response to these 900 buildings impacted by climate change when there are currently 900 unsettled First Nations land claims that are historically based on the racist doctrine of discovery and the British colonial legal fiction called terra nullius that effectively erased a millennia of Indigenous inhabitations of these lands pre-European contract. So while I'm no expert in the Robinson-Huron Treaty, for instances of clear and intentional treaties by the Crown, such as the Haldimand Treaty of October 25th, 1784, for the purpose of this debate, I would like to remind members of this House who may not know or may have forgotten the text of this treaty, that whereas His Majesty having been pleased to direct that in consideration of an early attachment to his cause manifested by Mohawk Indians, and of the loss of their settlement, which they thereby sustained, that a convenient tract of land under his protection should be chosen as a safe and comfortable retreat for them and other Six Nations who have either lost their settlements within the territory of the American states or wish to retire from them to the British. I have, at my earnest desire, many of these, His Majesty's faithful allies, purchased a tract of land from the Indians situated between Lakes Ontario, Erie, and Huron, and I do hereby, in His Majesty's name, authorize and permit the said Mohawk Nation and others of the Six Nations Indians, as wish to settle in that quarter, to take possession of and settle upon the banks of the river, commonly called ours, or Grand River, running into Lake Erie, allotting them for the purpose of 6 miles deep from each side of the river, beginning at Lake Erie and extending into that portion to the head of the said river, which them and their posterity are to enjoy forever. Given under my hand of the seal of arms, the Castle of St. Louis in Quebec, this 25th day of October, 1784, and in the 25th year of the reign of our sovereign Lord George III, by the grace of God of Great Britain, France, Ireland, King, Defender of the Faith, and so forth, signed Frederick Haldeman by His Excellency's command. So more specifically, given that the act of reclamation of unceded Haudenosaunee Confederacy treaty territories, and to underscore the importance of the point, I shall add to this debate that for the good and welfare of this House, an excerpt from the document entitled Land Rights of the Six Nations of the Grand River, submitted by the Six Nations elected council, states that the promising of their tract consisted of 950,000 acres within their beaver hunting grounds along the Grand River to the Mohawk Nation and such other Six Nation Indians as wish to settle in that quarter, in the application of their allegiance to the King and for the loss of their settlements to the American states. They were to take possession and settle upon the banks of the river, commonly called Grand River, running from Lake Erie, and allotting for that purpose 6 miles on either side of the Grand. So although the Haldeman Treaty was unequivocally promised to the Six Nations, this tract to present date, approximately 275,000 acres of land up to the source of the Grand River, remains outstanding as treaty land entitlement to the Six Nations people. In contrast to the private property rights of settlers as expressed in Bill C-222, Six Nations of the Grand Rivers experiences Canada's specific and comprehensive land claims policies, which have been unsuccessful as existing policy cannot provide proper restitution or compensation for Six Nations validated claims and others yet to be determined. Previous negotiations have proved unsuccessful, as the extinguishment requirement is unacceptable and unnegotiable. Six Nations of the Grand River has previously lobbied MPs from all parties and are looking for justice in their lands rights issues, as realized that Canada does not have enough money to bring historic land issues to resolution under existing policies. Six Nations has also taken their lands rights issues to the United Nations Permanent Forum on the Rights of Indigenous People and to the Canadian courts commencing in 1995. This juxtaposition of Crown's legislative protections for those deemed to be holding private property versus the original inhabitants of these lands is a grave admission to the ongoing colonialism of Canada with respect to First Nations, Métis, and Inuit. Madam Speaker, perhaps it would be more appropriate and timely, given this government's newfound commitment to the United Nations declarations for the rights of Indigenous people, that prior to further entrenching private property rights for Canadian citizens, we first acknowledge the problematic nature of the failure to adequately address the First Nations land claims with negotiated cash settlements and instead recognize their legitimate calls for land back. Madam Speaker, allow me to conclude in the same spirit from which we began this debate around Bill C-222 with a reminder that indeed Parliament is on Algonquin Anishinaabe territory, which is subject to an ongoing land claim process. So if we're to have any newly introduced legislation around property rights, let us first begin there. Thank you.
The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you. It's my privilege today to speak to Bill C-22, a private member's bill from the Member of Parliament from Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, an area that I know very well from my multiple years of being in Petawawa during my time in the military. So as previous speakers have highlighted, Canada doesn't have an inherent constitutional protection for private property. It's only done through the Expropriation Act at the federal level. Now, I fully acknowledge as a former member of the Canadian Armed Forces and having served on bases in Gagetown and even having Meaford in my riding, that there's unique circumstances where expropriation is necessary because but at all times we need to protect or pay fair market compensation to those owners. And in my viewpoint, this bill simply does that. It intends to provide some clarity and protection for private property owners. Now, I'm sure my riding, Bruce Grey, Owen Sound, is very similar to a lot of rural ridings across Canada where the constituents have been living on some generational properties and farms. And unfortunately, in some cases, these properties are the only thing of substantial value, both personally and financially, for these Canadians. These are some of the most hardworking, honest, proud Canadians our nation produces. I've personally met with many of them since deciding to get involved in federal politics, as they have lots of concerns, not just at the federal level, but at all levels of government, from having their private property appropriately protected, because this is really all that they have. And that consistent message that I keep hearing from them time and time again is one of anxiety, concerns, lack of trust in government. When your way of living is solely based on your property, whether that's farming or running a small business, and yet it seems every year there's more regulations, regardless of the level of government that's bringing them in, that's constantly challenging or limiting your way of making a living. It's in my viewpoint, very easy to understand why these private property owners get frustrated. So why is providing some level of clarity and certainty to these private property owners a bad thing? I know previous speakers during the debate that may not be supporting or indicated that they will not support this bill have highlighted a couple points about adequate protection, that there is an adequate protection, and that maybe in some provinces there is under either civil or common law. However, I don't have, and sorry, as well, they were asking for specific examples where this bill may be appropriate. I don't have a specific example, but I can provide some very similar situations. To go back to the previous speaker, the first hour debate from Red Deer Mountain View, he identified that we're seeing here in Canada is a disturbing trend towards what is referred to as regulatory, de facto, or constructive taking of private property. This happens when governments use those statutory powers to regulate or restrict the property rights of an owner without acquiring the title to the land that's being adversely affected. The landowner feels the impact of these regulations as if the land had been expropriated. So put in another way, the government can strictly regulate the land and limit its value and what a landowner can do with it without triggering procedures in the legislation. So to go to the specific examples of my writing where this could be, a comparison could be made, in one case, I have a farmer where there hasn't been expropriation occur yet. However, that farmer's been restricted on what they're allowed to do on their farm due to their proximity to the watershed. There has been no history, no circumstances of where that farming operation has ever interfered with the watershed, no runoff, no problems historically. So the farmer accepted that. They had no problem. They accepted that to change their way of doing business. However, when they tried to then utilize and take their private property and use it for a different business endeavor that wouldn't compromise or have any environmental concerns, they were informed that they couldn't do that either because they're on agricultural land. So again, it's just this lack of certainty and clarity where you're looking at that the private property owners are looking for, because again, their limitations of what they can do to make a living and get by have been restricted by these regulatory changes. So as such, this de facto regulatory taking means that property owner is not entitled to compensation. I know one of the previous speakers indicated there is another method that they could raise this through a lower court, but at the provincial level. However, what this bill does is just provide a little bit greater clarity. One of the previous speakers this evening, Madam Speaker, spoke about, the requirement and that a government, especially at the federal level, may be required, talked about defense, talked about public safety, talked about climate emergencies, and not hindering the government's ability for expropriation and basically cutting back that need for due process. However, at the same time, that speaker indicated that there's never been an example in the history in the last 30 years where this has actually occurred. So I guess my point to counter that would be, why are we bringing or worrying about it if this has never actually occurred in an emergency case? So putting that extra level of clarity and due process that Bill C-222 asks for is just a good thing. I do fully admit that, like any piece of legislation, this bill has rooms for improvement. So why don't all members of the House support this bill, let it go forward to committee where those amendments could be made to make this bill better, to actually adequately protect the rights of our private property owners. So in my viewpoint, Madam Speaker, this bill is simple. It just seeks to remove the uncertainty from the existing legislation, but by allowing due process to be followed, and private property should not be forced to give up their land without notice, without hearing, and without fair compensation. I think, Madam Speaker, Canadians deserve clarity, certainty, and fair compensation. Bill C-22 will help achieve this. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable député de Repentigny.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, as you know, tabling a bill for a member is an important step. I would like to recognize the member's work, but I will have to tell her that she will not get the Bloc Québécois support for the bill because there is a climate crisis and because diversity is under threat. The destruction of natural environments that cause these floods are another reason we could have talked about the necessary work to be committed to the climate. But what we have before us, the C-222, where the member for Renfrew-Nipissing Pembroke has tabled a bill that belongs to climate denier logic. In our view, the bill is somewhat disconnected from reality and is aimed at eliminating the possibility for an expropriation if the climate emergency required it. This is denial of a reality, which is that climate change has an impact on the geography of populated regions, and this bill aims to reduce the room for maneuver to act when an emergency arises. The expropriation process is guided both at the federal and provincial levels. So not only would C-222 undermine Quebec's powers, but would also put private interest above public interest. And it would also mean that the disasters attributed to climate change would be something that doesn't really exist. So what was talked about in first reading, what was raised earlier about the people of Sainte-Marthe-sur-le-Lac and Rigaud in Quebec, well, it was obvious that some of the properties were built on in flooding areas and that they were going to be flooded in the years to come. But, Madam Speaker, let's look at the facts. So a Communication Projet says that there will be over 300 million people who will be threatened by the rising sea levels in the next 30 years. And Quebec and Canada will not be exempted from this, regardless of what some people may wish. So how can we be willfully blind to the common interest when it comes time to act based on the climate emergency and to protect the environment, but also to protect people? I would also like to say that some Conservative members said at first reading that there was a link between the ability to act in exceptional circumstances linked to the environment and climate change and the 21st century communism. It's a little bit of a stretch to hear something like that in this House. Property rights are not in the Canadian Constitution as they are in the American Constitution, but that does not mean that they are compromised or under threat as a C-222 would suggest, be it the Civil Code of Quebec or the common law tradition that is in the other provinces. The exercise of expropriating property is carried out according to jurisdiction, and in Quebec, the property rights are within the Quebec Charter of Human Rights and the Civil Code at Section 947. So preventing the government from using urgency for expropriation linked to environmental reasons or climate change is incomprehensible. In these times, there is a balance that must be preserved when it comes to measuring the private interests and public interests. But really, public interests must be protected and populations must be protected as well. So in Canada, in this vast country, the geographical imperatives are different, perhaps. But really, let's think about this. If there was a rise in the number of tsunamis, or if there were mudslides that were burying whole communities and generating climate refugees, would we be seeing a bill like C-222? What I am saying is that this bill considers that climate change cannot trigger disasters that would create an urgent situation. But let's talk about the definition of urgent. I would ask the opposition to look at the expert work that has been documenting for decades the coastal risks linked to climate disruptions. Would they be saying the same thing if people on the Pacific and Atlantic coast were undergoing serious consequences of this at this time? The objective of our position is not to please environmentalists, as some people have claimed. The purpose is to recognize the climate reality, and it has been rigorously documented by scientists the world over. I would like to add my voice to that of my colleague earlier and to repeat that when it comes to potential expropriation that is hidden or indirect and the pretensions with regard to trade agreements, the expropriation law only mentions expropriation by the state and is not at all linked to environmental regulations. In CUSMA, NAFTA 2.0, as it's called, the chapter that would make it possible for an American investor to sue the government no longer exists. Finally, Madam Speaker, I would like to ask the following questions. How can withdrawing climate-related conditions from the Expropriation Act be a modernization? How can denying scientific findings be an act of modernization? And how can creating a conflict between property owners and governments on the situation of expropriations linked to emergencies linked to climate, modernization? The Bloc Québécois defends and protects the interests of Quebec, the jurisdiction, and the strength of our legislation. We will always work to protect the people we represent. But the day on which the Atlantic and Pacific coasts are facing the meteorological and geographic consequences of climate change, well, that day, people will be happy to get help from the government. But will there be federal representatives who watch out for them? I surely hope so. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Debate. The honourable member for Nipissing, Renfrew Pembroke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I'd like to thank the members of Parliament who have participated in the debate on Bill C-222. Property rights are important, and they're important to Canadians. Home ownership and property rights go hand in hand. One needs to look no further than the recent surge in home ownership since the start of the pandemic to see that owning property is a priority for average Canadians. In Canada, real estate transactions are up over the previous year. There's a record high demand and short supply. For 2020 as a whole, over 500,000 homes traded hands over the Canadian multiple listing service systems, a new annual record. Home ownership remains a goal for a great many Canadians. Buying a home will be the single largest purchase many will make in their lifetimes. Property rights protect their investment. There's been a disturbing trend in Canada towards what is referred to as regulatory or constructive taking of property. This happens when a government uses its statutory powers to regulate or restrict the property rights of an owner without acquiring the title to the land being adversely affected. The ownership of private property is not constitutionally protected in Canada. The Crown can take private land, either entire parcel or simply an estate, or interest in the parcel, such as an easement, for the public good. This is called expropriation. It's a general principle of expropriation law that the Crown must compensate landowners when it takes their land, although in reality, this does not always occur. While the Act provides some procedural protections for private landowners during the expropriation process, they are not absolute. In particular, the government can shorten the 90-day notice period, alerting landowners to the Crown's intention to expropriate, dispense with the requirement for a public hearing into objections raised by landowners, and take physical possession of the land before an offer of compensation is offered. So, to do so, the government must believe that the land is urgently required due to special circumstances. The Act does not explain what is meant by urgent or special circumstances. So Bill C-222 would clarify that restoring natural habitat and addressing the consequences of climate variability do not constitute those special circumstances. Bill C-222 recognizes that expropriation may be desired for these purposes, but that due process must be followed. Private landowners should not be forced to give up their land without at least 90 days' notice, a public hearing if they object to the expropriation, and an offer of compensation. Since I introduced Bill C-222, I've been made aware of too many examples of individuals being mistreated when it came to property rights. Meet longtime property rights activist, Ontario turkey farmer David Corr. David has been involved in private property rights for years, having been the president of the Canadian Association of Energy and Pipeline Landowners Associations. He recently made this observation in the Pipeline Observer, and I quote, "I began to see that a healthy respect for property rights was the missing link in the real key to securing personal liberty, economic prosperity, and environmental protection for all Canadians. As a Nobel Prize-winning economist Frederick Hayek once said, and I quote, "The power a multi-millionaire might have over me and my property, whether he's my neighbor or my employer, is much less than what's held by the smallest government bureaucrat or agent who wields coercive power of the state and upon whose discretion it depends whether and how I'm able to live, work, or make decisions." End of quote. With this legislation, my goal is to protect the private property rights of average Canadians. Climate change is not the subject of this amendment to the Expropriation Act. In fact, this legislation has the effect of recognizing climate change. This bill in no way inhibits the federal government from responding to a climate emergency. What it will do is provide legal recourse for private property owners who are adversely affected by any such actions. And please support the property rights and sending Bill C-222 to committee for further study.
La Chambre est...
Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Ms. Gall.
Moved that Bill C-222, an act to amend the Expropriation Act, Protection of Private Property, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Nipissing Pembroke.
Madam Chair, I would like to have a recorded division.
Oops, I'm sorry, I have to change pages. Conformément à l'ordre.
Accordingly, pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, February 17th, at the expiry of the time provided for all questions.
À ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article 38 du règlement,
Now, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I was having a hard time with my mute button. So it's a pleasure to speak tonight so we can once again talk about a concerning situation for many Canadians, namely the whole situation regarding the resignation of Ms. Payette, the former Governor General. Last January, I was able to ask questions to the Prime Minister with respect to his decision. It was his decision to appoint Ms. Payette to the position of Governor General. And they did not follow the process that was put in place by the previous government with respect to appointments such as these for the Governor General position. And the Prime Minister at the time decided to go things alone and did not take the time to do all the necessary due diligence when he appointed a star that he likes to show. And unfortunately, to avoid the type of fiasco like this we've seen recently with the resignation of Ms. Payette and with everything that involved that resignation, namely that of Ms. Payette. Well, we tried to avoid this type of situation as when we established an appointment committee. But unfortunately, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister decided to look at this stylish decision and to go things alone for this appointment. And the result is that we had a Governor General that stepped down, and there were all sorts of allegations of a toxic climate, of humiliation, and we were told that efforts weren't really made to find the appropriate person for this very important position. And we learned afterwards that the Governor General, despite her resignation, will be able to receive a sizable sum for her retirement. We're talking about $150,000 per year for life, even though she was in position for not only 3 years as Governor General. And she will be receiving this money even though she occupied her position for a very short time period. So we're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars that are coming from the pockets of Canadians that will be going to the former Governor General because the Prime Minister literally made a mistake. He made a mistake not to use the committee that was established by the previous government for the appointment of important positions, such as that of the Governor General. So, Madam Speaker, it's simple. Will the Prime Minister, who said on January 27th that he wants to make sure that the process in place would be looked at? Well, he said he would look at it before, but can the Prime Minister commit this time to do what is right and to not provide a lifetime retirement to the Governor General who stepped down from her position? And will the Prime Minister recognize that it was a mistake to unilaterally proceed to this appointment without any due diligence or consultations?
Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just to give a bit of an overview for my colleague across the way.
Sound. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, can you raise your sound, please?
Earlier I was told to lower it.
Now that's better. Yes.
I don't know. Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. As I was saying, I think it's important to give a bit of maybe a wider perspective of the situation. When we take, excuse me, the Office of the Governor General is actually considered one of the oldest public offices in Canada and is absolutely fundamental to our democracy, our institution. Her Majesty's representative fulfills essential functions in our system of government and is rightfully held to a high standard. All Canadians deserve a safe and healthy workplace. We've recognized that, and we've stated that. I've personally stated that in responses from opposition members in the past. The government takes this issue very seriously in regards to a safe and healthy workplace. And we have demonstrated the commitment to achieving that goal by strengthening legislation and regulations that protects employees. As soon as we were made aware of the allegations in this particular situation of the Office of the Secretary to the Governor General, we launched a rigorous and independent process to review the workplace conditions at Rideau Hall. The review provided an opportunity for those who work there or closely with Rideau Hall to share their concerns in a confidential matter. Upon the completion of the report, the Governor General informed the Prime Minister of her decision to resign. We appreciate the dedication of the employees of the Office of the Secretary to the Governor General. We acknowledge the impact that the state of workplace health has had on all the employees there. This has been a very difficult time, and we are committed to restoring a healthy workplace. In addition to the workplace review, a highly experienced and well-respected senior public servant has been appointed Secretary to the Governor General, Mr. Ian McCowan, who has already begun to engage employees to chart a new course towards a better environment at Rideau Hall, to foster a culture of respect and ensure a healthy workplace. The Chief Justice is currently filling in as Administrator of the Government of Canada until a new Governor General is appointed. I know I speak for everyone in the House when I say it is comforting to have someone of his wisdom and experience in the role at this time. Many exceptional men and women have occupied this important office, Canadians of incredible integrity and talent. Let me assure the House that this tradition will continue. In this context, the Prime Minister has committed to strengthening and improving processes whereby potential candidates are vetted. We will ensure that Rideau Hall is a safe and healthy work environment, as all Canadians deserve that those who serve Canadians do with dignity. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The
Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable.
Respect to my colleagues, this was not the question. The question was the retirement that the former Governor General will receive for the rest of her life. Un travailleur normal.
A normal worker who has to resign from their position, they can't even get EI for weeks. The Governor General will have a lifetime retirement of $150,000 a year because the Prime Minister made a mistake, because the Prime Minister did not choose the right person, because the Prime Minister did not follow the procedure in place. And as the Governor General stepped down, she'll receive royal treatment, whereas someone else who quits their job doesn't get anything. That's the question. Will the Prime Minister take action, yes or no, to prevent the former Governor General from receiving these enormous sums that will be taken from the pockets of Canadian taxpayers.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Queen's Privy Council, and please, before you speak, can you just lower very slightly your microphone so that the interpreters have the right sound? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We'll try this. And I wanted in the original answer to give the member a little bit of a background and those that might be following the debate in terms of the role of the Governor General and so forth. With specifics in regards to the question that the member is trying to get answered, the former Governor General's annuity will be dealt with in accordance with the Governor General's Act, the legislation, the law that's currently there. The reimbursement of expenditures to former Governor General is the responsibility of the Office of the Secretary to the Governor General. There's new leadership at Rideau Hall, and they will be able to address the serious concerns that are raised in respect to that issue. So hopefully that helps my colleague a little more and getting a better understanding in terms of what it is he would actually be required to do to go forward.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, since day one, this Liberal government has made it abundantly clear they will always put their friends before everyday Canadians. Want to get your hands on a lucrative fishing contract? Well, you'd better be related to the fisheries minister. Get in trouble or commit fraud or try and bribe your way into a government contract? Well, don't worry. Just make a few calls to your friends in the PMO, and they'll do their best to try and take care of it for you. Well, do you need a bailout for your charity that's in shambles? They can help you with that too. But first, they're going to make sure that there's a cozy arrangement where members of the Prime Minister's family have been handsomely paid by that organization to get that help. Now, when the Liberals dropped the ball on personal protective equipment procurement, it was, of course, Liberal insiders who had the inside track. They had a direct line to ministers, and that was there as long as they were friends of those ministers, friends with those in the inner circle of the Prime Minister's office. Instead of getting the vaccine rollout squared away, these Liberals were more concerned with making sure that their friends had an easy payday. Instead of this government that puts the elite first, puts their friends before everyday Canadians, we know that Canadians deserve a government that will put them first, that will secure their future, a government that deals in hope. Now, my question for the parliamentary secretary is, when will this government put everyday Canadians first? But on background, it's important that we have some context. This is the same government that when issues came up, when we found out about the We Charity scandal, the first thing we heard from the Prime Minister's office was that no members of the Prime Minister's family were ever paid by the We organization. And we heard the same thing from the We organization. But then suddenly we learned that nearly $500,000 was paid by that organization to members of the Prime Minister's family. So when that organization found itself in dire financial straits during the spring of 2020, well, they put the picture of the Prime Minister's wife, the picture of the Prime Minister's mother into some documents. They heavily lobbied their friends, the former Finance Minister, Bill Morneau, and other members of Cabinet, and they sent that document to Cabinet for consideration on a program that would see the We organization benefit over $40 million for administering $500 million. What relevance does who these people know have to their competence in being able to administer this massive program? Well, in any other government, who you know is not the most important criteria. It's what you're able to deliver for Canadians. But with these Liberals, it's not what you know or what you can do, it's who you know in the PMO. When will these Liberals start putting everyday Canadians first?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question. I always enjoy having the late shows with my colleague from across the way. One of these days would be nice if we had some unlimited time where we can do kind of a comparison of today versus other administrations, maybe possibly the Harper administration. Boy, what a debate that would be, Madam Speaker. But suffice to say, the underlining question that the member is asking is that when are we going to serve Canadians first? And I want to do a little bit of a contrast. You know, since 2015, the Prime Minister has made it very clear that from day one, we have been putting Canadians first. We've put in a phenomenal effort. First priority, Canada's middle class. And we've demonstrated that. You see, let me do a comparison. We come up and we say, well, we're going to reduce the taxes for Canada's middle class. And where are the Conservatives? Well, they're looking under the rocks for corruption. We talk about increasing Canada's 1% wealthiest. Where are the Conservatives? Well, they're looking under for more rocks for more corruption. We say that we're going to increase the Canada Child Benefit Program, and there they are still looking for more and more corruption. You see, whether it's back in 2015, Madam Speaker, or it's last year during the pandemic, even today, you know, as we continue to work for Canadians every day, 7 days a week, working with civil servants, working with other levels of government and other stakeholders to ensure that we get it right, that we work and put Canadians first. Again, what you will see is that the Conservatives are preoccupied about looking for scandals and corruption. And then if they get a whiff of anything, they start waving and jumping on the pedestal saying, oh my God, look at what we found. Do you really believe that Conservative companies haven't received contracts, Madam Speaker? I don't. Do you really believe that there haven't been Conservatives that have been appointed at all? I don't. Madam Speaker, the member needs to realize that it's the Conservative Party, it's the official opposition that are so preoccupied about trying to look for nothing more than corruption and ways in which they can try to make the Prime Minister look bad. But you know what, Madam Speaker? They've been doing that before he was even the Prime Minister. Even when we were sitting in the third party inside the House of Commons. Look, read their SO31s. It's all personal attacks against the leader of the Prime Minister. Nothing has changed. So we have been putting Canadians first from day one. And when the pandemic came, we made sure that Canadians knew that we as a government would have their backs. We developed programs from ground zero in order to be there in a real way, in a tangible way, for those that are unemployed, that don't have the income, so they would have the disposable income, Madam Speaker. We were there for businesses, small businesses, the backbone to our economy, by providing programs like the wage subsidy program, the emergency rent subsidy program, the credit availability account, and so much more, Madam Speaker, because we understand how important it is to remain focused, no matter what the preoccupation of the Conservative opposition happens to be, which is usually scouring for rocks to look under, Madam Speaker. And to a certain degree, if they get a whiff of anything, the first thing they do is they say, let's send it to the Ethics Commissioner and let's try to make that media and Conservative spin as big as we can. And I would love, as I say, to have a more appropriate debate with my colleague from across the way where we could give some real solid tangible.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, Madam Speaker, while the parliamentary secretary harkens back to a time when the Liberals were the third place party, we can look forward to that again in the future. And he does talk about the Conservatives, talking about the Prime Minister's record. Well, we don't need to help him look bad. He does that all on his own. And I want to cite a few reports that have been tabled in this House. The first, the Trudeau Report 1. 2, the Trudeau Report 2. These are documents from our ethics commissioner, our nonpartisan, independent ethics commissioner, where we found that the Prime Minister broke the laws of this place. That is what's important to note. So we have right now, this issue is under review. The We Charity scandal is under review by the ethics commissioner. We'll see the Trudeau Report 3 very soon. But we need this government to put Canadians first. And when they're doing the right things for Canadians, they've seen over this past year that we are in lockstep with those efforts.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, the member opposite tries to amplify the fact that, you know, you have the Ethics Commissioner, an independent body in which I have far more confidence in than I do the Conservative Party, and for good reason. And I've provided comment on that extensively in the House. But what people need to realize, it was actually Stephen Harper, the former Prime Minister, that brought in that commission or that office. And I suspect that if you were to apply the same rules that we have today to the years of Brian Mulroney or other administrations, that I wouldn't have a problem at all holding up the behavior of this government, Prime Minister, ministers, and to a certain extent, to all members of the House. As I believe through time, we see a higher sense of accountability. When you talk about this particular Prime Minister, and the member made reference to that third party, yes, go back to the third party. When he was the leader of the third party, we brought in proactive disclosure.
And we have to move on. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Middlesbrough.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Merci beaucoup. Last month, I asked the incoming Minister of Transport why the Canadian aviation sector has already lost significant market share as a result of this government's incompetence and inaction, while foreign carriers have received billions of dollars in sector-specific aid. And when will the Prime Minister put Canadian jobs first and deliver a plan for the airline sector? Well, Madam Speaker, there's been lots of positive talk from this government. On March 10th, 2020, shortly after the pandemic hit, the Minister for Economic Development said, "What we're looking at is how we can mitigate the impacts while making sure that we can still have a strong summer season and also that we can really bounce back." Following that, Madam Speaker, shortly after that, on March 19th, 2020, the former Finance Minister, Mr. Bill Morneau, said, "Well, we are working hard with the airline sector. We're not taking anything off the table. We're going to see some businesses in extreme pressure, and we're going to have to listen to them, and we're going to have to work fast." But, Madam Speaker, it didn't end there. On May 4th, 2020, the Prime Minister hinted support was coming for the airline industry, though he didn't say how much money would be sent and when. He said, "We need to continue to have a strong airline sector once this is all done. We're looking very carefully at how to support industries like that. These industries which are so important to Canada and to Canadians." And finally, on May 16th, 2020, the Prime Minister says the federal government is committed to help for airlines after Air Canada announced plans to slash its workforce by at least half, but it's unclear what support might look like. Well, Madam Speaker, we know from the timelines the things that happened. On March 21st, Porter Airlines suspended their operations. We have yet to see them come back. Who's getting that business, Madam Speaker? Why, it's going to American Airlines. On March 23rd, 2020, Madam Speaker, Sunwing Airlines suspended their operations for 8 months. For the benefit of who, Madam Speaker? American Airlines, European Airlines. On April 18th, Madam Speaker, Air Transat suspended flights for 3 months. And who was the benefit of that, Madam Speaker? Once again, it was foreign airlines. Now, again, we hope that the government would take an interest, support the airline sector, and again, it was met with just words and not with actions. The Intergovernmental Affairs Minister said, "I know my colleagues, the Transport Minister and the Finance Minister, are looking at a whole series of options of what government support might look like for this sector, so we haven't made any decisions in that level of detail yet, but they're very much discussing that." On November 3rd, the member for Central Nova said, "I know the government has been working with the aviation sector to continue to figure out specifically how we can support the long-term survival of air travel in Canada, because the full picture of this and how we can support the long-term survival after the public health emergency is ended. We will be there to plan and to ensure once this has ended." Well, certainly we've seen this support in other nations, Madam Speaker. Australia, they received $1 billion for their airline sector. Brazil, $660 million US. France, 22.7 billion Canadian. Germany, 6 billion euros. Italy, the European Commission approved 200 million euro for their airline sector there, and our friends to the south, a total of $88 billion. Still nothing, Madam Speaker, from this government. When will this government have a plan for the airline sector? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. A strong and competitive airport industry, air transport industry, is vital for Canada's economy and the well-being of Canadians. The Government of Canada understands the increasingly difficult financial situation that all members of the air transport industry are facing, and that due to the interdependent nature of the air sector, what affects one participant affects them all. With passenger volumes down more than 90% from pre-pandemic levels and travel restrictions in place to protect Canadians, the impact the air sector has been particularly severe, and its recovery is expected to take relatively longer than other parts of the economy. Airlines are an important partners in our effort to manage the pandemic. In that context, I would like to particularly acknowledge the government's appreciation of airlines' recent decision to suspend services to sun destinations. We've implemented several broad-based measures, some of which have been directly benefited the air sector. For example, the air transportation sector has benefited from the Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy. Also, support for Sunwing through the large employer emergency financing facility was recently announced. In March 2020, the government announced that it was waiving the rent payments for airport authorities owed to the government for the duration of the year. We've also announced over $190 million in funding to support air services to remote communities. The 2020 Fall Economic Statement including further specific airport sector supports. This includes more rent relief for airport authorities, temporary enhancement of the airport's capital assistance program, new critical infrastructure funding for larger airports, targeted funding to assist airport operators, and funding to support regional air transportation. These new measures amount to over $1 billion in support. Government officials are well advanced in their work to deliver them and continue to engage with industry members. The Fall Economic Statement also reaffirmed the government's engagement with major airlines regarding financial assistance. This work is ongoing, and we have been clear that any support to air carriers will be dependent on securing real outcomes for Canadians, including the provisions of refunds in place of vouchers, maintaining regional connectivity, and remaining good customers of the Canadian aerospace industry. The government is working with airlines expeditiously and is fully expected that this process will come to a successful conclusion in the near term. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Calgary-Bindapore.
Well, Madam Speaker, it was the Parliamentary Secretary himself who said on October 5th, 2020, we are going to work with our airlines. We are going to work across the board to find solutions. And yet none have arrived. As well, the new minister indicated on January 25th, we are very much supportive of our airline industry and sector. Discussions are ongoing with the airline sector to prepare a support package. And on February 2nd, the new transport minister said, Mr. Speaker, the jobs in the airline sector are incredibly important for our country's safety and the economy. We are currently working with the airline sector on providing a support package. The Parliamentary Secretary also mentioned the travel restrictions. Who benefits from that, Madam Speaker? Why, it is American carriers who can still travel to sun destinations. Let's hope, Madam Speaker, yesterday's news in the Globe and Mail is correct, that a plan is coming, because right now Canadian workers are losing and the Canadian economy is losing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And we've warned as a government, and the medical advice is not to travel for non-essential reasons, especially to sun destinations. Our government understands the significant impacts of COVID-19 on the air sector. As I've said, we're committed to addressing these challenges, but in a manner that respects the taxpayers and supports reasonable air transport services at a reasonable cost for Canadians. The government is working to ensure that Canadians have reliable and affordable air services to support equity, jobs, and economic development, as we recognize that connectivity is important to Canadians. That's why the Government of Canada has focused its earliest efforts on supporting access to remote communities. We will continue to engage with key players to respond to the pandemic while protecting public health, facilitating the essential movement of people and goods, and preparing for a safe restart of the economy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.